You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after this toke.
Every day, every week, we there. Every day, every week, we there. Same time, same seat. Wait for it and white bike. Roll out the mat, press play. Same little chair, same ashtray. Neighbors know it's that showtime. Laughing at the clock as it slides by.
I got the snacks in a brown bag, notebook full of wild plans, big flags. We tune in, tune out, feel straight. Calendar locked for the same day.
Yeah.
We doing it, doing it, doing it. The 420 pace, daily vibes, weekly waves in the same space. From sunrise talk to the late night glow. It's a ritual, you already know.
We doing it, the 420 pace. Every laugh leave a mark we can't erase. Link up, kick back for the show. Same time next week, say yeah, say yo, yo.
Chat about life, chat about love. Little side eye when you call my bluff.
We disagree, then we crack up.
2 cups, 1 couch, 1 love.
You drop gems in your soft tone. I drop jokes and you grab your phone. Clips and bits for the crew to see. Don't post that, but you still click send on me.
Whoa. We doing it, the 420 pace. Daily vibes, weekly waves in the same space. From sunrise talk to the late night glow. It's a ritual, you already know.
We doing it, the 420 pace. Every laugh leave a mark we can't erase. Link up, kick back for the show. Same time next week, say yeah, say yo. 1 spark, 1 joke. Then another from the weekday stress to the weekend cover. If you miss one, you feel that hole. Like a skip step in a tight road roll.
So we line up time like tracks in a crate.
If you come in late,
still we wait. Cause every day, every week, same place. We living life on the 420 pace. We're doing it, the 420 pace. Daily vibes, weekly waves in the same space. From sunrise talk to the late night glow. It's a ritual, you already know. We're doing it, the 420 pace. Every laugh leave a mark we can't erase. Link up, kick back for the show. Same time next week, say yeah, say yo.
Daily show, yeah, we there.
Weekly link.
Same corner.
On a quake, say yeah. Oh, 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 oh.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to VAC Roundtable number 79. And this one, we're happy to have the venerable Ellen Comp with us today. She has been with California Normal for decades and has been a leader here in California. For us that need to be informed, she has been the one to really educate us specifically on what we're looking to and towards. So let's see, share your page. There we go. Sorry, just a little bit of technical difficulties as I'm trying to get on here. But as we continue on our series of people who has commanded our respect, Ellen is definitely right up there, and if there is a Mount Rushmore,
Mount Cushmore.
yeah, I'd put you up there. You have been, and for those who aren't aware, you have been the glue that held California's communications network together. Which was key because we changed the world from here. And that was a great deal due to a lot of the awesome work that you and others kept all of us aware of, where to go when the busts happen, what were the uncomfortable uglies that were happening, no matter the good, the bad, and the ugly. You were always there to educate us with real facts, real information. And that's no small task at any time, much less the sustained time that you have done it for, which is decades. I met you in 93, so 31 years ago. You interviewed me when I did my first rally in LA with Jack Herrera. And
Wow.
that's I know it goes back a ways, but we're gonna go further than that. We're gonna start with our first question, which is unique to everybody. And how did you originally come
Uh,
to cannabis?
yeah. Well, you mean cannabis in general or cannabis activism or both?
Both. It's kind of a
Oh,
multi-layered question. When were you first turned on? When did you realize that
right,
this was a calling? And then you
right.
realize that you put your ass on the line. So, those are
Yeah,
significant landmarks each that had to propel you towards where you are now. So we're always
right.
curious.
Um, yes, and I have heard some VACs before, so I was prepared for that question. So yeah, I first was turned on to marijuana when I was a freshman in college. I was 18, and I had joined a sorority, which was kind of like the Animal House of sororities, and the sisters there taught me how to hold the smoke in my lungs and actually get high. And the thing is, this was 1975, and I had actually been politically active since I was 14, because the Vietnam War was on television. They were pulling my brother's draft number, and I started campaigning against Nixon because I already knew he was a crook. Um, in 1972, in the presidential campaign, I campaigned for McGovern on his anti-war stance, and was pretty disheartened when Nixon won by a landslide that year, mostly as my neighbors who I canvassed told me, because he wasn't going to raise their taxes. And then in high school, I wore a POW bracelet. And my father came home one day and I had slapped a bumper sticker on his car, MIA, missing or captured, only Hanoi knows. And my dad was like, "What have you?" I said, "But damn it, the POWs." I really felt for them. I don't know, maybe it's because I was Catholic and I was always upset about the souls in purgatory and all of that stuff, but I could never stand the thought of somebody being, imprisoned ever. So, but then by the time I got to college, things had changed. Watergate had hit, Nixon had resigned, Carter was in office. That was the first president I got to vote for. Kind of been all downhill from there, really. And so I didn't think about getting political around cannabis when I started smoking. But I mean, at the time, it was all united, like human rights, civil rights, women's rights, the environment. Everyone was working for all of those things at once. We were looking for big change, and cannabis was part of it and kind of fueled the whole thing. But by then it had been decriminalized because of the good work of Keith Stroup and Normal. And I didn't know anyone who was affected by the laws, and I was, clueless as to the injustice of it. But then later, in 1991, I got recruited into the hemp movement, as Jack Hare was, going around with stumping with his book, The Emperor Wears No Clothes, and we started holding hemp rallies in LA. In fact, I was involved with the first one that we had in a series on December 15th, 1991, which was the 200th anniversary of the Bill of Rights. And we held a hemp rally, and they wouldn't put the word hemp in the newspaper, though. They would always change it to marijuana. They couldn't get the word hemp in the newspaper for years. That's another story. they would show up with their hand, the press would show up with their business cards, hand it to us and say, call us if anyone's arrested. That's all they wanted to do. So, trying to educate people about hemp, because I got turned on through the hemp, like, what? This has all these positive uses. I always thought it was a positive thing. And, you could use it for paper and trees. You could stop cutting down trees. And why aren't we doing this? And, oh, this is all fucked up. They're putting people in prison for this. And here it is, a good thing. And, so it all came together. And, Jack was always working for all of it. We were all working together for hemp, for medical, for recreational, for spiritual uses, for industrial uses, of the plant. That's why it's so hard today to see the schisms that are all happening, that, the hemp people fighting the cannabis people and vice versa, and all of that has been really tough for me, having come in through the hemp movement, which really revitalized the whole marijuana movement at the time, and the Just Say No 80s, which, came in. Reaganomics screwed everything up for me. I lost my job and deregulation, and I just thought, oh, what the hell? I just might as well go be an activist and, see where that takes me. So here I am 30 some years later, sitting in front of you guys.
A small little journey along the way, right?
Yeah, there's been a couple stops. Yeah.
All right. Next up would be Mike Davis, council member.
Yeah, hey, that's an incredible story. And I remember growing up in the 90s and following NORML, and these guys that part of the group, they all know the story. And you guys, I remember, like, as a teenager holding up like NORML pamphlets and getting them, and I remember seeing NORML the first time, and Cheech and Chong in the movies and Nice Dreams, and he was wearing his NORML shirt. And
yes, he did. Cheech wore it. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And we owe it all to your organization. With my generation, Gen X, and and everybody. So me, just thanks for everything that you guys have done for everything. And that inspired me, and that's why one of the big reasons why I'm now a cannabis activist myself, and reached out to ETN about a year ago when we first met at the fair. But my question is, how does your background in biochemistry and your experience in advertising and publishing influence the work that you've done in cannabis activism?
Wow. I mean, I wasn't much of a biochemist. I figured out about halfway through college that I wanted to do something else, but I finished it up because I wanted to be scientifically literate. And I think that has helped me because, a big part of what NORML does is we really thoroughly read all the studies that come out about it. Paul Ermentano is really the main one who does that, deputy director of our national office. And because, from the beginning, there's been so much misinformation about marijuana, and it's been so hard to study in any positive way and all of that. And so I am able to, read the odd scientific study and stuff. Like Paul will always copy me on stuff that's about like, maternal use and things like that, which has, been a big issue that's coming up again and again. And so, had there been more research into drugs and things, I might have, continued my studies in biochemistry at the time, but it didn't occur to me. I was really more interested in other things at that point. It's just science was just like my background. As far as advertising and publishing, I've used those a great deal. Because, starting with Jack, working with Jack, I was an editor on his book, the 9th edition, and started working with him, at his tables in Venice and also in Colorado and elsewhere, petitioning and just educating people about hemp. We did it because, like I said, we couldn't get it in the newspaper. We educated people one by one about hemp, and you just watch the little light bulbs go off in people's heads, and they'd be like, well, how do you make a shirt out of bud? And I would be like, it's the stalk of the plant, it grows, it's a plant. It doesn't just like show up in a baggie. And it was really, really beautiful time to be working in communications. ATN introduced me that way, and that's really kind of how I've seen my role as education and working with Jack, his big thing was if people just know about hemp, then they're going to vote our way. And I think, more and more that's true. So, and then I spun off. So a section of Jack's book was famous people who smoked pot, like Louis Armstrong and stuff like that. And I found like when I told people about that really changed their mind, because they're like, oh, well, I admire Louis Armstrong, and here's someone who's contributed to our society, and he's a big pot smoker. Yeah, he was. So I started this website in 2002, veryimportantpotheads.com, where I started really like reading biographies and autobiographies and like nailing down people who had a connection. Bruce Lee is one, actually. I see him behind your thing. I just posted to somebody because they just named a street in Oakland for Bruce Lee. And I had done a blog post about him called "How Green is the Green Dragon?" Was it the Green Dragon, the Green Hornet? He was, and he was a fan. And so people like that, I look for the unusual people, even like that. You wouldn't think of Bing Crosby or people like that. That if I had been able to tell my parents about that, they might have been able to get them to smoke with me. And then I spun that off into my Token Women book. And website blog, really, because I was particularly interested as a woman if a famous person I uncovered who had a connection to cannabis was also a woman. And so that has all, and I published a book, and I was, I had done some work in publishing and things, so I was able to publish a little book about that because people were asking me for it. Women were asking me for it, when I was going up and giving presentations about it and stuff. And that was great because women didn't really feel the connection with cannabis that men did. Like a lot of times in the early days, I'd be the only woman in the room in an activist meeting, or maybe it was somebody's wife or girlfriend. And I remember Jack telling me when I broke up with the boyfriend who got me into it, oh, you're going to leave the movement now. I've seen it happen so many times. And I'm just so insulted, that he would say that. And here I am 33 years later, I'm still in it. But at the time too, like when we were going into Prop 64 in 2016, women were polling 10% less than men as far as wanting legalization. And we were only about at 50%. So we really needed those women to come up and be with us. And I didn't think that women were really feeling the connection, through the bromance movies and stuff, Cheech and Chong and all of those, Seth Rogen and all of those guys. We really didn't have the representation or the historical background that, or the historical, as I call it, background that we required. And so I started doing these presentations and spun it off into a book about, the subtitle of my book, Token Women, is a 4,000-year history of women in marijuana, starting with like the ancient goddesses and going up to today. And again, I document as much as possible, where those connections are and what women said about it and how it helps them with, their creative endeavors or their health or whatever. So that's been great. And and the fact that I did have a science background, I think helped when there was so much emphasis on medical marijuana. I mean, that's really when I made the turn from hemp activism to medical, because people were coming up to my hemp information tables, like in wheelchairs or with cancer, asking for medicine. And I knew I had to put aside the greater struggle to work for medical marijuana for those people who needed it most desperately and urgently. We were accused later of just wanting the camel's nose under the tent. But really, in my case, and in a lot of people's cases that I know, that was not at all the case. We just knew that we had to do something right away for the AIDS patients and others who needed it right away for medicine. So that's my long-winded answer to that.
Well, it shows. I mean, you really have to be well-rounded to be long-lasting, but at the same time, it helps us understand why you've always been so science-oriented and why those articles seem to you light up around them by your communications. We could tell because you have an understanding, a comprehension, which not the average person has, but it really helps to communicate with us cannabinoids who are, just doing our best to, educate and keep everybody up to point. So next up will be Council Member Nate Landau with his next question.
Hey, Ellen, I want to thank you. When I did my first state lobby day in 2019, you were so welcoming and show me the ropes, and you really got me on a path that and so fortunate. So I just want to thank you so much for your decades of service, and no matter how long you've been doing it, you still have the patience to explain to newbies like me. So you're a saint in my eyes. So I just want to give you thanks from the bottom of my heart.
Yeah.
And my question to you is, can you tell us how the chemical composition / impact of natural cannabis differs from synthetic cannabinoids? Thank you.
Wow. Well, that's an interesting question. THC, Delta 9 THC is a specific number of atoms that are joined together in a specific way, carbon, oxygen, hydrogen, right? And they're in like a ring, and you've seen pictures of it, I'm sure. And the Delta 9 refers to which part of the carbon ring the COH or CO2 group is attached to. So it's a specific molecule that has a specific reaction in the human brain, and actually, as we have found out in recent years, all throughout our body in the endocannabinoid system. So it attaches to these receptors in a kind of lock and key mechanism and activates them and does things, or actually, it's kind of like a reuptake inhibitor. Like it's in a kind of a gentler way than some drugs. So the Delta 9 THC that's in natural cannabis is no different than that same molecule that's in Marinol pills or something. But the difference is when you do it in its natural form as flour, or I guess oil or anything, it's not just one molecule, it's an assortment of molecules. It's the terpenes, which we're finding out more and more have a lot of effect. It could have other cannabinoids in it, and most of them do. And all these years we've bred out a lot of the other cannabinoids, particularly CBD, in favor of the Delta 9 THC, the reliable thing that gets you stoned. But I think we've missed a lot of the other more subtle effects, more beneficial medical effects by doing so. Like when I first smoked something that was 1-to-1 THC CBD, I said, oh, this is what I smoked in college. It was different than what was around at the time. It was more kind of expansive. It just had a kind of a different feeling to it. And so there's a lot more work to be done to study, now there's all these new sort of Franken THCs out, Delta H and on down, or sorry, Delta 8, I meant to say, and on down, that are much less well known. We don't really have the studies on them. We don't know as much how they interact with the body. And so again, as always, prohibition has caused more dangerous drugs and compounds to be released on the public in the wrong ways. And whereas Delta 9 THC, for thousands of years, we pretty much know its safety profile, which is, it's never killed anyone. Yeah. So, okay.
That's a stickler. Peggy has a follow-up?
Yes, a follow-up on the safety profile. How can you be certain that the Marinol, the synthetics, are just as safe as the natural plant, because it doesn't have the rest of the compounds with it to make it work efficiently in the system?
I mean, we don't know that it is. I mean, because it's FDA approved, it had to go through the FDA approval studies, which, for what that's worth. But the sort of entourage effect of the different terpenes and cannabinoids that I think you and I feel. I mean, Marinol is not a popular drug. I know people who've tried it. No one really likes it. Because it doesn't have it's missing, the way that nature intended it is generally the best for me when it comes to food or medicine or anything. And so, yeah, it was hard when Marinol came in. They tried to sort of subvert the medical marijuana movement by saying, well, but we have this Marinol and you don't need the cannabis. And we had to continue to fight for, oh no, we need the cannabis. We want to be able to grow it in the plant, and, we have every right to do that. And Marinol kind of sucks, So that I didn't really fight that battle. Like, Robert Randall and Alice O'Leary and those people really fought that battle to make sure that, they didn't just undermine really the cannabis medical marijuana movement by bringing in Marinol, like, the magic pill that was going to be the answer. It really is not.
I can personally testify to that as a Marinol user. Yeah, not a fan. Prefer the ensemble effect for sure. Michael Krawitz has a follow-up.
Yeah, it's great to see you, Ellen. Thank you for joining us.
Michael, yeah, you too.
I think, we've had a little bit of a conversation over the last few days in our work meetings about THC and Marinol, et cetera. And, over the years, most of the conversation has been, A, about the fact that it's just THC, like you pointed out, and B, the fact that it was very expensive, right? And then finally, synthetic and made by a big corporation, which I've always figured that's why the cannabis movement really hasn't used it more as a talking point. How can marijuana be more dangerous if it's 20% THC over 10% THC when 100% THC is perfectly fine and FDA approved? Kind of talking point. You know what I mean? So, but in the last day, we came up with I think a new question. Peggy actually came up with this, and basically it just calls for a hypothesis or a guess or thought, and that is, if I were to string up, maybe string up isn't the right word. If I was to connect, 50, hardcore cannabis consumers and have them do a blind taste, and 25 of them had synthetic THC distillate, and the other one had plant-based THC distillate or extract, or purified, absolutely purified form, could they tell a difference? Could the two groups actually tell the difference? Would they like one more than the other? I mean, it's just a really esoteric question about THC, I guess. And we don't really like THC all by itself that much anyway. But I just wondered what you thought, if people could tell the difference, if there was some, like, it goes back to another version of Peggy's question, really, about the real sort of energy, kind of question about this substance.
Well, I mean, if it was totally pure distillate and one was synthetic THC and the other was not, I don't know if you could tell the difference. But the thing is that when you start with the plant, there's just so many other factors that are wonderful and beautiful that you're not going to get in the pill. I mean, that's been part of our problem. The FDA has never approved anything but a single molecule as a medicine. And that's why a lot of people were arguing for like a whole new category for cannabis, as far as the scheduling goes. I mean, I think the whole scheduling thing should go, because that was Nixon's bullshit anyway. But that the DEA is in charge is bullshit anyway. But it really is unique in a lot of ways. It's kind of somewhere between an herbal medicine and a single compound drug. It's kind of it's both, and it's each one, and it's as we know, it has so many uses. It's so connected with mankind that the hemp seed has the perfect amino acid complement for a human being, and all these rare amino acids that you can't get anywhere else. I mean, my first hemp rally I went to, there was a biochemist who spoke, Roberta Hamilton, and I thought, oh great, I'm going to get a biochemistry lecture, out of this woman. I'm going to understand it. She got up. She was just this great old lady, and she goes, I want you people to get really pissed off because hemp is the best food for mankind and they're keeping it from you. And it was like, wow, okay, Roberta. And she went on and wrote it. LB Musica, who I saw recently, she to this day takes a teaspoonful of hemp, or a tablespoon, I think, of hemp oil every night, in the way that people used to take, and I do too. And she got me doing it, and it really helps. The way people used to take castor oil or something, where it really helps with digestion and stuff. And it's just, I mean, that's one part I was really, fighting for. The hemp, really the industrial hemp, and the hemp seed as a food is just something that is gone by the wayside with this focus now on hemp, making CBD, or even, turning it into an isolate, another CBD, you know what they're doing with it now. But, building materials and all kinds of other wonderful things from hemp. And Etienne knows very well, because he was on the stump train with me back in the early days when we were just really changing people's minds about the plant in general by making them realize how much more it had to offer.
Yeah, I guess we're all disciples of Jack.
Yeah.
I can hear him complaining about what we have currently in my ear all the time. I think you can too. Those of us who knew him know he would not settle for what we have. Regardless, let's move on to our next question, which goes to Councilmember Peggy Jones.
Thank you, Ellen, for joining us this evening. What was your involvement with early medical marijuana efforts in California, including your work with Proposition 215 and the 215 Reporter? Thank you.
Thanks, Peggy. Well, as I said, I got into the medical side of it when people started bringing their medical needs to me and stuff. And then everyone kind of decided to put their efforts into Prop 215. And that was, not at all a sure thing at the time. It was much a volunteer effort gathering signatures. So as I had done on the hemp initiatives, I was standing in front of grocery stores getting signatures all day. My goal was 200 a day. It was the hardest job I ever did. It was on your feet talking. It was like panhandling or something. Sign the petition. But it was great. It's the foot soldiering of activism. And I almost don't respect people who haven't done some of it, because that's where I really learned the issue. I learned what people's concerns were about it. I learned what arguments worked with them. And long before I ever started doing any public speaking about it, I had done my time sort of in the trenches there. And so it was a great experience, and it was wonderful to see it go over. And then immediately they tried to take it away. They had that press conference with Donna Shalala, who, by the way, just came out against the Florida measure. Barry McCaffrey calling it Cheech and Chong medicine. Who else was Janet Reno? And they threatened to take prescribing privileges away from doctors who, recommended medical marijuana. We're careful not to say prescribed. And we're not going to let it happen. And then they started raiding, the dispensary. So the first hemp headline in the 215 Reporter, which I put together with a couple of great activists, Lynn and Judy Osborne, also wonderful writers, was "The Empire Strikes Back." We had passed this. I was always told, if you don't like a law, little girl, you change it. It's like, okay, I thought I did that. I thought my job was over then, but no. And so the 215 Reporter, we did a lot of court reporting, was the main thing we were trying to do with that. Go to court, sit in court, find out what was happening with all these cases, because it was a brand new area of law. They were messing with people, and it was very difficult because, as a lot of people know who've gone to court, you show up in court that morning, oh, sorry, this has been delayed. No, we're going to reschedule this for 3 weeks down the road. And I was trying to do it, traveling all over the state and doing it. And that's why I always very much respect, like, Terry Best from San Diego Normal and other people who do court reporting. It's a very important part of what we do. And what we could be doing and should be doing is, because a lot goes on that we don't, get to see. And so I really loved doing it. It was short-lived because of my co-publishers had some family issues that they had to attend to. And I had some other things going on. I ended up moving up to the Bay Area and having to take a job myself, because at the time there's no industry to support it. We didn't sell ads for it or anything like that. We just kind of put out, I think, just 4 issues of it. But it was some of my favorite work. So it was really the first newsletter or magazine or anything about Prop 215 after it passed. And it was a lot of fun to do. And yeah, I still look back at it fondly once in a while. And then I went and worked at Hemp World magazine. I worked in various publishing projects around it. And now it's all on the web, I guess, mostly. But yeah, so it was, yeah. And, I said, I felt like we had to redouble our efforts all the time, the way they came after us, at the local level, at the federal level, at the state level. And it was our baby, and we had to defend it. And it was, and then there was, the money that came in to pass Prop 15 didn't go to any of us activists, except maybe for a little bit for signature gathering. And then they kind of ripped us off on that too. But then there was no money, like the organization that had passed it, the money that came in through DPA and stuff, that all went to other states and stuff. Like the day after, they were going to pass it in other states, and they were going to make it easy on themselves, put like 6 plant limits and all kinds of bullshit in it, and medical ID cards, like you have to in every other state. You have to sign up like a sex offender or something to get your medical marijuana. We had to fight all of that. They tried right away, they convened task forces, and they wanted to they wanted to know where all the medical marijuana gardens were. You know, the cops wanted to know all that. They wanted to make it mandatory registration. And we were like, yeah, no, here's the law. No, none of that's in there. No. But then, unfortunately, some things weren't in the law too, like employment protections. So we got that terrible Raging Wire ruling that, you know, said, well, because all it does is exempt you from like possession and cultivation or whatever. If you're medical, it doesn't say anything about your employment rights. So it doesn't, you know, we thought de facto it would, but no. So we had to fight that battle. We just now passed a law, 2188 last year. This was a multi-year effort, and Prop 64 didn't give employment rights either. In fact, the opposite. It said employers still can discriminate. And to this day, and I was on the phone with two different people today who are still getting discriminated against by their employers because they don't know or they aren't following the law, or they think they have some kind of exemption. But this California Civil Rights Department, I just heard today, has decided to take up, I think one of those cases has decided that the employer was out. So we put the law in the FEHA code, Fair Employment and Housing, and that means that the California Civil Rights Department is required to follow up on any complaints about it. And so we are advising people to do that, and hoping that, you know, employers will start figuring out doesn't make any sense to test people for cannabis, and it's illegal to discriminate against them now based on the inactive metabolites of cannabis, like in urine and hair tests, which were the worst, the one that we really wanted to get rid of. And so that's something that has just been ongoing ever since, you know, like I said, I thought, well, they'll just leave us alone now. We passed this law, we're medical, we're cool. But there's so many different ways that they can still interfere with your rights, especially with the federal law the way it is. Yeah.
Thank you for that. A lot of depths, a lot of layers to this onion. People don't realize the the depth of social justice work that's required to keep them properly informed. It's really takes, you know, a concerted effort, and it takes very dedicated people who care, as we in the military say, have fucks to give, you know.
Yeah.
And yeah, thank you for giving a fuck for generations. We appreciate it.
It's like
Next,
Jon Stewart said when he came in to the Daily Show again. He says, you know, activism, it's a lunch pail job they have to do every day. And even when you change the law, you have to keep fighting to make it stick. Like, yeah, he knew. Yep, that's exactly what it is.
that's because he's a real activist too. He's not just lip service. He actually goes and testifies and puts his body and, you know, his voice on the line for worthy causes. And of course, one of them was the veterans. So we always appreciate those who do support that, as well as your support. You have been a supporter of veterans and veterans issues, and we veterans owe a thanks to you, and we would like to extend a thanks to you for keeping us informed, as well as being such a friendly ally. We appreciate them more than realize. And unfortunately, people get hit with friendly fire just for trying to help out, you know, us veterans. But thank you for your persistence, your hard work there.
I know what you mean there. Yep.
Next up for our next question is Michael Crowitz.
Yeah, I want to run with that for a second, because I want to, you know, say a couple of words to sort of back up the claim that I feel you're one of the most important cannabis activists in our country. As a director of Veterans for Medical Cannabis Access, we worked on adding post-traumatic stress as a qualifying condition, starting with Brian Crum's great work, and of course California's Prop 215 and everybody's great work. You know, starting with Dennis Perone and Dr. Mickery and others. Starting from there, we then added post-traumatic stress in all the other states. And principally, we started in a handful of states, about 6 states: Colorado, Washington State, Oregon, California. I came up in the movement, you know, handing out flyers and info table and working my way up to a leadership position. And I'm very much a movement guy. I took over Veterans for Medical Cannabis Access from a top-down guy, Marty Chilcutt. Marty Chilcutt was very successful at this. I mean, he was single-handedly responsible for Amendment 2 in Colorado, where he saw what y'all did in California and said, called up Ethan Nadelman and said, I think I can do that. You give me the money, I'll do it. And he wrote the initiative and put it on the table. It was just a tiny little top-down effort. But when he got to Michigan and he started to do that there, Marijuana Policy Project kind of lifted it from his hands and traded him, a few dollars to start this organization. And when I took it over, I made the choice to make it not corporate, make it fully voluntary. And in most of the states that I worked in, I only set up infrastructure like in a couple of states. The rest of the states, I used existing infrastructure. And being able to back my work both in that project, but also in one of the most significant fights that we had, where we had a rogue mid-level manager. And when I say mid-level, I'm talking about somebody that was in charge of millions of veterans in Southern California and Nevada area. And that rogue administrator, you helped me handle quite well. And I was the veterans advocate, you were the California advocate. We were seamless in our approach. And I do consider you. And one last little thing before I go to the question, which I think leads into the question quite well. In that effort, in my brain, I'm just sort of trying to figure out how many were men and how many were women of that sort of short list of the leaders that I worked with in the various states. And I'd say it was pretty much a 50-50 split, which was way higher than the percentage of women in leadership generally in the movement. So I consider that, to be at least notable, if not interesting. But the question goes to, ask you to talk about the role that you played in prompting awareness of women's contributions to cannabis culture, particularly through the book Token Women and related projects.
Yeah, I kind of already covered that, Michael. I don't know if you were here. There, it started from Jack's book, his sections about famous people who were, connected to it, and I spun it off into that. But as far as what you were talking about, that mid-level manager, I did want to talk about that because that was in 2015, and that's where you and I really got to work together. And I spent a couple of months down in Southern California going to VAs with veterans because, you had done that great work and gotten the policy at the national level where the VA was not permitted to discriminate against a veteran for using state legal medical cannabis. But this mid-level manager, who was neither a veteran nor a doctor, as I recall, put out a memo and decided, no, you weren't going to get your opiates, you weren't going to get what you needed if you used medical cannabis. And it was in direct conflict with that. And nonetheless, it took a couple of months at least. I was just looking back at my webpage. I was doing like updates about it. Oh, this guy, he's out of town this week, but he'll be back next week and we'll deal with him then. And I mean, we were like right on top of it. Like we were just like, and it was great working with you on that, Michael, because I got to meet a lot of veterans there. In fact, I remember this one woman, Lorraine Horse, was just wonderful. And again, I guess as a woman, it impacts me even more when I see a woman suffering. And it's just, people are just so furious when I tell them, that we're denying our veterans and that we're denying our women, medicine that they need if they've done service. It's just something that we can really all be on the same page on. If it weren't for these crazy bureaucracies, and it's just another case of, you can change a policy, you can change a law, but getting it implemented is a whole other step. Again and again. In fact, we passed a law last year, another, as well as the AB 2188, the employment rights law. We passed AB 1954, which says that doctors are not supposed to be able to discriminate against patients for using medical cannabis, right? Because again, they drug test, they find out, they kick you off opiates. Of course, doctors under a lot of pressure right now to kick people off opiates, and that's just one population they can do it to, right? And that's another one where we're having a devil of a time getting it implemented. Kaiser Healthcare, in fact, I still get complaints all the time from them. And then if you're in the Kaiser system, you're stuck with that system. You can't just go to a different doctor. And they're still continuing to discriminate. And I think, even though, veterans go to VA hospitals, I think that law should strengthen your rights in California. Within California, it's not legal for any healthcare plan to have a policy in place that they deny you medicine based on your your use of medical marijuana. I haven't been getting complaints from VA patients like I did, and I hope that's because, you know, things are better there. But I would love the day when, you know, like in Canada, I believe they're dispensing medical cannabis to patients. Isn't that true in VAs in Canada? Yeah. So now what we had to do in California to help our veterans, and this is now where I'm working with veterans a lot, is this these compassion programs, which we had to pass a bill twice, vetoed the first year, passed the second year, because when Prop 64 came in and legalized recreational use, it got rid of a lot of it. Well, it enacted this taxation scheme, and it didn't leave an exemption for donations. And so people that couldn't afford to give away donated cannabis to people in need because they had to pay tax on it. So we had to pass a law to take out that tax. And then we got it passed, but only with a 5-year sunset. So this year we had to go back and get the law renewed. And ATN was one, and Nate, who came up to Sacramento with us, and we worked on that law. We got it through 4 fiscal committees, and also, you know, the floor votes. And we're waiting on our, you know, Gavin only has 3 more days to sign that bill. We haven't really had, you know, the budget people, you know, objected, but not too strenuously to it because it will possibly cost some money. But they did understand, and they really put it in their analysis, that this was like a but-for tax, they called it, not B-U-T-T, B-U-T-F-O-R tax. So this is because we were saying you're really not losing tax income, because this report that you have is saying, you know, if these products have been sold in the dispensary at dispensary prices, they would have generated this much tax. But the problem is that the people that were giving this medicine to, they couldn't have afforded to buy it at dispensary prices in the first place. And so you're not really missing out on any tax. So they understood that and put that in so we, you know, we had to work with, you know, the committee members, the analysts for the committees. You know, it's a very complicated process. And then you got to do it all over again in the next house. And but we got it through, and with a lot of help of great people. And I want to give a shout out to the memory of one who came to testify. I'm so upset about it that I'm blanking on the woman who passed away this week, who came and testified. ATN, you know who that is?
Sandra. Yeah.
Sandra. Came and testified. She was a veteran who came and testified on, and we just got the sad news that she passed away this week. So I put out another push for it this week. So we got to do this for Sandra. We got to get this passed. So I very much hope that we're gonna have that bill, that we're gonna have that renewed, and we're gonna be able to continue to help veterans. But it's really just a stopgap. In the end, the federal government should be providing it as medicine, like they provide every other medicine, and getting vets off more dangerous drugs that so many of them are on. And we're still seeing the huge number of veteran suicides and everything. That's the dog tag I wear now, is the 22 that Sue Sisley gave me, you know, about the 22 suicides a day that were happening in veterans. I mean, it's unconscionable. So anyway, you have your hand up, Michael.
Yeah. I wanted to say a word or two about the whole idea of kicking someone out of treatment, you know, for a drug test, quote, you know, violation of a pain contract or violation of drug testing, urine testing, and be kicked out of treatment, most especially, like you said, pain management, you know, getting kicked off your opiates. And 2 things about that. One is the fight that I had inside the VA, which was right at about 10 years, that led to the VA policy that you were talking about. The reason it wasn't all 10 years inside the VA. I started that fight outside the VA, but I felt like it was almost impossible to fight that fight because doctors had so much latitude on how they should act, you know, in the free world, in the real, you know, regular world, where I felt like doctors inside the VA would be constrained more by the Constitution. I was wrong, but it turned out that it did actually work. You know, the work that I worked through the VA did finally, with a little bit of luck and a little bit of wind and a little bit of our movement infrastructure, did lead to a cannabis policy in the VA. But I just want to say, you know, that right now, the consequences of this drug testing are death or suffering. If you stick with your doctor and quit the cannabis, then you don't have as effective treatment. if you leave the doctor with your cannabis and go to the street, those are the people that are dying from fentanyl, that are feeding, like, I think it's 100,000 a
Right.
year right now. It's the biggest death in certain age groups, in demographics. It's unbelievable. And that's
Yeah.
why it's not, they may have become addicted to their OxyContin or whatever, but they're not dying from the OxyContin. There's a break
Mm-hmm.
in that story. And the break in the story is exactly what we're talking about, where you get kicked out of treatment, or you overgrow their ability to give you the pills or whatever, and you wind up on the
Mm-hmm.
street. And that's where
Mm-hmm.
people are dying. And I think that in the end, what really needs to happen to make sure that these drug testing doesn't wind up getting worse, even from this point on, would be the medical boards getting involved. And I've seen that for several years, 10, 15 years now, that if especially the national group of medical boards would come out with some language. But you got to understand, when I started, most doctors thought it was federal edict to do it. They thought the federal government wanted them to kick people out, weed them out, no pun
Yeah.
intended,
Right.
out of
Right.
so getting the VA policy was really important, because it showed that, hey, if the VA, a federal government entity, isn't doing it, then obviously you don't have to either, was sort of my logic, in the success there.
And
So
that
anyway, I just want to let in.
that policy and that argument really helped us get AB 1954 passed, because we were able to say, look, the VA's doing it, so, and hopefully, and the younger doctors, they get it more, it's kind of the old guard that, is just really resisting it. And, and there aren't a lot of studies on dosage and how, doctors aren't taught about it in the same way they are about other drugs. And like we were talking earlier, it's not just a single molecule in the whole plant. And, there's a subtlety to it and stuff that, it's just not that kind of lockstep, rigid kind of education that doctors get about drugs and things. And so it's part of a big sea change, but I've always seen cannabis reform as part of a greater change in society overall. And, I can't wait for some of those other changes to come, and find more time to work on those. So, yeah.
Step by step, inch by inch. Well, our next question you kind of answered, but I kind of want you to go deeper. It's how
Okay.
has your activism evolved over the years, from your early involvement from LA Normal and then the Lynn Smith Center to your current leadership role in California Normal? I mean, you really started, kind of at the fryers there at McDonald's, and worked your way all the way up to ownership. You know what I'm
Except I
saying?
wasn't paid minimum wage. I was paid nothing.
Well, but that's important for people to know, is that a lot of our early activism, we volunteered. There was no payment for. We felt compelled. The social justice issues, the injustices, were payment enough for us to work toward righting them. Correct?
Yeah, it cost us money, like for Xeroxing and things, like my record was passing out 4,500 flyers in one afternoon, but I had to pay to Xerox them, But 4 up though, so you could cut them, make 4 more. So yeah, LA Normal, I was a volunteer. I was doing all kinds of other things. I was working also for the Hemp and for Jack, and working for Jerry Brown for president, and I was just doing everything I could. And they let me, sit there with a desk and a phone, some at LA Normal. And I tried to fundraise, but I was lousy at it. Timothy Leary was going to come to an event, but then he flaked out last minute. But, I think we made $500 on that one. And then I did land a job at the Linda Smith Center in San Francisco. So that was the George Soros funded event, or, entity that became the Drug Policy Alliance. And that was, so I did get paid for a time there doing that. Not the kind of money it takes to live in San Francisco, but I did get some payment there. And that was great, as far as, medical marijuana was getting more and more solidified. I would, plan, educational events, and worked with a lot of great people who were working on like some of these deeper policies. Like, it got involved in heroin overdose, actually, because I was at a conference and some woman stood up and, she had lost her kid to a heroin overdose, and that his friends had driven him around for an hour, afraid to take him to the emergency room, and where Narcan could have saved him. And this is before people really knew about Narcan. So I was involved in the early trying to get Narcan known about out there, I met Boz Scaggs as his son had died from a heroin overdose, and we did some PSAs with him, just trying to get the word out. And finally, and this is another case where it just took so long, but finally, that is happening. It's like there's a cure for it. There's a cure for heroin overdose. This lady's son didn't have to die. Oh, and I went to my bosses. I said, could I work on this issue too? And they're like, oh yeah. So I worked a lot also on drug education. In fact, my number one question at the time was, where are the when people would call, where are the studies that show that DARE doesn't work? And that was the first folder in my file cabinet. I mean, because there were a lot of studies showing not only did DARE not work, it made it worse. It told kids about which drugs to try. It increased drug use and to harder drugs. So my boss at the time was Marcia Rosenbaum, who was a PhD sociologist. She had a book called Safety First because she went and interviewed heroin addicts in prison for her doctoral thesis. And they all told her, well, it started on marijuana, but then, it wasn't very harmful. So I thought, well, I guess then heroin isn't very harmful either. So that's where the gateway drug is a problem, because it's like, yes, if you lie to people, if you lie to children about drugs, they're not going to believe you about the drugs that you really have to tell them, are harmful. And so it was a lot of work. We have this conference, Just Say No, KNOW, about drug education, and just trying to bring in a more reasonable kind of drug education that was really going to help kids and get the police out of it. Like, what were the police doing in schools teaching kids about drugs? I mean, it just was, crazy. So I got to work a lot on that issue, and that was fun. And then Kevin Sabat, who now a lot of people know who that is, he came to that Just Say No conference. He called me. This is one of the first things he did. He was still a student. He's now running SAM. He wangled a free ticket into it. I let him in. He was a student. Before we got home from the conference, and it had been a great conference, and all kinds of wonderful things had happened. Before we got home, Sabat had already gotten published an article slamming the conference, and how terrible it was and everything. And Marcia just reminded me of this recently, because I was like, man, this Kevin Sabat, he just doesn't stop. And she's like, well, remember when we met him? I said, oh my God, that's right, that sneaky little no good so-and-so. And so he's but we have our Kevin Sabats in California. Now we have this group. Actually, they're based out of Oakland Public Health Institute. They're funded largely by the Conrad Hilton Foundation. They have sent information to every city and county in California, largely working through health departments, demanding fewer cannabis outlets, no consumption rooms, high local taxes on cannabis. And they also advise the people who are at the trough, because when Prop 64 passed, it had a lot of money in it for social welfare organizations, like helping the communities impacted by the war on drugs, and, probably some good stuff. But they lead the charge whenever we try to bring the taxes down to some level that's going to actually help the industry stay alive in California, which it totally is not. I mean, you just saw Harborside's now also going out of business. They fight it because they're at the trough, they're getting the money, and they're fighting against keeping the industry viable so that we can keep sending them the tax money. That's what's going on largely at the local level. We're trying to get, and we had to fight. This has been another 2-year fight, and I don't know whether the governor will sign this bill either, to allow, when you go into a cannabis lounge, because those are permitted by Prop 64. However, you have to get local approval, and that is a thing. A lounge would be able to also prepare and serve non-cannabis, non-alcoholic food and beverages, like a cup of coffee or a sandwich, or like a bar can, like you can go into a bar and have a sandwich or something. Do you think we can get this bill passed? The anti-tobacco folks, some of these same groups that I talked about, Lynn Silver from the Public Health Institute, they come in and testify against it. Oh, this is going to go back to the smoke-filled rooms of, restaurants and everything. And we got rid of this in California. These were people that worked very hard to get a smoke-free California. They take tobacco money to do it. Like, I don't know how much per tobacco pack of cigarettes in California. It's a huge amount of tax that they get. They suck up that money and they're using it against cannabis. They're completely equating cannabis smoke with tobacco smoke, even though the studies don't show that necessarily. But we can't even really have that conversation because there's just this lockstep anti-smoking type thing going on in the legislature and with the governor. And that's why he vetoed it last year. He said he was concerned about the effect of secondhand smoke on restaurant workers. And we put in all kinds of protections this year. We worked with the UFCW, the United Food and Commercial Workers, who organize cannabis workers and also restaurant workers, for some protections, separation between areas, and they can wear a mask if they want to. I mean, so whether that's going to be enough to have Gavin sign this bill in support of not only the cannabis industry, but the social aspect of cannabis. I mean, ATN, you remember back in the old days of BPG where you could just go and sit and smoke it. Now you go into a cannabis store, it's like going to a bank. You stand in line, you get your thing, you go home, and if you're lucky enough, if your landlord lets you smoke it at your apartment, you can smoke it there. But it's just anathema to the whole community and socialization that is such a big part of what cannabis is and what our culture is. And so we're pushing to get more of these lounges up and running and keep them, financially viable. And, this would be one thing that would help. Woody Harrelson cut a video in favor of this bill. It's AB 1775. Whoopi Goldberg did, and also Bill Maher. They had a press conference in front of the Woods, which is owned by Maher and Harrelson. And so maybe this year he'll sign it. But, he has his eye on the presidency. He's very wanting to craft his image in a certain way, it seems. And we thought that might have been a reason he vetoed it last year. So you can still go to canormal.org and take action on any of these bills. There's another one that would allow small farmers to sell it at farmers market. I'd like to be able to smell and see my cannabis when I buy it. There's some issues from some retailers for it. They want to keep it fair, but I think that it would help the industry in general. And then there's one that would, and so there's double taxation at the local level. So you have to impose a local tax on the excise tax, on the state excise tax. So you're taxing the tax, and also on deliveries and all kinds of other stuff. ATN, you can help me out here because you actually run a dispensary. So this would help. And some of that double taxation, the bill last year was stronger. It would have impacted the state excise tax. This one only affects local taxes, and it did not have any opposition. So it might be symbolic if it passes. Maybe we can get tax reform, because next year, as a lot know, we're going to have to fight off the raising of the excise tax from 15% to as much as 19% because of these same do-gooder groups that I've been telling you about. The only way that we got the end of the cultivation tax was if there was something in there that said if taxes fell under a certain level that the excise tax could be raised. And so that's going to be a major battle next year, not to mention the hemp aspect coming in. I mean, one of the hemp lobbyists, the one who's lobbying for Cheech and Chong, said they would accept a 5% excise tax. And I said, oh, that sounds good. Let's bring that in across the board. My only hope is that could break up with everything and just be like, okay, let's hell with all these crazy regulations that are, choking the whole thing to death. So hard to watch. Anyway, have I answered that question? What was the question?
Yeah, I think you've covered it and gone into areas of that matter. I mean, yeah, look, running dispensaries hard. There was a golden age. That time has passed. It is sad to see, Harborside and others, MedMen and others just fall by the wayside. And but I'm turning 25 next month. BPG's been doing it for 25 years. Still,
wow.
We haven't stopped. We're the oldest in North America, continuously operating. I mean, what's her face over was the first generation, but she only recently in the past few years got her dispensary back. So Lynette Shaw, yeah. And yeah, it's just insanity peppers. All right, well, let's get to our next question, which will be Mike Davis, Councilmember Davis.
Yeah, so speaking of any inspirational women, was there women that historically speaking that you look up to or maybe aspire to be like?
Well, there is one, except she's I won an award at Normal, the award for female leadership for Normal. Oh my gosh. Oh, I want to aspire to her, but I can't think of her name. She was a woman who helped bring about the end of alcohol prohibition by she was kind of a society woman, and she just was like, she just wasn't having it, because interestingly, women, as we know, kind of brought in alcohol prohibition, right? And I mean, I come from an Irish Catholic family where, yeah, my grandfather drank away his paycheck and there were 6 kids, and it was not popular among women that men were, a lot of immigrant men, they were going to bars and spending all their money, and Carrie Nation and all of that stuff. So women kind of have a bad rap for bringing about alcohol prohibition, which is, of course, a failed policy and brought in gangsters and all kinds of other problems, bathtub gin and all of that. But this woman came in with, I can look up her name. She was a big reason that we ended alcohol prohibition.
Frances
And I
Willard?
just thought, no. Let's see, Normal Activist Women Award. Let's see. Oh, Diane Forbucker. What is her name? Oh, Pauline Sabin. Pauline Sabin. That's her. In fact, I had to tell someone put her on a list of famous cannabis activists. I'm like, no, she wasn't a cannabis activist, but she was just someone who was able to bring together the right people at the right time, and there wasn't really anything in it for her except that she just wanted to end alcohol prohibition, and she was a big reason. So that, yeah, they named the award at Normal for her, and she is someone I definitely admire and would like to be like.
Well, you're your own inspiration to us, so just saying.
Yeah.
Next up will be Councilmember Wade Laughter. Councilmember Laughter.
Thank you, Ken. And I would apologize to all of you for my tardy arrival. It's been a busy full day here. I'm particularly excited, Ellen, that you're here today. You are an inspiring woman in my life and work. I've met you several times. Monica, my wife and partner, asked me to especially call you out for the kind gift of the button you sent us. Yeah, I wear it. So anyway, that being said, I love this question. You kind of answered it already in some of the things you shared since I got on the call. But if you had a magic wand, what's going on in the cannabis market today, everything from the challenges for the cultivators to the hemp thing to, you understand this whole mad mess better than most. If you could wave a magic wand, what would it look like? What would you change today so that the cannabis market actually had a chance to survive and provide for patients and those who just enjoy what cannabis can do for them? Thank you, Ellen. And nice to
Thanks,
see you.
Wade. Yeah, say hi to Monica.
I'll do that.
Oh shoot, that's my phone. Hang on. Pause 1 minute while I turn this off. That must have been a nice view. I always envisioned it more because I spent time up in Humboldt County with the growers and everything, and they were always totally against legalization. I was just going to screw everything up, and I got to say, they were right. Except, I always said, well, we need our full human rights, and then we got legalization. We still don't have our employment rights, and we still don't have all that. But I always envisioned it more like, like the wine industry, where like Humboldt would be kind of like the Napa of what Napa is to wine, where you would have, people would go by and they'd go see their farmer and they'd do a tasting and they'd, see how it's grown and, tourism and everything. And down to where, like I said, I'd like to be able to have a tasting, like go in, like we got it at the state fair this year. That was not easy. I had a bitch and moan about that, but it was really Embark and the equity folks who brought that in, and that was hugely successful. So we had both sales and consumption at the state fair. I mean, they made us go through all kinds of again, I didn't do it, but all the people, you had to go walk down this path and get to the buck, and it wasn't but it was a start, and there was 10% greater attendance at the state fair, even though like most days it was triple digit figures. 10% increase in food and beverage sales. Hello, we get the munchies. And reporters were calling me, oh, what's this going to be like? I said, it's going to be great. It's I know my people. And it was a totally mellow scene. There were no issues. People were coming to the state fair just because they were going to have cannabis this year. People who had coming out of the woodwork, who hadn't like really connected with it for a while, and the other kind of curious and stuff. I mean, we're a wonderful community, and if we can do more things to bring it together, and we can connect with the plant more, and have it taste. Yeah. So then I walk into the wine tasting area of the place, and first of all, no one's carting you at the door. It's this big, huge tent. There's food inside, and I could have tasted three types of wine a day for free. It's like, okay. So even when we had the sales and consumption, you couldn't have the farmer there with like in the old days, the bag of it. Oh, how's this smell? Yeah, that's good. I'll try some of that. That looks nice and fresh. We have to break down some of those barriers, and we have to break down the barriers to not allowing people to gather together. And that's starting to happen. Places like Outside Lands and stuff now. If I could afford to go to Outside Lands, I would have checked that one out too. But that, and then it'll just take care of itself. Because we have to raise humanity's consciousness level, or the planet's gone. It's and that's why psychedelics are important too, to be bringing in at this time. I mean, this is we've got to get back to the garden. We've got to get back to the garden. So I would break down those barriers, between people, and all that misunderstanding, and can't we all just get a bomb?
Thank you, Ellen. That was a wonderful breath of fresh air.
Thanks.
No, that's what makes you the awesome Ellen that you are. And thank you for taking the time to share with us. I hope we've been able to convey the respect that we have for you and your many years of service to this plant and continued service. You're I told Dale this, and it's the same thing. When one of the proud moments was when I was, remember the Ed Rosenthal trial. I was the first of the recalcitrant 7, and we were finally let go after all being held in contempt of court. And I remember the doors opening up and our lawyers pushing us out the door. And I just remember you and Dale's faces just beaming with these huge smiles. And as an activist, you did right when the people who you respect, your mentors, etc. That's a genuine smile. You have to pay a high price to get one of those smiles in life, and I hope nobody has to ever get that. But that smile still carries me to this day. In times of trouble, I just remember just walking through the fire. Eventually you arrive at the smiles. So thank you for being the mentor and the smiles for us along the way to keep us in the trenches going. And you're not just a woman leader, you're a leader. That's why I don't put you on a Mount Rushmore of women. I put you up there as we state out of respect for hard work, dedication, and who knows if you added all up the amount of money we've lost doing what we do. But we don't do it for the money. We do it for the change, because we have the right, we have that privilege, and we have that honor. And so in closing tonight, I want to dedicate this episode to Sandra Bacon, who passed away this week, who was an activist that was there for all of us along the way. And may her light continue to shine in others. Unfortunately, now that it's extinguished, but it still burns bright in others' hearts that she touched along the way. So thank you for being one of those along the way. And I want to thank everybody for joining us tonight on our VAC Roundtable number 79. Thank you, Peggy Jones, Michael Davis, Michael Crowitz, Nate Landau, Wade Laughter, our guest Ellen Comp, and myself, Etienne Fontan. And thank you, everybody. And we'll be back in a couple weeks with VAC number 80. Have a great rest of your night.
Oh.
And
All right. Bye.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more. We've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponic shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
Sticky thumbs rolling on the carpet, laughing at a movie that we never even started. Red eyes, tracing all the ceiling cracks, talking about the future, then we lose the thread. Relax, scissor hash first, it builds on tremors, soft little towers I don't understand. Gooey proof of every time that I left, first content tray, that glow of my past.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Oh, cannabis, our homegrown native plants, the true favorite bud from Stoner's rented land, with growing ops still on the rise from West Bend to Langley. Some stand to make from cannabis $1,000,000 tax-free. Cost sees the plans occasionally, but cannabis sells internationally. Oh, cannabis, the cash crop of BC.
Oh, Cannabis, the cannabis theme song from where we are coming from, Canada. Hello to everyone, and a good morning, afternoon, or evening, wherever you may be. My name is Al Graham, and I'd like to welcome you to the Pace Radio Show. We're coming to you live from Alberta. He is part of a rotation of 4 Canadian cannabis advocates that have agreed to help bring you, people from across Canada that are promoting cannabis education, truth, and knowledge. People that are working to make a difference. Keith, are you there?
How you doing, Al? I'm here. I'm glad to join you tonight.
I'm not too bad, and I see today I was on online, and I see that up on Parliament Hill. Actually, before we get to that, Keith, did you guys get snow out there today?
Oh yeah, yesterday actually came down hard and heavy, and it was summer there on Saturday, and then it was a snow winter yesterday, and today is just cold and miserable. That's all.
I seen something in the news there, but you guys are getting like about 10 to 15 centimeters of snow.
Yeah, it makes it pretty miserable. And here in old Alberta, we need a snowfall or two before people wake up and realize how to drive properly or get their winter tires on, whatever the problem is, because we have lots of accidents first. Snowfall or two. Excuse me.
Right. Well, here I know that we haven't had any snow yet. It's getting close, but it hasn't arrived to my neck of the woods. So you guys can just hold off for a little bit and hold that for about another 6 months. We'll be good down here.
You wish, my friend.
Hey, I'm not looking forward to shoveling that stuff. So.
Yeah, same here, man. No fun at all. Just miserable. I'm not a skier either. I like the summer weather.
No, I don't ski either. And I found ever since I've gotten sick over these years that the cold and the ice and snow, it really starts to bother me, like as far as physically within the body and stuff. So it would be nice to have a 365, nice warm weather all the time.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more, my man. We'd have to move down south, don't I don't want to move down south.
No, either do I. Maybe we just get the world to tilt a little bit more to bring that warmth a little closer to us for more time of the year. So, but in other news besides the snow, I see that Jody Emery is looking at holding a news conference tomorrow on Parliament Hill.
Yeah, she's going to be in Ottawa tomorrow with Libby Davis, the NDP deputy leader, public safety critic Wayne Easter from the Liberals, and Elizabeth May, the Green Party MP, their only MP that they have. And she's going to be asking the public safety minister, Stephen Blaney, to bring Mark home the U.S. has agreed to release him to Canada's custody. Of course, for the folks that don't know, Mark won't. His U.S. release date is, I think, July 9th, 2014 is the actual final release date out of the U.S. So, hopefully she can get him up here, and she's asking people to call in to the public safety minister's office, and they've got a page up on cannabis culture right on their front page there, and you can get all the information right there, and ask them to bring Mark home. He's a Canadian citizen. He shouldn't have been sent to the U.S. back in May of 2010 to start with, and so let's make some phone calls, and let's get a hold of that public safety minister office, and let's support a fellow Canadian, get him back here in Canada where he belongs.
Yeah, I noticed. I was on the website there. They've got a few different things that they want people to do. And you mentioned the phone blitz. They've got 4 different phone numbers listed at the website, which I believe includes the government office, the area representative, and a couple other numbers that people can call. They've got sort of a pre-set out wording, suggestions for what people can say when they call in case they get a answering machine, which I believe they probably would expect to get an answering machine because they hope to fill up those phones with a lot of calls, so that let the voices be heard, because this is when it needs to be done, right?
Well, you're right, Al. Like when you say let the voices be heard, like these politicians, that's what they listen to. You know that, and I know that with our experience. But there's a lot of folks out there that might not know that, and one call to the politician is saying that's 100, maybe 200-300 people, that are feeling the same way. So, if we get a few thousand of us jam those phone lines and send them emails and faxes, and like you said, there's a few different numbers to call and a few different ways to contact them, and try to follow along with what they're asking in cannabis culture, and let's do a really good campaign on this. Let's show the government, especially those conservatives, that we're tired of this nonsense, and we're speaking up and we're standing up, and we want that Canadian back in Canada.
Oh yeah, it doesn't make sense. It really doesn't make sense. Like he was up here doing, he was selling his seeds and doing, running a regular business here in Canada, and they turn around and take him down there. I remember Mark was one of the first guys when I got out of the hospital from dealing with my Crohn's disease. He was just starting to do the summer of legalization tour, and he came to a city near me, which was Kingston, and I had a couple of my friends drive me up to Kingston so that we could go join in the protest and be, our voices be heard. And that was one of the first ones that we had participated in. So we thought it was quite the thing to be standing right out in front of the police station, being able to consume cannabis with police standing around us, and not one person was being bothered. The only thing that they did ask us to do was to keep room for people to pass on the sidewalk and not to block the road out in front of us. So it was good to, that sort of got me and, me connected to Mark to be able to get involved in this. And then following after that, I attended he was doing something for I believe it was the NDP. He was visiting different colleges and stuff. And after he did a big talk there, and after that, everybody joined up at one of the dorms and got together, and the place was just packed full of people. So, he's done a lot, and it just doesn't make sense that he's down in the U.S. having to serve this sentence for something that, here in Canada is accepted 10 years ago and still today. So.
Well, yeah, seed sales are accepted, certainly. Even here in Calgary, we have stores, selling seeds, and they've been in Canada for a long time. For a little while after Mark got busted and Michelle and Craig and that got busted, certainly the seed sales dropped off, and people, a lot of them did, slow down on their efforts that way. But it wasn't too much longer later that they started to come back, and I know they're very strong in Canada now. And it is, however you feel about Mark, whether you love him or hate him or in between or whatever, he is a Canadian citizen. He shouldn't have gone to jail for seeds, in the U.S., anywhere for that matter. And it's just horrific what's happened in this situation. But at least a lot more people are standing up, are coming out now. like you said, in 2003, you were amazed and that he was doing this. And it was back then. Things were much different just a decade ago, like extremely different, and much more difficult to stand up. And that's why, we'd like to see more people understand that, you can stand up these days. You don't even have to say you're a consumer or not. Either way doesn't matter. But it is safer to stand up because of people like yourself, because of the Mark Emerys, because of the many other people well before him, the Grant Kriegers, and on it goes back many decades, and that have sacrificed. And Casper Leach is a good one. He's been around for decades, and those people down there in his area have done so much. So, let's stand up and let's support these drug warriors, these drug war warriors that have stood up before us and allowed, they basically, the way I look at it is they've cut a path through that drug war jungle, right? And I'm marching right behind them, following them, trying to support them any way I can. I didn't do what they did, 20 years ago, 10 years ago. I was more in the background, and now, of course, I'm more in the foreground along with them. But I'm still marching right behind them. I'm still holding onto their backs, and I'm going to keep moving forward. And that's what we need to do, folks. Let's get in that jungle and let's support all those old activists that have gotten us to where we are today, and should have been a long time ago. But so many have been sacrificed. It's just sad. But anyway, let's get on to more happier things, Al.
Yeah. Yes. Well, just so you know, Jody's also going to present a formal letter signed by elected representatives to let know that they approve of Mark's transfer to come home.
Awesome. That's awesome.
Yeah. Yeah.
We know Rob Nicholson. He's just the justice minister, and his comments earlier this year, same old Reaper Madness nonsense, and he wouldn't do it. I know for sure. He's not interested in. He's in Harper's back pocket, but hopefully we can get him back here and get him back on Canadian soil and move forward with this. It's going to be before if we get a Liberal government next time, and a federal liberal government next time. Well, maybe it'll be legalized, and Mark will be home. What? Just over a year by then. Well,
correct.
Wait and see.
Exactly. And the way things, as we're seeing on the news lately here in Canada, our government's in a little bit of trouble, so things might be able to change there.
I sure hope so. I hope it does take them down this time.
Yeah, well, all we can do is see what happens, right? I was asking Deb and Owen the other night about this new MMPR.
Hello.
Oh, hello, hey, Chantal, is that you?
Yes, it's me.
Oh, well, hey, I'd like to welcome Chantal into the conversation here. Chantal is going to be one of our joint hosts here on the program, and she's going to join Keith and BC's Owen Smith, as well as Debbie Stoltz-Griffin from Nova Scotia. And Chantal, welcome aboard.
Thank you very much. Hello, everybody.
Keith, you still there?
Sorry about that. Yeah, I'm here. Hi, Chantal. Good to talk to you again here. It's been a little while since we first met here back in September.
Yes. How you doing?
No, getting a little warmer now. We're back in the house. It's kind of cold outside, but we just had Bob here for a couple of days in Calgary visiting Bob Herb again, and so we just sent him on his way back to BC and joining you tonight.
All right.
Well,
here too, it's getting cold.
Yeah, it's getting cold here too, Chantal, but we haven't got any snow here yet, so we've been pretty fortunate. So before we go off to a commercial, I think we've got just a couple of minutes here, Chantal. Can you, usually what I like to do is find out a bit about our guests that isn't cannabis related, because we're always portrayed in society as being bad. Is there something that you're involved in that is not cannabis related, such as working with support groups, or whether you're involved in sports or something like that?
No, I'm a musician. I'm a singer. So I've been involved with music culture, and it's world music. So I've been in that since more than 20 years now. But I'm also working with a group for aphasia. You know, people who had a stroke and has a problem to talk, because my mom had a stroke 3 years ago, and she's from Mexico. So basically, when you have a stroke and the first thing when language it comes back, it's all most of the time it's your language that you first learned. So for my mom it was Spanish, but here in Montreal there's a lot of people. So in that group of aphasia, you have people from Portuguese and Italians, and everybody speaking like French, English, and their own language all mixed up together. So we're all working with them, trying to understand what's going on and make them sing and do music, because usually it helps a lot for them to speak.
Music does bring a lot of people together from different cultures and the whole bit, doesn't it?
Oh yeah, and it's a good way to express yourself and do, sing what you think, and it's helping me a lot since a lot of years to just put out emotions.
Correct. Yes, it does. It sure does. Because I know around here we have a big music community, and they all get together and whether it's involved with somebody who needs assistance or whether there's been a fire or something like that, they're all together. It's really good to see.
Yeah, it's a good community. It's people with a lot of heart and who wants to exchange a lot. So that's good.
Correct. Well, before we get off with the questions and stuff, I think we're gonna go to a commercial first. And you're with the Pace Radio Show on Time for Hemp, the first global pro cannabis broadcasting network. And we'll be right back after we pay some bills.
No, it doesn't make sense. No, it doesn't make sense. No. No, it doesn't make sense. No.
Yeah, man. Hey, Rick. What them say, man? You have to love and respect one another. See?
Yeah. Respect.
Right.
Makes the world go round. Respect. Don't put others down.
Respect.
A necessity. RESPECT. Respect.
Come again.
And you can't be fooled.
Respect.
And that's what we're fighting for here on the Time for Hemp Broadcast Network and the Pace Radio Show. Some respect. That's what is lacking a lot of times out there, and that's something that needs to be improved. Well, welcome back to the radio show, and I'd like to thank everybody for tuning in. Right now, we are talking to Chantel Ario, who will be joining the radio show as one of our 4 alternating joint hosts. Today, we are finding out what she is doing to help patients and to legalize cannabis. Over to you, Keith. You got a question for Chantel?
Yeah, I was kind of curious, Chantel. Like, is your main focus on the medical issues? Working with the medical professionals, the medical community, let's say the professionals in that community, or are you more, also on the legalization end of it, or just mainly the medical is your focus?
First of all, I was involved in the medical way because I worked for the Montreal Compassion Center at the beginning of 2007, and then we decided to open one in Quebec City, because in Montreal there was already a couple ones. So I was the only one available to do it. So we moved. Me and my boyfriend, and we moved to Quebec City to open the club there and runs it for like 3 years. So we had to face a lot of of Quebec City is it's not as huge as Montreal, so it was like pretty quick, like everybody knew it in about a week that we were open, and we had to face a lot of people, like they were more let's say nervous about having a compassion club in the middle of the city. There were we we had to make a lot of education because people were thinking that it was the same thing as a needle exchange. So the first months was kind of weird, but then everything put in place, and we had 3 years really a whole lot helping people, and with good staff and good education and good people working there too. But then the big raid happened in Quebec and Montreal, and all the clubs got raided in 2010. So everything had stopped since that. But now we're trying to reopen it since a month, and we're looking for a local to reopen Quebec City.
More sacrifice, eh? Like, that's a lot of sacrifice, what you're speaking about. A lot of risk, there's got to be some fear in there too, of arrest or whatnot. Prior to the one you've already had now. But in the early days, especially when you first opened in Quebec type thing.
Yeah, it's always a lot of stress and a lot of, but at the same time, it was more when the raid happened, because we didn't expect it. It was we knew that something was going on in Montreal. There was a club not really, let's say, fair, who was doing a lot of press and a lot of promotion, saying that everybody has the right to smoke and blah blah blah. And in Quebec, we were like really discreet, and we're having a lot of good relationship with doctors and stuff. So when that club opened and start selling to anybody, and if you bring a friend, we give you 3.5 free. So he destroyed everything that we were working on it. So, and even the press and the media, they were talking about us selling drugs to kids that was nothing to do. Like my patients were around 55 years old, not 20. So that was a big fight for a couple of months. But I think after 6 or 7 months, a lot of people talk, and a lot of people went to the radio stations and newspapers, patients saying that no, we need that club. We need it because in Quebec, when it's really retired, it's more like it's the black market all over the city, and those people, they were in need of different kinds and some expertise that can help them to try it another way, not smoking it, or maybe have to learn how to do good cookies and not too strong and all that. So after a while, I think now, with the reaction that we have telling people that we're going to reopen, I think we just had this Quebec City evolve a lot around the medical cannabis, and it's no more as taboo as it was before.
Key is education, and you said the doctors you're working with, and you had a strict set of rules, right? And we all know that medical cannabis is much more highly accepted. Certainly legalization is definitely more accepted these days, but over the last decade and a half, we're getting over high 90s now % of Canadians believe in the medical, and there's a lot of doctors and with your work with the doctors have helped, educate the medical community and get things going much more that way and show respect. Look, these people are helping. They're alleviating. It's not anecdotal. You can see it for yourselves, and you're educating the patients as well. We meet so many ourselves that they have no idea about a vaporizer or consuming in much healthier ways. So it's really great to see you guys doing all that awesome work there.
It sure is. I have to agree with Keith. It's fantastic. You've gone from a situation where people were really concerned, as you mentioned about drug injections and stuff like that, and now you've got people supporting you, calling into radio shows, doing things in the newspapers, supporting you. So hats off to you guys for being able to educate the public and get them to look at things another way. Are you involved in any other groups, Chantel, besides the Compassion group?
Oh, it looks like we've lost her here. they'll bring her back. That's the thing with live, like
Okay.
you said, Al. We have a little issues now and then, and
Yes,
yeah,
that
but
happens.
that's really great. You know, Al. It's just, and it is tough. You know, there's a lot of fear. Who wants to go to jail? You know, not too many people are willing to do that. Of course, you know, Mark did, and many others.
Sorry, guys, I'm back.
Ah, cool. Okay, we'll let you go there. We'll let you answer.
Were you able to hear my question, Chantel?
Not everything. The last couple.
Okay,
Yeah.
I will repeat that. Okay. You're involved with the Compassion Center there with Quebec. Are you involved in any other public advocacy parades, organized events, any other groups?
Yes, I was also. We did the Montreal Marijuana March since 2007 every year. So we organize it and promote it and make all the programmation about it. And yeah, we were doing it, me and my team, because I'm speaking, but we're like 4, 5, 7 people working on this all year. And we did, every year was bigger and bigger. So yeah, we work very hard to get people more and more go on the street and ask for legalization, because I don't know, but for Quebec and Montreal, um it's so accepted that people smoke marijuana even for fun, for recreational reason, that for people it's almost legalized. So they don't understand that you can still get a really record, for a criminal record, for doing it. So they don't understand why we're like walking and telling people that we need to legalize it for real, not like a hypocrite way.
Keith, you got another question for Chantel?
Yeah, just a quick comment there with that one is that I keep hearing that a lot from people that live in Montreal and Quebec, and that like Boris, John from Skunk Magazine, and others, you know, that say the exact same thing. It's so laissez-faire there. They don't really think of it as being illegal, right? And here in Canada, as a matter of fact, April 20th, one fellow sitting around at an event early before the event started, in a group of people with a bag of pot sitting in the middle here in Alberta, and the cops took it away from him. Kid comes up to me later and says, "I thought it was legal. They told me it was legal today." And I said, "Who told you?" "My friends." So you know, there's a lot of confusion still out there, and you know, with Chantel and her education campaigns, that's very important, and getting out there and telling the public. And you know, I really like the education with the patients. Like I said, there's so many that don't know, you know, good healthy consumption ways to
Oh
consume.
yeah.
You guys
Yeah,
do edibles and all that, I'd imagine, right?
yes. Edibles and oils and even creams, because we have a lot of old people that never tried before. So we have to start little bit, little, and then okay, to start with cream, because sometimes for arthritis is really good to anti-inflammatory. So, and then we try oil, couple drops of oil, so now they can feel it and see, okay, that's how it feels. Because there's a lot of taboo, and people think that if they start smoking one day at 55, then 5 years later they will be with a needle in their arm. so so that's another thing that we have to talk with them and tell them that it's not, I mean, it's not as strong as most of the medicines they're taking.
I know I had to go through that right here myself, Chantel. The concerns of other people thinking that when I became a cannabis advocate and needing to use cannabis, that I would end up doing the same thing, doing needles and stuff like that. So, yeah, it's knocking down those walls. Talking about knocking down walls. You were just participated in some event last week.
Yes, I was with Adam Greenblatt. We were working for 3 days at the symposium of the doctors in Quebec, the French doctors. So we were having a booth in the middle of a pharmaceutical, and all those people who wants to sell to doctors. But our booth was pretty pretty popular. Everybody, like a lot of young doctors. That was the good thing of it. That seeing young doctors coming to us and asking questions and telling us that they heard in their in their classes that yeah, cannabinoids and all that, but to have it in front of them and smelling it, and because we even have samplers and all that stuff, so they were really interested, and they were really ready to open up, because they were like, yeah, we heard that the government is coming with a new program, and we really want to know more about it, and we want to be sure that it's good for our patients, because and we were giving them information more about that, why they have to prescribe it, even if they don't know exactly, because it's more important to take that people and take them out of the street, out of the black market, and go see some specialist that's going to help them for sure about their medication, and going to give them the right information and what they expect to feel and to get a release of. So it was a pretty good week, and I was really, let's say, excited to see how doctors were responding to it, and how also they receive us, because even the president of the event was Dr. Blais, and she came all through the to see Adam and to give him a hand and tell him that she was really happy that we were there and give it all information. So it's totally different when we start like in 2007. And I was really happy.
Go ahead, Keith.
Yeah, that's awesome to hear, Chantal, getting into the medical profession. Yeah, definitely. That's major.
I want to tell you that the first time I decided to get involved in medical marijuana, it was in 2000, because I was coming back from a show, and at 5 o'clock at night, I was with my dog, and she started playing with the bag that she found on the street. So when I grabbed the bag, I hurt myself, and when I look inside the bag, there was like 10 needles, because it was a needle exchange under my apartment. So I had to go to the hospital, and they give me the tree therapy for like 3 months. And after a week, I was so sick with the medicine. I was throwing away all the time, couldn't sleep, couldn't eat, really anxious. And it was the medicine who was giving me that. So I went back to the hospital and asked the doctor, what can I do? Do I have to stop? Because I couldn't work, and I couldn't do all that I was supposed to do. And couldn't imagine myself doing that for 3 months. And then he told me, like, really whispering, that you should smoke marijuana. And I was like, what? And he's like, yeah, smoke marijuana. It's going to help you sleep and eat, and you feel better. I'm like, what? I couldn't believe it that a doctor was whispering to me to smoke marijuana to get rid of the side effect that the medicine that he gave me. I was like, wow, okay, this is something weird. So I started smoking, and it really helps me. And I thought that so many people were like carving with their medicines and throwing and stuff, and I couldn't believe it. So I asked my doctor, why did you say that out loud? Why do you have to whisper? And he's like, I'm not allowed. And that was in 2000. Then the year after, they finally put the medicine, the medical marijuana program. So I was like, wow, okay, that was one step. We're still far away from it, but he still was whispering it, and he couldn't really prescribe it to me at that time. But even after, when I saw it again, I asked him, are you prescribing it now for people who are with that medicines, with the tree therapy and stuff? And he was like, no, I can do it. And I was like, I couldn't believe it that he was pushing me to do something illegal, and he couldn't, like, and even when it was finally legal, he couldn't prescribe it anymore. So that was my point to get involved in medical marijuana and trying to change things.
Well, that's great. You got an endorsement from it, right directly from your doctor, and that's fantastic. I hope your doctor is supportive in other patients that are looking for cannabis to use as therapy. So
I think so. I hope so.
Okay, well, we're getting ready for another commercial. It's when we return, we'll hear from a band that's going to sing about the Canadian Marijuana Party.
seems strange. It wears you down and makes you frown and pulls down your face. But worry or not, won't make it stop. 'Cause how can you stop a runaway train?
Marijuana from Toronto left Ontario, and she headed out west where the BC gold grew wild like a weed in everybody's backyard. She was gonna start her own marijuana farm. She got a bag of seed and a rake and a hoe. She put it in the ground and she watched it grow with a little fertilizer and a whole lot of love. The marijuana party was born. We're going to bake a pan of brownies. We're going to bake a pan of brownies. We're going to make a pot of tea. We're going to make a pot of tea. Everybody is invited. Everybody is invited. The Liberals and the Tories and the NDP. You can roll it in a joint. You can roll it in a joint. You can smoke it in a bomb. You can smoke it in a bomb. And sing the marijuana party song. Now before you even knew it, folk were coming aboard. They opened marijuana coffee shops, a marijuana stores, selling marijuana t-shirts, marijuana hats. And if you had the munchies, marijuana snacks. They were feeling kind of groovy. What a wonderful place. Everybody walking around with a smile on their face. Didn't have to make promises they weren't gonna keep. All they had to do was keep planting them seeds. Bake a pan of brownies. We're gonna bake a pan of brownies. Make a pot of tea. We're gonna make a pot of tea. Everybody is invited. Everybody is invited. The Liberals and the Tories and the NDP. Gonna roll it in a joint. We're gonna roll it in a joint. We're gonna smoke it in a bomb. We're gonna smoke it in a bomb. And sing the marijuana party song. Then some fella come along named Mark Emery. He was on the internet selling marijuana seeds. The internet police, they were hot on his trail. They finally caught up with him and put him in jail. Talk about a downer, talk about the blues, 'cause it all ended up on national news. When the smoke finally cleared, someone said, Mark, who? Never mind, just sing the friggin' song. We're gonna smoke a pan of brownies. We're gonna smoke a pan of brownies. We're gonna bake a pot of tea. We're gonna bake a pot of tea. Everybody's getting stoned. Everybody's getting stoned. The Liberals and the Tories and the NDP. We're gonna eat it in a joint. We're gonna eat it in a joint. We're gonna drink it in a bomb. We're gonna drink it in a bomb. And sing the marijuana party song. Drink a pan of brownies. What's going on? Smoke a pot of tea. I think the cops were called. Shit, everybody run. Please, this is a bus. Don't anybody leave and get up against the wall. Going to the joint. Oh man, this sucks. I can't find my pants. I can't find my balls. Let's sing the marijuana party song. They were loaded in a van and they all went to jail. Mary ended up paying everybody's bail. She learned a hard lesson a long time ago. People do a lot of stupid things when they get stoned, so she packed it all in. She sold the farm. She bought a little house with a little backyard. She grew a little garden with a rake and a hoe. She doesn't have her marijuana parties no more. She bakes a pan of brownies. She bakes a pan of brownies. She makes a pot of tea. She makes a pot of tea. Nobody is invited. Nobody is invited. Not the Liberals or the Tories or the NDP. She rolled it in a joint. She rolled it in a joint. She smokes it in a bomb. She smokes it in a bomb. And she sings a marijuana party song. She bakes a pan of brownies. She bakes a pan of brownies. She makes a pot of tea. She makes a pot of tea. Nobody is invited. Nobody is invited. Not the Liberals or the Tories or the NDP. She rolled it in a joint. She rolled it in a joint. She smokes it in a bomb. She smokes it in a bomb. And she sings the marijuana party song. She bakes a pan of brownies. She bakes a pan of brownies. She makes a pot of tea. She makes a pot of tea. Nobody is invited. Nobody is invited. Not the Liberals or the Tories or the NDP.
That was the Marijuana Party song by the Canadian Beaver Band, singing about politics and our favorite subject, cannabis. Once again, I'd like to welcome you back to the Pace Radio Show here on the Time for Hemp Broadcasting Network, the globe's only 24-hour pro-cannabis network that has shows in 8 different languages. Right now, we are talking with Chantel Ario and my joint host, Keith Fagan, about cannabis legalization and patients here in Canada. Keith, are you there?
Yeah, I'm still here, Al.
That's good. The Chantel is there. Quick question to Chantel. Has you guys got any vapor lounges in Quebec? Whether Montreal, Quebec City, anywhere like that?
No, not yet. Nobody has the courage to open one yet.
Do you think
We're waiting.
You're waiting, eh? You're not hearing any whispers, any possibilities?
Yeah, we heard some whispers about doing something in Quebec City, but I think they're waiting for us to open.
Let's see how it goes for you. Yeah, you can understand that. There's that fear factor again.
Yeah, but you know, my
guys
girls in last May, because we were all charged on the 2010 after the raid, but I don't know why me and Mike, the manager at the Quebec Compassion Center, didn't get charged. They couldn't. I think when they were doing their their interviews or whatever in Quebec, we were working in Montreal, and then when they went to Montreal, we were in Quebec. So maybe that's why we pass under the radar. But since May, all my crew, my staff in Quebec got the absolution. So we're having like a free pass to reopen, I think, because even the cops, when I was at their trial, the cops were there, and he was like, okay, when you're gonna reopen, be sure to be in a safe place and blah, blah, blah. So they were talking to us like they knew we were ready to reopen. So I'm pretty sure for the first month that would be okay, but then we'll see what's going on with the new program and how it's gonna end up because right now I'm not sure exactly how it's gonna go. So we're waiting. We have to be patient, I guess.
With that new program, yeah, it's tough to say. Of course, the old program never worked properly, but this one, is they're being more restrictive. They're going to make access even harder for patients. So it's good to see another club opening. We have the same problem with the vapor lounges. There's people who want to open them here, and there's some little private stuff going on and whatnot, but nothing like is in Toronto or in Vancouver. We just don't have anything like that here either.
No, well, what I found is that with the ones in Toronto, they're helping to bring normalcy with the cannabis movement because they're able to show to the communities that they are a benefit to them. Whether it's taking people off the street, whether it's removing undesirables because the area is getting busier. Lounges have also reported that the businesses around them are finding that they're making more money because people are coming their way, whether it's a convenience store or whether it's a place where people can go in and have lunch or have dinner. So it has improved some of these places.
It's consistent, Al, too. If you look at the Kind in Vancouver some years ago, they were more open about selling, not so much Compassion Club, more like this other club that Chantal was talking about earlier. But, after they were raided and taken down, the local businesses said the drug dealers left. I had more customers in my store. People wanted to come because they weren't fearful of these drug dealers accosting them. Plus, they'd come out of that decline and they'd be hungry. And they'd come in and buy up some of my, my products in my retail grocery store or whatever. So it was a positive factor. And once the kind was taken down, the negative factors started to come back. So harm reduction to our communities. And it is true, them out there and those compassion clubs as well being out there. Look, they're providing to the communities, even a hemp store for that matter. You don't see that, stereotypical reefer madness nonsense where we're off to the village right in our village when we smoke a joint type thing. And then people see it for themselves in their own eyes. And, well, God, I've been lied to all these years. So it all matters. Every little bit of it is helping and moving us forward for sure.
Yeah. And also, I think it helps also to bring people together because most of them are sick and alone at home. So, like a vapor lounge, you can exchange with somebody, and oh, so you're feeling that way too, or maybe we can join here and talk together about it. And that community, because of the sickness and all that stigmas they're going through, I think that's why they need a vapor lounge more than to discuss and exchange and get other people know what you're living and how you medicating and how it works for you, so that way they can exchange tricks and see, oh, maybe tomorrow I'll feel better. That's why I think you really need vapor lounges and
A
a
good
place where
social
people can
exchange.
go. Yes.
Good for social exchange. Yeah, that's a really good point, Chantal. Very good point for sure.
Okay, well, before we run out of time, I'd like to take a minute or two here for each of you to put somebody or something into the spotlight to highlight them for their works and efforts. Chantal, have you got anybody in mind that you would like to mention and thank them?
Yes, I want to mention Adam Greenblatt and Aaron that are working at the Cannabis Access Montreal, and because they're doing an amazing work with doctors and promoting it, and they're the real Compassion Club in Montreal. It's them because they have like a really nice place, clean, and a perfect service, and a lot of good education to people. And I'm really happy they are there and they're still fighting after 3 years. So that's for them.
Keith?
Yeah, I'll go with Sensible BC tonight. Dana Larson and all his thousands of volunteers doing a lot of great stuff out there. SensibleBC.ca, guys. Get out there and support them. Let them know you're behind them, even if you don't live in BC. Get on their Facebook page, like them, and share their stuff.
And I'd like to remind everybody about the press conference tomorrow with Jody on Parliament Hill. Make sure you guys get your phone calls in, contact the MPs, let everybody know that you want to bring Mark home. So I want to remind everybody that we're back in less than 47 hours as we return this Wednesday at 6 p.m. Pacific time, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, as we continue to promote those who are making a difference about cannabis prohibition. You can find us at pace-online.ca or write to us at the Pace Radio Show at pace-online.ca. And the Pace Show would like to thank all the advertisers, iHeartRadio, our dear friend Casper Leach, my co-hosts and guests, as well as all the people who are advocating cannabis education, as none of this would happen without your help. Thank you and good night.
I think it's time for a change. Rethink things always. Gotta know by now that this ain't working. Gotta rip it on down and start again. You know it doesn't make sense. You know it doesn't make sense.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at Pace Radio. You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca.
Tune in Fridays at 7 p.m. Eastern Time on 420radio.ca.
She got maple leaf stickers on a beat up board, red eyes, big laugh, thrift store, corduroy, says life's too short for a clean ashtray, pours cereal at midnight, calls it brunch all day. Mary Jane Baker, rolling through the parking lot, slow as a glacier, Canada Goose in a tie-dye sweater. She says, why rush, it won't make it better. Mary Jane Baker, turning every little plan into maybe later, laid back troublemaker. Yeah, that's my Mary Jane Baker. Mr. Bus Shrug, hitchhike with the groomed husky, got a D in math, but she's rich in munchies. No in her hair, sandals in December, says warm is a mindset, cozy's forever. She's got big dreams scribbled on a takeout bag. Ooh, half finished thoughts in every toad she drags. Grow slow, grow weird on her denim tag, and somehow she's the one who's right on track. Mary Jane Baker. Mary Jane Baker. Mary Jane Baker. Mary Jane Baker. Mary Jane Baker.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own, and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast.
Hi, I'm Timmy.
And I'm Mary Jane. He's the newbie.
She's the doobie, and this is the show
where weed
we
toke cannabis
talk
from both sides.
Is that even possible?
This podcast is for adults only, should not be used as a meal replacement, and may contain nuts.
Hey, everybody, and welcome back to another episode of The Newbie and the Doobie. My name's Timmy. I am the newbie.
Mary Jane, also known as the doobie.
And today we are decked out in some 80s, what would it be described as? 80s, it's not memorabilia, 80s
style,
fashion, stylish clothing, because today is Duran Duran Appreciation Day.
Woo, woo.
Woo, woo.
Right?
So other than that, what else we got on the show? What else we got on the show other than Duran? I'm so
sorry,
excited.
I'll take any excuse to dress up in 80s garb.
I'm excited
for sure.
about anytime
garb. Is that it?
garb?
80s garb.
80s garb. We're in 80s garb.
Is that the word?
That jacket is awesome.
This actually is from the 80s. This was my mom's.
Oh, that looks fantastic.
Right?
Yeah. I love the earrings match. The
I got those at Kimberly's.
Kimberly's
Deja Vu
Boutique
in
Belleville.
Belleville. Yes, I love her stuff, and it's a consignment store.
Yeah.
So it's not something that you know somebody else is going to be walking around wearing.
Nice.
Yeah.
Well, before we break down the outfits a little bit more.
Oh yes, what's coming up?
What's coming up on the show?
We've got our word of the week
and our high five list.
Mary Jane strains.
Playing a game of strain or no strain, but this time Mary Jane Baker is the contestant.
Oh, I'm scared now. Not really. And then we have Teaching Timmy.
I love Teaching Timmy episodes.
I was hoping I could scare you.
What have I been taught so far? I've been taught how to roll a joint.
Yeah.
I've been taught how to do weed math.
Yes.
And I've been taught how to make a bong out of a water bottle with a pen.
Yes.
That was it.
That's it. Well, and we had to use a lighter, but
yeah.
Yeah.
That was awesome. And so I don't know what today's is. I have some stuff over here, but I don't know how it's all going to unfold. But there's
no folding.
There's no fold
or unfolding.
Oh, I thought you were going to teach Timmy origami.
No.
Oh, maybe on another day. Hey, do people roll their joints in special like origami shapes? Because that would be pretty cool.
What's interesting? Some people like to fold the paper in a certain way before rolling a joint. So kind of origami-ish.
Like, has anybody rolled origami? Has anybody rolled a joint that looks like a swan?
Yes.
Okay.
I would say yes, because if you don't know who Weedstagram is,
right,
you need to look him up.
So he rolls joints.
I've sent you some of his stuff. He rolls crazy joints. That's actually how I met Weedstagram, was at some event somewhere where he rolled this incredible joint. I think he even made the news for rolling a joint that was like a hand.
Hey, what's the craziest joint that you've seen then? Like in a crazy, not like, because I know people are like, this is the largest joint in the have you seen one that's shaped like a gorilla or a goose or
yes,
a monkey? Those are all just random things picked from my brain.
Yes. I'm like, Cody Van Gogh. That whole time, Cody, I'm sorry, I was racking my brain trying to think your name. He creates masterpieces with weed and papers.
I can imagine you wouldn't want to smoke it afterwards, though.
Honestly, I wouldn't. I probably would purchase it just to leave it on a shelf in a cupboard, because I know they can burn. They do burn. I've seen people these guys roll them especially for events and then they light them. But it's art.
Right. I can imagine
beauty.
you'd have to be like completely out of weed.
To smoke
to
it?
sit there and say, am I going to take that off the counter? And am I going to?
No, because probably by then it would be so degraded that you wouldn't want to smoke it.
No.
Honestly, Cody, if you should probably just have, for people like me, use something like oregano instead of cannabis, just to showcase your art.
Oh, just to do the art. Yeah. Right.
Because
could you smoke oregano?
I wouldn't I wouldn't
You wouldn't
suggest
recommend
it,
it?
but
It's not a
there
good
are
substitute?
herbs. There are herbs that have been used for
Well,
many
isn't
years
cannabis an
for
herb?
like tea. You know, like somebody gave me some blue lotus flower recently,
Okay.
dried blue lotus flower, and said it was a blend that I could blend with my cannabis. I'm not really comfortable blending flowers with my flowers.
Right. And you've taught me about flour.
Yes.
Wait, okay. There's flour, there is tinctures, there is edibles,
Yeah.
there are topicals,
Mhm.
and I always feel like I miss one. Wait, flour, topicals, edibles, tinctures, and concentrates,
Yes, which is also
which
an
is also an extract. Ah,
Yes.
all right. Teaching Timmy is working. Mary Jane Strains is working. Word of the week is working. I am learning a ton on this show, and hopefully you as well, because we want non-consumers
Mhm.
to be watching and listening as well, to kind of break down some of the
Well,
unknowledge. But I'm sure there's people in the cannabis industry that also, you were saying that people don't tend to use the word flower, and you had talked about that one day, and that's not a well-known term, and maybe somebody learned from that too.
It's more a legal term, yeah. And especially with the words of the week. I'm specifically trying to start at the very beginning.
Mhm.
Like we talked about THC
Yep.
and CBD and hemp. And now we're going through the different types of concentrates. So we've done keef, we've done hash, and then today we're going to do resin. So trying to teach people so that way when they do go into a cannabis store or go online and they see something that says, edible or topical, they can actually know, oh, okay, so a topical is for my skin.
Right.
So they already know that.
Because you don't want to be rubbing edibles on your skin.
Or topicals in your stomach.
Or topicals in your stomach. Yeah. So, I mean, so if you haven't been watching the show, you need to go back to the beginning, because you're actually like walking through. Even though all of our shows, I think, function on their own, we do have kind of this flow that, like you said, that you're building, teaching people right from the very beginning and walking through a series. So if you're new to this, or you're just interested to kind of learn a little bit more, go back to the beginning, work your way through the episodes. Hopefully you have a lot of fun and learning at the same time.
I think you should go back anyways, just because we had some really amazing guests.
We have
early on,
and some great outfits.
That's true, and some awesome outfits. Remember Towel Day?
Towel Day was good.
That was
Towel
fun.
Day was good. Towel Day was a precursor to Naked Day, which we haven't officially set up, but we're,
Naked Gardening Day has already passed.
yeah,
for
but
this
we'll
year.
eventually get through to Naked Gardening Day.
Yes.
And so basically, we're trying to build a following so that when that day comes, it's an exciting day.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, so today is Duran Duran Appreciation Day. Is an 80s theme for anybody who knows anything about me. Like the 80s is, well, the 80s it's the greatest thing that's ever been created.
It is.
I
was created in the 80s.
You were, yes, absolutely right. So,
and you were born in the 80s.
I was born.
So
I was born 1980. 1980. Imagine that.
You were still created in the 70s.
Yeah, but
it was like you were like, no, I'm not. I'm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think my mom was carrying me for like 8 years. I was like, I'm not coming out yet.
I'm waiting
I'm
to the
not
80s.
coming out to the 80s. The 80s was the greatest thing ever. If you go online, you can actually find. I have a Christmas song.
You do,
but it's more of an 80s tribute, even though it's Christmas themed, and it's just called Santa, Please Bring Back the 80s.
It's like a prayer.
It's a prayer. It is. It's a prayer to Santa. Yeah, and I think
it's kind of sweet.
There might be a video up there as well when I do my 80s tribute on stage. I'll have to see if that's even up there online. But if you haven't seen that, that will come up again. Usually I do it in the Christmas season.
Yeah, the song on YouTube is great, but seeing you perform it on stage it's like a 5-minute song turned into a 45-minute.
Yeah, it's
amazing.
It is an 80s. It is an 80s extravaganza. And I wear this, and now so I even came. So you've got. Let's just. I do want to point this out though. Not only do the colors reflect the 1980s.
Yeah.
But
the shoulder pads.
The shoulder pads. But when we were looking up, because we did a little bit of research on Duran Duran.
Oh yeah.
And we found all these pictures of them wearing like these blazers.
So sexy with these like shoulder
right?
pads.
And I'm like, you nailed it. You got the color right. You got the shoulder pads. You got the blazer look.
Yeah.
Like if you're gonna have Duran
And the earrings to match.
Day, right? Now over here, I didn't go Duran Duran, but I went 80s. Any opportunity I can go 80s. So I'm rocking my Ninja Turtles.
I can't believe you stuck the tag over Michelangelo's face.
It's everybody's least favorite turtle. But anyways, okay, let's not get into that now. I don't we literally probably lost viewers. I apologize. All Ninja Turtles.
All Ninja Turtles matter.
I wasn't gonna do it, but you did it.
But I said all.
I know.
Or is it every?
I don't even know.
Oh, the Ninja Turtles matter.
The Ninja Turtles matter. The
Is that
four of
right?
them and the rat.
Michelangelo matters.
He does. Donatello was actually my favorite. I used to play the
purple
video
guy?
game one in the arcade, and he had the rod, and he could like stick it in and leap over.
Careful.
Yep, I know. So which is okay. So for those
You're
of you who
no
can't
Donatello.
see, no Donatello. No. Normally I can stand up. Okay.
Yeah, you're not in shoes today though, Timmy.
No.
Oh
so
dear.
so these
Careful.
are my shorts.
Those are your shorts. Those
And
are short
look.
shorts. Oh dear.
Look at the toe.
Just turn a little bit that way.
Oh.
Oh yeah, those are short shorts. Sit and put your foot on the table. There we go. Oh, the socks. The
Right?
socks.
Oh, yeah, there we go. How's that look? Yeah,
I can hear the producer and they're giggling. Oh, yep.
So in the 80s, we liked the short shorts. We liked clothes that didn't fit
And the bright
properly.
colors,
And the bright
right?
colors.
Like the bright
I feel
socks.
I feel like I want to like show my skates more, but these are actually I tell all these in my stage
Can
presentation.
you put one up on the table?
I'm gonna put one up.
Okay.
Yeah. These are rentals, and a whole long story about why I have them, but
Yeah, because they don't have roller skate
No,
arenas
no,
right
and
now
they used to
anymore,
have
so you
roller-
can't rent them.
they literally used to have roller skate arenas like they were like Tim Hortons, like literally every corner. Like, I think the goal was back in the 80s was like, just because it was the 80s, like every 8 minutes you had to come across a roller rink. That was a rule. And,
I honestly think they should bring them back. Personally, they were awesome. Those skates are not so awesome.
They are. I got to find a way. Okay.
We need to fix it. We need to get you a new rubber stopper. We
Yeah.
need to get it like sealed your foot. It's like
seal. Kiss
it's
by a
flapping.
rose. I know. Hello. I feel like it's like a Pee Wee Herman show. Pee Wee's play.
We really should do a Pee Wee show.
Hey, Mr. Roller Skate. Hey, Timmy. How are you?
Oh, wait, they can't see it. Do it again. There we go.
Hello.
It actually looks like a face.
Hello, Timmy. Hello, Timmy. Is that better? It's amazing the amount of work we try to do just to get one good shot.
You think that's bad? You should see us at home. Oh dear.
Talk through my skates all day long. MJ loves.
I
the
meant
state-
trying
the
to
skate
find the
conversations.
right. Don't tell people that.
Oh, okay. All right. Won't tell our secrets. So anyway, so that's why we're decked out for Duran Duran Appreciation Day.
Yeah.
When
I even got the leather on the bottom too.
we're killing it, and I think your hair has been teased up a little bit.
Yeah, I said a couple nasty things to it before we came in the studio, so it's a little pissed off.
That's so bad. All right. So before we get into, we have a couple. Well, no, we don't. We don't have a couple. We have one 80s themed thing after this. My high five list is
Okay.
80s theme, but the rest of it is
Yeah, my word of the week is not.
it's all cannabis
80s themed.
related. But so let's go into your word of the week first.
Okay.
And we'll go from there. All right, word of the week. Let's
All
do this.
right. So this week's word is resin.
Resin.
Resin. not to be confused with that stuff that other people use to do art and, seal things, like maybe your roller skates.
Can
I
resin
don't
do
think,
that?
I don't, honestly, maybe, I don't know, but not this resin. This is
I
also
actually
known
skate in these,
as,
by the way, in
I-
case anyone's thinking they're just props. I go skating with them like this.
yes,
So
on the beach,
on
at
the
the
beach.
boardwalk.
Yeah.
Well, not the boardwalk, that like paved thing beside the boardwalk.
Yeah. It's impressive. Everyone else on their roller blades.
Yeah.
Please.
I'm a rollerblader.
I can do the crossovers.
See, that's funny because I was born in the 80s,
Mhm.
but I'm a 90s baby
Yeah.
because I was born in like the late 80s.
Yeah.
So everything I know and love is 90s.
Yeah, it's a shame. Some people,
Wow.
the
Except for you, you're 80s.
well, I literally I don't know. I feel blessed to be one of the chosen ones, right? There was a handful of people in the history of our world that got to really enjoy the 80s at the right time of life, and I just feel I don't know why I was chosen, but I mean I've actually been chosen as a prophet to tell
To bring
people
it
about the
back?
80s. Yeah, there's always one person, kind of like a lampstand.
See, I would have liked to have been around the 60s. That's
Yeah.
where I would have I wanted to go to Woodstock.
Well, 60s was a very cannabis decade.
It was
right?
just very loving.
80s was very
it
cocaine.
Acid.
Yeah, that was a whole different. Yeah, I can see. Yeah. Now, mind you, I
You didn't
I don't want to go back to
partake.
the 80s because I want cocaine, but but you wanted the 60s because that would be a very free. Now, but here's the thing, though.
I just
Cannabis
love like
was
the
so free flowing, but yet it was illegal, wasn't it?
I just honestly, I like the bus. I like the hippie
Oh, I love-
hairstyles. I love the clothing. I love the music. I love the feeling from just there was this like unity, and
Mhm.
I kind of feel like you can almost catch a whim of it. Like we went for a walk the other day.
Mhm.
How many people were out on the street? There was tons.
Yeah.
And people were smiling. There was like everybody was friendly. Now I know this doesn't happen everywhere,
Mhm.
but I really felt like maybe we might be coming into this state of unity again.
Well, they do say they, like, who's they? Like, I mean, how do we know?
Everybody's
How do we know who these people are? But somebody says that when we come out of COVID,
Mhm.
that we're going to go into like we could go back into like a late 60s, 70s, like a free love, like a very, like people are afraid that when we come out of COVID, everyone's going to somehow we've been conditioned and trained to be separate. But I think there's going to be this, so they're saying, yeah, that it's a very close, open people risking things
Mhm.
and
Well,
living.
like the Roaring 20s.
Yeah, that would be a similar thing too. I think that's going to be the case for like entertainment. I
Mhm.
think live entertainment. I mean, I'm just happy that I've been able to stay alive financially and just squeak through this period,
Mhm.
because I do think that the entertainment world, I think live theater, which was dying, is going to come back with a vengeance. But I think culturally, there's going to be this boom of people trying new things and experimenting and dropping, like they say, the great resignation is coming, where people have realized that they want to try different jobs, and
It
some people have
sounds
already.
biblical.
Yeah, well, it's not. Well, it could be unless you unless you
coming.
believe it's the end times or whatever. But I don't
Well,
know.
you
I
just
think
said
there's
like the Great Resignation.
yeah, that's what it's called, the Great Resignation. It sounds biblical. But
That's it. I quit.
I quit. That's what's happening. People are like, I'm tired. I'm tired of working at this job where you overwork me. I've learned a lot about being able to work at home, work at my own pace. I've learned to create new skills. I've learned to start a new business that I could create some income while I wasn't able to do whatever my old job was. And people are realizing that they had these passions, they had these skills, they had these desires, they had these things that they always wanted to do. And then COVID stopped them and they realized they had procrastinated. And there's,
I think you're giving people too much credit.
I don't
Honestly,
think so at
I
all.
think there are those people,
Mhm.
but you will also have the people that were used to going to a building from 9 to 5 and enjoyed that life as much as they
Yeah.
might have bitched about it on the weekend and
Mhm.
TGIF.
They enjoyed the fact that they were able to leave their house and go to an office and chat with people on their break and their lunch and then go home.
Yeah.
But now work has changed. So they're doing the same work, but they're doing it at home, paying for their own hydro, their own internet bill, their own phone bill, using their stuff for work. And they're like, why am I doing this when I can find something that's more suitable for myself?
Oh yeah, there will always be a segment of the population that kind of has that.
Mm-hmm.
But I do think though there's going to be an opening up.
Oh yeah,
and it's going to be quite the time for those of us who had to come through it. A lot of people, we were talking earlier just before taping today about the fact that people who complained, I'm bored. It's like, okay, well, you just had a year and a half of COVID. Now you know what boredom can feel like. Now you can't be bored anymore.
So my son the other day, he says, I'm going for a walk. And I almost fell off my chair because this kid has shown no desire to go for a walk.
Because he has no legs. It'll be like a miracle.
He might as well have no legs, because for the last year and a half, every time I said, I want you to go outside, he'd go, oh, but why? And now he's literally so sick and tired of being in the house that he's like, yeah, I'm getting tired of this.
Yeah.
So I feel like whether you said, you didn't have enough time or now you have too much time, either way, you better come out on the other side of this excited to be on the other side of it.
Appreciating life. And like I said, I think it's a time to explore and to try new things.
That was a big rabbit hole to go on from the word
Yeah.
resin.
Yeah, from resin.
Because I didn't even finish the word.
That's what we were doing, word of the week?
We were.
Oh, I thought we were still in our intro.
No.
Okay. All right. Let's get back to word of the week. Shall
Okay. You should put your skate on the ground. Yeah, I seen that look. Okay. So.
Then I wouldn't be able to do that. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. So resin, also known as live resin. There's a reason why it's called live. Okay. It's because it's made from freshly harvested, flash frozen cannabis buds and sugar leaves.
Okay.
Did you get that? I know that was a lot.
Flash frozen leaves.
Okay. So flash frozen, freshly harvested cannabis buds and sugar leaves.
Okay.
So the
freshly, so they pull it up and they freeze it. It's
exactly.
Just like so it's as good as freshly picked.
Exactly. And the reason they flash freeze it is to preserve the essence of the plant. It also gives you more flavor and aroma.
Okay.
So there is an extraction process that is done immediately after you take the plant material out of the freezer. It is used, you used a solvent, or you're supposed to use a solvent with it.
Okay.
Most solvents, all solvents, except for water, which I don't think is actually a solvent per se. But as we talked about with hash, right? Like, anyways, it's either like an alcohol or a gas or something like that they would use to extract the resin from the fresh plant material. However, it is extremely dangerous. And people have been known to, that's why I'm like, I don't even feel comfortable telling you what solvent people use, because all this information is online. You can search it yourself. But with that being said, this is extremely dangerous stuff. People have blown up their houses, their apartments, their families. It best to be left to the people with labs that do closed loop extraction. If you're going to Google that.
Closed loop extraction.
Yes, because that is the safe method on how to create that sort of concentrate. And that's why I just purchase that stuff, because I don't know how to do it and I'm no scientist and I don't have a lab, and I just leave it to the experts. But that's what live resin is.
So live resin is, let's see if I get this right. It's freshly harvested, flash frozen leaves and buds.
That is put
sugar
through,
leaves.
Yeah, which is put through an extraction process, and then you end up with this like.
Was Was that the thing that I saw where we went somewhere and they do this press?
That's next week.
Oh, tune in to next week when we talk about.
Yes.
Yeah,
And
okay.
very similar. Next week, our word is rosin.
I couldn't believe
is
how
resin.
little you were getting out of the pressing but anyways,
That
that's a whole
depends on
different
how
thing.
much trichomes are on the plant.
All right, so tune in next week for that episode. All right,
Yes.
so resin.
Resin.
Every time you said flash frozen, I kept thinking of flash dance.
Oh.
I have this interpretive dance.
And you think of
The
that, I
Flash
think
dance.
of the Flash, like, the super fast superhero.
Yeah, he's so far down my superhero list. I don't even.
Super what?
Super what?
Exactly.
Flash Gordon.
That's why he's never in your thoughts.
I think that's like a
'cause
70s. Was that a 70s show? Flash Gordon.
I don't know.
Anyways, so our high five list today.
High five.
High five. We wanted to specifically, even though we are 80s themes, we did want to celebrate Duran Duran Appreciation Day.
Yes.
What's interesting is that this day is Duran Duran didn't set it up. It was a disc jockey. I can't remember which city he was from.
Okay.
He was a disc jockey, and he just picked this particular day because it was his birthday. So
happy birthday.
Yeah, so on my birthday, I am going to officially call it Share Appreciation Day. So Share Appreciation Day is July 21st. So next July 21st, we will all celebrate Share Appreciation Day. But today, because he got to it first, we do Duran Duran Appreciation. So I got these. These are my top 5 interesting facts about the musical band Duran Duran.
Okay.
And if you're in the age group that's like, who? Google them up. Not hard to find because they were one of the most popular bands in the world. Okay. Get this. They started in 1978.
Okay.
Their first album came out in 1981, which was just called Duran Duran. Okay. For those kids, Duran, Duran. Just use the first word, copy, paste, put it up there, then push send. So 1981. So the bulk of their most famous work were through the 80s. They started in 1978. They were part of the British kind of invasion of stuff that was coming in through the 70s and 80s. 100 million records were sold by Duran Duran. They're on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. 14 studio albums. Okay, you probably recognize some of the songs to this day. Ordinary World, The Reflex.
I'm literally sitting here like blank because I don't know.
Hungry Like a Wolf.
I do know that one.
Right. That one actually was in an earlier episode. We did top 5 new terms for the Munchies. And I said it should just be called Hungry Like a Wolf.
Okay.
That's what that reference was. Right.
You like those throwbacks.
I do like those throwbacks. Girls on Film, which was something they had done. It was actually banned on MTV. Remember MTV?
When they actually used to play music?
Yeah, it was banned on MTV and the BBC, but I think everything gets banned on the BBC. And then like Rio's a great song too. Anyways, I know this is out of your
yeah.
This is out of your thing, but here you go. Here's some interesting facts though. Interesting facts.
Oh, those weren't any of the facts?
No, that was just
I learned so much already. Okay.
Those were just like facts. Like
my head hurts.
I couldn't put 100 million albums sold as one of my top 5 interesting facts.
Okay, so let's see what you have for
now. We're going for the top 5 interesting facts because you found some of those interesting.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, how about these? Number 5 on Timmy's high 5 list. Princess Diana, the late Princess Diana, one of my favorite princesses of all time, said multiple times publicly that Duran Duran was her favorite band. So the people's princess gives them the stamp of approval. So if you love Princess Di, check out Duran Duran because
who didn't love Princess Di? She was the people's princess.
And if she says Duran Duran is the best, who are we to argue at that point? But true story. She was publicly, and they were flattered as I would be too.
Yeah.
If she was still around today, I'm sure Timmy Boyle would be one of her favorite comedians, but we'll never know. So we'll just assume that
I'm
would
like
have been her choice.
trying to imagine a world that she still existed.
Right. Sad. We don't want to get into a sad thing. Here we go.
No, it'd be an amazing world.
Number 4 on Timmy's High Five list on Duran Duran Appreciation Day. They used to perform in a nightclub called Barbarella. Okay. So their name came from a character in the movie Barbarella. There was a movie Barbarella with Jane Fonda, I believe, back in like, it was 1968. It was a sci-fi film. And there was a character in that movie named Mr. Durand Durand. So they just took off the D's. I don't know why. I don't know why you would just call yourself Durand Durand. It is harder to say. Try saying it. Durand Durand. It makes sense.
Oh my
to pull
God,
the D's
that's
off.
like the rural
Durand,
juror.
rural juror.
I'm in that movie, the
rural
rural juror.
Yeah, check out 30 Rock for that reference there. So that's where they named it from. It was actually a character from a sci-fi movie from the 60s called Barbarella, which was the same name of a club that they used to perform in back in England. And his name was Mr. Durand Durand. But I now know why they dropped the D's, because Duran Duran flows better. Number 3 on my list of Duran Duran interesting facts. There were 3 tailors in the band. Now, that's not an interesting fact if you know the band.
Like by profession or by name?
Nick Rhodes, John Taylor,
name.
Roger Taylor, Andy Taylor, and Simon Le Bon.
And
now,
none of them were related?
None of them were related.
Oh, that's messed up.
None of them were related.
I call hashtag bullshit on that. How are they all 3 of them tailors?
Right?
That's like, hey, we're putting out a casting call for all musicians with the last name Baker or Boyle.
Well, they tried putting that out for Le Bon's, and they couldn't find any more. So they were like, okay, let's go. Should we go with Rhodes or Taylor? And they're like, let's go with Taylor. So they went and they got 3. So 3 other 5 bands. It reminds me of my junior high class. Back in junior high, I had in my class, I might not get this exactly right.
Or you say it's Ryan?
No. So there were 2 Tims.
Okay.
Okay. Like if you're in this class, just understand you'll get the principle, even if I'm not right. There were 2 Tims. There were 2 Andreas, 2 Sarahs, 2 Kathys, 2 Jasons, and I think there was a couple. Was it? Did I say Andrea already?
Yes.
Yeah, maybe that was it. But literally half our class was made up of 5 names.
You know why that is?
If you were in that class, you know who you are.
You know what happens?
What?
Everybody watches television. Like, okay, so I named my son Aiden.
Aiden. Yeah, that makes sense.
Well, yeah, because you know him. That's what you've been calling him. So when I named him, I thought it was like super rare. Never heard anybody with that name before. Now, this was 2005. Fast forward, I start hearing about Aiden, Braden, Jaden, Caden, Hayden. And I'm like, what is going on? Payden?
Right now, everybody.
You know what happened? I didn't watch soap operas.
Oh, see, that's why you should watch soap operas.
The hot doctor on one of the soaps was Aiden.
Right.
So all the other women that are pregnant at home, watching soap operas, they're all like, "Oh, Sarah."
That's why.
Oh, Tim.
That's why junior high classes in the like early 2000s or late 2000s had like 2 Rosses, 2 Rachels, 2 Monicas.
Oh my God, the Phoebe.
5 Phoebes.
Do you know how to spell Phoebe?
Phoebe.
P as in Phoebe, H as in Hebe, O as in Obi, E as in Eb, B as in BB, and E as in hello there, mate.
I'll give you a high five for that one. So 3 Taylors, not related. Number 2 on my list of Duran Duran interesting facts. They actually wrote a Bond song. So, you know, the James Bond movies. So in 1985, it was A View to a Kill with Roger Moore. He was one of my favorite Bonds. And they wrote the Bond song for that.
Oh.
It was called A View to Kill. But this is interesting. It's the only James Bond song that reached number 1 in the US. So Duran Duran wrote a Bond song for one of the James Bond movies, and it reached number 1. Only James Bond song to do that. In the UK, it was, I guess recently is relative, but it was only recently passed by Adele's Skyfall, which she did for not Roger Craig, Craig, that guy. His last name's Craig. What's that James Bond guy's name? Michael Craig? Jimmy Craig?
I'm
Jimmy
not,
Craig
I'm
Corn,
not
and I
into
don't
the
care.
Bond. I'm not into the Bond.
I haven't.
The only one I know is that dun 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 dun. Oh wait, that's Mission
No,
Impossible.
that's Mission Impossible. That's
See, this is how much I watched
like
those.
Ethan
Like
Hunt. Yeah.
I thought it was Tom Cruise.
Yeah, it was. Yeah. Yeah. He
Oh
plays
my
Ethan
God.
Hunt. That's okay. It doesn't matter.
I don't. Yeah, it might as well be. What's that guy who goes to the Nakatomi Tower?
That's John McClane. And that's
See,
not
thank
funny.
you. I thought it was.
And the number one interesting Duran Duran fact on Timmy's high five list is that they have a board game.
Get
1985.
out. Shut up.
Yeah, an actual board. It's called Into the Arena, and it came out in 1985. A Duran Duran board game. I have not seen.
They made some really weird board games.
I
What
have
is
not
that about?
seen. I don't know.
You just.
But
know-
I want to find it on eBay. I want to try to find it. Bon Jovi is, I think, one of the best bands coming. Bon Jovi doesn't have a board game.
Are you sure?
I don't know. I need to now
You
look.
didn't look yet.
Does AC/DC have one? Does Def Leppard have one? They probably have. I bet you they have Monopoly games, like the Bon Jovi Monopoly games. They have
Yeah, there's a
games and
Monopoly everything.
There's like a Monopoly Belleville.
There's Weedopoly.
What? Yeah, well, that makes sense.
And Ghettopoly.
Ghettopoly. That's not right.
No, there really is.
There is?
Yeah.
What's the most expensive street on that one?
I think it's someplace in Oshawa.
It's a
It's like
Canadian game?
Wentworth or something.
All right. Well, if you live on Wentworth in Oshawa, you're famous now. All right. So that was my high five list. Interesting fact. Those were interesting.
They were really interesting.
I think ultimately, though, I enjoyed the 3 Taylor one. But anyways,
I still call bullshit.
we'll look into that, and we'll also find out how we can buy one of those games.
Yes.
Okay. Mary Jane's strain. Let's get into that.
Okay. So this strain is a particularly one that's close to my heart because I just tried this and was knocked on my ass. I don't want to say it. Okay, I was knocked on my ass. I'm just gonna say it.
Believe me, we've already lost listeners at this point. So
visitors. So it's called GMO cookies, and it's by Spinach. And I generally don't like GMO anything.
Cookies with spinach.
Well, Spinach is the company, the licensed producer that's making the product.
Okay.
But the GMO stands for garlic, mushrooms, no monkeys,
and ostrich,
onions,
Oakville onions.
It's funny because when you go to Pita Pit, they ask you, would you like OMG? And it's onions, mushrooms, green pepper.
Oh, that's smart.
Right? And this is GMO. Guys, Spinach, you failed. It should have been OMG.
Yeah, OMG.
Onion, mushroom, garlic.
Yeah,
because
but they knew somebody else already did that. So give them some credit.
Well, GMO kind of like I was a little hesitant, but of course I'm a researcher and did the research.
What about MOG? Mog.
That sounds like a game, like those pogs.
Yeah. Let's play some
See,
Mog.
that's a 90s thing too.
Yeah, it is actually.
Yeah. All right. So GMO cookies is a very, very strong indica. Comes with percentages THC of 24 to 31.
Okay, from basically what you've been telling me, that's high.
Yes.
Like I would have a problem with that one.
Yes. When I go into the store and they ask me, do you want indica, sativa, or hybrid? I just giggle and say, I don't go by that.
Right. Yeah.
I go by THC levels. I go by licensed producer, like which company makes it, depending on whether it's an edible or, flower. So I'm really willing to try anything once because I like to see what my experience is with everything. Mm-hmm. So after trying the GMO cookies, it makes sense why you would get these effects. The following effects of euphoric.
Wait, can I guess? Red eyes?
No, I'll give you that. Those are those are possible side effects.
Oh, those are side effects. Okay.
Yes. But that's to say with like most cannabis, right? Dry mouth.
Name me a cannabis strain that doesn't give you red eyes and dry mouth. That seems to be a regular theme.
Yeah, I haven't had any yet. Yeah. Those are telltale signs of cannabis consumption. So.
Right now my mouth is dry and my eyes are probably red, but that's because I didn't sleep well and
It's
I
warm
haven't
in
drank
here.
enough water, and it's warm in
in
here.
here.
I'm gonna take off these shorts.
Okay, so with the THC being very high, you get a sense of like just this overall euphoric, drowsy, sleepy, kind of like just chill. This is my
Right.
experience, which is like a very, very chill experience. So when I was researching the terpenes, it says that it's caryophyllene or caryophyllene. I never know how to pronounce that one.
Caryophyllene, okay.
Humulene, limonene, myrcene, and neuralidol. And the very interesting thing that that I read on their website, I giggle because I've said this to you before. This weed smells like chicken noodle soup.
Right. Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
I've said this to numerous people, and I'm like, I don't know what this is, but it smells like my grandma's chicken noodle soup. And everybody thinks I'm crazy. Now I'm starting to wonder because Nana used to smoke.
Okay.
And she'd always smoke in the kitchen. And she would always make chicken noodle soup. And I wonder if she used chicken noodle soup to help cover up the smell of her joints.
Oh.
I can't ask her because she's not around anymore.
Right.
But I wonder if because she was smoking weed and cooking chicken noodle soup, if her strain of cannabis triggers this memory of chicken noodle soup for me. So
that's possible.
I don't know if that's what it is, but whatever this terpene is that I just stated before, one of those to me smells like chicken noodle soup. And I giggled because when I did research on their website, it says you can't make soup out of it, but it sure goes nicely in a bowl. And I thought, chicken noodle soup. It was like it was confirmed.
Right. Okay.
But not confirmed.
But not confirmed.
And I just want to add
you're on the right path.
The GMO cookies by Spinach
Yep.
is cost friendly. If you can find it at one of your local retail stores, great, because it's all sold out on the OCS website. It is a very like a desired strain because high THC, lower cost.
OMG.
Right?
Right?
GMO cookies.
Mog.
And that's it. That's the strain. Like you just took a drink. That's Mary Jane's strain for the week.
Mary Jane's strain. All right. So now we just talked about a strain. We're going to do. Usually we do strain or no strain with like the occasional guest. We've played strain or no strain.
Yes.
So there's some on this list that I just wanted to kind of run through with you and see whether you can pick out which ones are strains and which ones are not strains.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm worried about where you got your list. Don't worry.
You don't need to be worried.
Okay.
Okay. Here we go. Strain or no strain with Mary Jane Baker. Who's done this game before? Jenna-Way McLean did it.
Yeah.
And she did very well.
I think that was the only one.
No, I think someone else did it. Doesn't matter. You're going to be able to kill it here. Are you ready?
Sure.
Here we go. Purple monkey balls.
I want to say yes.
Is that your final answer?
Sure.
It is, in fact, a strain. Purple
Oh.
monkey balls is a strain, everybody. OMG.
Something I would probably try once.
Right? Okay. So 1 for 1. Lady J.
No. I feel like that's a rapper.
No, that is a G.I. Joe character.
Ah!
I made that one up. She's one of my
Okay.
favorites. She's one of my favorite fictional characters.
And see,
of
I
all
wouldn't
time.
have known that because I don't watch
Lady
G.I.
J.
Joe.
Mafia Burger.
Oh, no. Is it a strain? I've never heard of it.
Why are you so adamant that it might not be?
No.
You convinced?
Yeah, it sounds like a burger restaurant.
It is not a strain. Good for you.
Okay.
You are 3 for 3. I literally came up with that one by going onto a website that said, we will just put 2 words randomly together. And those 2 words got put randomly together.
Mafia Burger.
Yeah, but it sounds like it could be a strain name. I would
It
think.
actually, it to me, it sounds like it's a restaurant.
Okay. So
With
you're 3
like
for
two
3.
two shadow guys, like with the hats, the Mafia Burger.
I think you're going to get this one. Larry OG.
Oh, that's definitely a strain.
So why is Larry an OG? Well,
He
does
was
anybody
grown
know
by
who
the
Larry is?
ocean.
Okay, all right. 4 for 4. Moon climax.
Oh, no.
Wow, you're nailing this thing. That's 5. 5 for 5. You're gonna pass no matter what you do with these next ones. Smurfberry.
Okay, so my brain is saying that sounds like a strain somebody would name if they didn't know what the bag was, and they'd be like, "Oh, it's like blue," and I'll call it Smurfberry. So I'm gonna say no.
It is a strain. I thought it would be like a
okay.
cereal.
Okay.
Like a children's cereal.
Do you know who it's by?
I do not know, but it is a
Okay.
strain.
I want to
Type in
look that up.
Google Smurfberry. So you have 5, 5 and 1, and last one, Papa Shango.
No. I feel like you're trying to trick me with that.
That is in fact a wrestler.
And I did not know that
He was
either.
a voodoo expert, Papa Shango. He was creeped me out. He was on wrestling. Well, that was good. You got like you got 6 out of 7. Very good.
I'm sad though. I didn't get a perfect game.
I know Smurfberry.
I take competitions very seriously.
Smurfberry. Well, Google it up. You just make sure if you want to fact check it and let people know later
I
on whether or
will.
not you
You know
nailed
what's
it or
so
not.
funny? Do I have a minute to tell them very
do.
quickly about Alexa?
Yes. Yeah. Go ahead. Yeah.
Sorry, I was being quiet for a second because if you are listening to Alexa right now, I apologize.
Hey Alexa, turn off bedroom lights. Just in case.
Yeah. So I like to play Song Quiz. It's a game you can play with it. So you just activate your device and then say open Song Quiz. And the other day, it asked me, just like it always does, what genre would you like to play? And I said the 90s, just like I always do. And it said, who's playing? I said, it's MJ. They said, from where are you playing from? And I said, my bedroom, because I never say where I'm from, right? And earlier that day, I had played Song Quiz and said I was the magnificent Miss Mary Jane Baker from the land of cannabis, because I thought I was just being smart and I was having a little bit of fun. Turns out I go to play and it says, your opponent is the magnificent Miss Mary Jane Baker from the land of cannabis. And I was like, oh no. So no matter what I do, I can't lose.
So you were playing with yourself.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Did
Is
you-
it
and did
weird
you
that I
win?
was in the bathroom at the time?
Did you win?
I thought we went over this. I was playing myself.
So you did win.
Yes, I won. I remembered. I have to say yes. Okay. Yes,
All right,
I
you
won.
All right. Nice.
Okay.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Alexa drives me crazy. I hate when she says, I'll be like, Alexa, turn off my bedroom lights. She'll be like, turning off just turn the
You
lights
don't
off,
even have
Alexa.
Alexa.
Wait, I have Google. That's
Is
why I
that
have
why you
Google.
hate Alexa? Because she's not even at your
Okay,
house?
fine. I have Google. If you want true story stuff, I have Google. And I'll
Yes.
and then
Ask
she
Google,
yells it out.
Ask Google, who is Timmy Boyle?
Yeah.
And then ask, who is Mary Jane Baker? But you have to ask Google, not Alexa.
Ask Google, who is Timmy Boyle?
Yes.
Who is Mary Jane Baker?
Yes.
That's a test. And then mention in the comments below this video.
Yeah,
and
what
let
it
us know.
says.
Yeah, tell us what it said.
Yeah.
All right. Let's teach Timmy. Like when it's
Okay.
teaching Timmy day, I get
You're
all
gonna
excited.
have to move that skate though.
Oh, please don't send me away.
He's crying.
Please don't send me away.
Bye.
Goodbye, Mr. Boot. Goodbye, everybody.
Oh my God. It's
The
like the IKEA commercial. Do you remember that one with the
Podcast
lamp?
people are wondering what in the world's going on. Why are they making weird voices?
Do you remember the IKEA lamp commercial?
Yeah, I made you cry.
Every time. Do you feel sorry for this lamp? I don't understand. It's just a lamp. You left it on the curb. That's why it's a perfectly good lamp.
I can't get my boot back on.
Okay,
All right, I
so
won't put it
teaching
where I
Timmy,
want.
we're gonna need your space there.
Teaching Timmy.
It's hands-on, but not quite hands-on.
Okay,
So,
all right.
like I said, we're trying to build education for newbies.
Yes.
So new consumers, just like babies, small children, when you're introducing new food into their diet, you should introduce one new thing at a time and you should monitor how they react.
Right.
So in this, we are going to, I got you a nice binder.
So it says healthcare, but it
Yes.
also says heal, care, THC. Well, I guess it says heal air, heal R. Anyways, doesn't matter. It has THC in the middle.
Yes.
I like how you did that.
Yes. Thank you.
Health
I would
care.
like to take credit for that, but
But
it's
you?
not in my idea, no.
Okay. All right. Well, it's a very good idea, whoever did it.
Yes. So
Yeah.
I got you a binder specifically instead of a little book with like pages that are stuck in it, because I feel if you're going to have a book, you should be able to move the pages around.
Okay.
Just so that way, if some people like tabs, you put all the strains that you like in the front, all the strains you don't
Okay.
like in the back. You can organize it by indica, sativa, hybrid, however you want to do it, alphabetical order, yada, yada.
Okay, I can see already the benefit of having a notebook. It seems like a lot. It's kind of like how I learned so much about my diet.
Yep.
When I started to track my food. And some people are like, "Oh, I don't want to take the time to track my food. It takes too much time." But when I was tracking food daily for like a month solid when I first started doing it, I learned so much about how poorly I was eating, how quickly I can get carbs in, how quickly the sugar can go up, how little fiber I was getting.
Well, it's not
And I
only
can see that can happen with cannabis. Is like there's so much science that you've been teaching me about.
Well, for somebody that has, like myself, who has adverse reactions to certain foods, I've had to keep a food diary. Like you're saying, track what you're eating. If I end up getting an upset stomach or a bathroom issue later on in the day, I can then go back over that book and say, now, what did I eat?
Right.
What did I put in my body that made me feel so crappy? And this is exactly the purpose of the book, is because as you're trying new things, even consumers that have been smoking for years, maybe you have never tried an edible, or you had an edible and you had a bad experience. This is a great way to monitor what you're taking, how much, and all of that.
Right, because we've talked about the fact that when we first met, and you had introduced me, because I was like, I want to try some new things, and
Yes.
you introduced me to cannabis, and 3 times I took it. All 3 of them were very different responses.
Yep.
The third one made me say, I'm not going to smoke again. Obviously.
And the third one, I'll let you know, Timmy, was about 23% THC.
Right, which I've learned recently is pretty high.
Yes.
Right. So I can see the value of something like this, because I don't actually remember anything about. I know the 3 experiences that I had.
This was 2 years ago.
But I don't know what
this is over 2 years ago.
So yeah, it would be interesting to have written this down even at the time, and we'll walk through some of it now, because I'm interested to know what kind of questions you would even ask.
Absolutely.
But to go back and go, like say, I wanted to have a smoke one day. Like, I'm not opposed to ever. I don't see myself necessarily doing it, but who knows? I didn't see
You
myself.
could be at a party, later
Yeah.
on this summer, and somebody might say, "Hey, would you like a cannabis beverage?"
And it would be good for me to know what affected me and what didn't. So I would know. I would be.
Well, that's
it's all
the
about
thing.
being informed, right?
Drinking and eating, as we've learned, hits you differently than smoking.
Right.
Different THC levels, different products, different everything. So in your book.
Okay, so what would I do? How would I track this for
Okay.
newbies who are out there?
So first page, you're going to write at the very top the date and time of day.
Date and time of day.
Yeah.
So am I doing today's date?
Just put date and then put time of day.
Date and time.
Because we're going to leave yours blank for now.
Okay, so date and time.
Yeah.
Do you think that is important for, like, does cannabis affect you? Like, if I was to track something like this, could I be able to pick up a pattern and go, wait a minute, in the evenings it affects me different, or in the mornings, or
so you are a statistics person?
Yes. See, I would break all this down.
You absolutely, and this is why I'm going to give you a couple different things, okay? And we'll talk about what you're getting at after you get all this on the paper.
Okay, cool. Yeah.
So, how are you feeling before?
Okay. So before feeling.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then in brackets, if you needed to, you could put like stressed, tired, happy.
Right.
So basically your overall state.
Okay.
Then you're going to put, what did you consume? So was it flour? Was it an edible?
Was it a tincture?
Right.
Was it a topical? Was it a
did you
concentrate extract?
Yes, you got it.
Nailed
All
all
right. Okay. So what did you consume?
Okay. What did I consume?
Was it an edible? Right. I said that. What strain was it? If it was flour.
Is that a different line?
So this is in the what do you consume?
Mm-hmm.
You need to break it down.
Okay. So it would be like, so I'd have to rewrite this out to make, we should have like some sort of like.
We might have to do this digitally and see if we could do like a spreadsheet.
Yeah. Can we do that? Can we create kind of like a downloadable printout?
I think maybe we should. So that way people can get this.
Yeah.
Because this would be a great tool.
Okay. So I would have to mark down my strain.
Yep.
And I'd have
what
to mark
form
down
of
the
cannabis
form.
was it?
Yeah.
And then you have to do how much of it.
My goodness. See, this is the thing, is that right away I can already, like, by not doing this, it's just it's like it's a flat out crapshoot, because what if you could have the same strain, but take it in a different form, and the only thing you change is how much. So you could have the same strain, same form, and then you change the quantity, and that could affect it. Or if you change the form but have the same strain and the same quantity, that could affect it.
What about your mood?
There's a whole, I can see.
What about your mood?
People don't want to take the time to do this, but I would suggest, just because I've seen what it does for me with food, changed my life once I realized what food was doing to me. I can see the value of this.
People don't do this with alcohol either, but they should. Most people just go to the beer store, they buy a 12-pack of beer, and then, they drink the 12 and go, oh, I don't feel so good. And next time they know, maybe I'll try 6.
Yeah.
It's like it's a trial and error, but you should be writing this stuff down.
Yeah. Okay.
So the other thing you should, after how much, would be how are you feeling afterwards?
So that's the after feeling.
Yeah.
After feeling.
And then just have a spot for notes. Anything you want to write. Sometimes a certain strain might make you feel creative.
Okay. Yeah, this as a stat person, I would run this through a spreadsheet.
Yeah, I know
right
you
away,
would.
because I'd want to see stuff like if any of these factors, I can understand now why like medical experiments and scientific experiments take so long sometimes to figure out, because Hi, I'm Timmy.
And I'm Mary Jane. He's the newbie.
She's the doobie, and this is the show
where we
toke
cannabis.
Talk
from both sides.
Is that even possible?
Hash on the table, soft in my palm. Gumball in the glass jar, calm in the storm. fingertips sticky, scissor blades brown. Pass it in a circle, kept it low, kept it sound. Hash gooey like Play-Doh, press it, fold it, take it slow. Original concentrate, that's gold. All of harm reduction, consumption. Hash gooey like Play-Doh, soft little sun in a snow globe. Just story in the smoke, all of harm reduction, consumption. Yeah. Hash ball rolling, warm from the hand. Soft little planet, spinning on demand. Talking about limits, water and ice. Treat your trick homes gentle, never aim for the edge. Hash gooey like Play-Doh, press it, fold it, take it slow. Original concentrate, that's gold. All of harm reduction, consumption. Hash gooey like Play-Doh, soft little sun in a snow globe. Slowly, just story in the smoke. All of harm reduction, consumption. Roll it like a worm, break it up, smoke in a joint. Smoke it in a joint, it's a go. Blender in the ice, broken track, chrome head. Hash bags with micro screens, a solvent less concentrate like Play-Doh. Press it, fold it, take it slow. Original concentrate, that's gold. All of harm reduction, consumption. Hash gooey like Play-Doh, soft little sun in a snow globe. No leaf, just story in the smoke. All of harm reduction, consumption.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Oh yeah, baby, that's lovely.
Good morning. It's February the 19th, and welcome to Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News, your psychedelics and cannabis news source. Good morning, Rev Cindy. How you doing?
Good, good. How are you doing, Al?
I'm actually doing pretty good this morning because I figured I was going to be spending part of today shoveling snow, and instead I looked outside and I think we got one layer of snowflake, like basically nothing.
Wow. Yeah, I've been keeping an eye on the weather out in Ontario, of course, because I head out tomorrow to do medicine on Saturday and then do some Cindy time, which I'm pretty excited about, all of it. And, you know, yesterday it was supposed to be an ice storm in Toronto.
Yes, there was. And we were supposed to get a pile of snow here where I am. And like I said, there wasn't any. But I saw in the news that it did rain in Toronto.
Yes. And there was a little bit of freezing rain that happened, but it happened with then the warmer weather hit right after. It didn't happen for very long with rain. So it washed away whatever ice stuck from that freezing rain, which was good. I'm going out today and I'm buying myself, you know, those ice things for the bottoms of your sneakers and whatnot. Because of my injury, I can still only wear my sneakers. So I'm going to go get those things and carry them in my purse to stick on the bottom of my sneakers just in case.
Little traction. Okay, so today we got 8 stories, including 2 that we're going to label as reefer madness. So you're going to have to stick around for them. But yeah, we got some news coming from Canada and around the world today. So Cindy, what do you say? Time to get going at it?
We get going, yeah.
Okay.
Okay. The first story is coming to us today from Strachan. Look at that pile. It says the RCMP shares blunt truth about organized crime and the Canadian cannabis market. Tonight, we turn to a candid assessment from the Royal Canadian Mounted Police about the state of organized crime in the legal cannabis market. According to Strachan, the RCMP has openly acknowledged that while legalization has significantly disrupted criminal networks, illegal activity continues to evolve. And law enforcement isn't under any illusions about how sophisticated those networks have become. In a public address, the RCMP officials said organized crime doesn't disappear the day, or didn't disappear the day cannabis was legalized. It adapted. That's a blunt truth. I love that pun, by the way, blunt truth, that challenges both critics and supporters of legalization who may have expected prohibition-era gangs to simply vanish. Instead, criminal groups have shifted tactics, diversifying into synthetic cannabinoids, fentanyl, and smuggling. Interesting, while still finding ways to undercut the regulated market. The RCMP highlighted that illegal sellers often compete on price and accessibility, especially where legal products are taxed heavily or scarce. One officer noted, consumers can go down the street and buy an unregulated product for a fraction of the price, underscoring how market conditions themselves can empower illicit sellers. Just a little personal note on that. I like to say that, you know, like, I mean, I've watched both markets over the years. I shop both in the Indigenous market, illicit market, and in the legal market. And the prices have actually almost leveled out. I find the big differences between the Indigenous here in Nova Scotia and the legal markets are come in edible form, whereas we can only buy a certain strength in the legal market. And for those of us who use it medicinally and have and need the stronger strengths, we can only get that in the Indigenous market. The story continues to go on, but the message wasn't all pessimism, by the way. The RCMP pointed to enforcement successes and growing cooperation with provincial partners, noting that regulatory compliance and better consumer education are key to shrinking the illicit markets over time. The legal industry has made great strides, said one spokesperson, but if we don't continue to tighten gaps in enforcement and policy, organized crime will keep filling them. The article frames legalization not as a victory parade, but an ongoing campaign, one that requires smart policy, vigilant policing, and continued public support for regulated access, as well as Al, not necessarily stated here, but also working with the Indigenous of Canada, as you know, the Indigenous here in Nova Scotia, as we have reported on previously in previous shows, are trying to create their own market and work with provincial and federal governments.
Yeah, I don't. When I look at the cannabis markets, I don't look at the Indigenous market as being a illegal or illicit market or anything along that line. It's one of three options that we have here in Canada, and there's been a big dent in the illicit market, but people are still bootlegging alcohol 100 years after it's been made illegal.
It'll never change. There will always be that illicit or illegal market. I agree with you that the Indigenous market, from the legal point of view, where this article was written, there's two sides, and the Indigenous goes on the illicit side. But the Indigenous, like I said, we've reported on it a couple of times. And here in Nova Scotia, the chiefs are banding, and they're trying to create reform and laws and work with the governments to be able to have the Indigenous market. And my fingers are crossed that that'll break it into three in the eyes of the law.
Yeah, hopefully, and they can continue on to operate. So it's doing a lot of good on the reserves, and should be able to continue to do so. All right. From that story, we move on to our second story of the day, and this one also comes to us from StratCan. Headline there says, Canadian industry healthcare providers split on regulations for CBD as a natural health product. It says that Health Canada's latest What We Heard report on regulating CBD as a natural health product highlights both numerous areas of agreement and deep divisions on the topic among stakeholders, including industry, healthcare professionals, and provincial governments. The report once again includes no concrete path forward for any such changes. Instead, the report summarizes feedback from stakeholders on the Federal Health Regulatory's exploratory discussion paper. It was called Towards the Pathway for Health Products Containing Cannabidiol. Now, it was first shared in 2025. Now, the consultation examined the potential path for CBD to be regulated as a natural health product. The agency has been exploring the topic since 2018. Now, a central theme of the opposition to the proposals was the cannabis drug license. Now, the vast majority of respondents strongly opposed requiring a CDL for the natural health products, arguing that the existing natural health product framework is more than sufficient for a low-risk, non-psychoactive substance like CBD. Now, opponents were concerned that layering a CDL onto the existing system would create excessive regulatory complexity, unnecessary increased costs, and ultimately stifle innovation, especially for small and medium-sized producers. While there was a strong consensus for mandatory certificates of analysis to verify cannabinoid content and screen for contaminants, industry largely opposed additional good measuring practices, viewing them as duplicative of existing standards, whereas healthcare providers and provincial governments supported new GMPs for raw materials to ensure product consistency and public trust. Now, many industry respondents also opposed a mandatory CBD warning on the product packaging, fearing it would stigmatize a low-risk product. Conversely, healthcare providers and academics largely supported a clear, prominent warning to ensure consumer transparency. Now, for location of these retail CBD sales, the overall majority supported sales in the same locations as other natural health products, such as pharmacies, health food stores, online, etc. Now, opposing restrictions to cannabis-only retailers. Now, a common recommendation was a tiered risk-based sales model with low-dose products available over the counter and high-dose products restricted to behind the pharmacy counter with pharmacist consultation. Now, the majority of the respondents to the survey also felt that additional physical and personal security controls like those under the Cannabis Act, would be out of step with the low risk CBD products. Well, Cindy, I don't know if we're ever going to get an answer on this or whether it's ever going to come forward, but we've covered this twice in the last week now, and it just doesn't look good that CBD products are going to end up on the shelves at the pharmacy.
It would be nice for it all to end up on the shelves at the pharmacist. It's like, give it all medical standings, right? Like, yeah.
There's that thing again, Health Canada. If they only recognize it as medical use, maybe this wouldn't be such of a problem. Getting it into these other stores makes it accessible for people. Not everybody wants to go into a cannabis store, and yet again, the problem becomes you can't talk to the bud tenders.
Yeah. One thing I've noticed though, in a lot of, I see it in a lot of beauty products these days. There's a lot of beauty products on regular shelves that have CBD added, or face oils. There's a lot of hemp products out there, and you see a lot of stuff coming from hemp seed to try to get around the laws. And it's a freaking plant already. I mean, I'm sorry, I keep going back there. It's a freaking plant already. It's CBD. It's not psychoactive.
People aren't heating hand lotion to get high. Come on.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. All righty. You're up.
And I'm up. Okay. Well, the next story is coming to us from the Bay Observer. Getting silly over psilocybin. Police playing whack-a-mole with magic mushroom shops. I just loved the title of this story and just wanted to read it live on air. I'm so happy and feel completely satisfied and fulfilled now. Thank you. In Nova Scotia, local police have found themselves in what one columnist describes as a kind of parodic game of whack-a-mole, chasing down unlicensed magic mushroom retailers as they pop up across the province. According to the Bay Observer, officials are frustrated by the proliferation of shops selling psilocybin products outside regulated frameworks, and communities are raising questions about how enforcement should work in a landscape that's shifting beneath their feet. The article notes that despite psilocybin being illegal, except under specific exemptions, the SAP program or Section 56, or clinical trials, storefronts have been opening in multiple towns. Police in one community told local media they felt like they were running around trying to shut down one location only to see two more open up. It's a vivid image that captures the challenge of balancing enforcement with limited resources, especially as public attitudes towards psychedelics soften incredibly. Critics of the current policing approach argue that focusing on these small operations may not be the best use of law enforcement energy, especially when larger drug issues, including opiates and fentanyl, are an ongoing public health crisis. One commenter said, "It feels like we are policing mushrooms while people are struggling with deadly substances on the street." At the same time, some community members expressed genuine concern about unregulated products being sold to consumers with no safety information, quality standards, or oversight. The article points out the tension between public health objectives and criminal enforcement in a wider environment where psychedelics are beginning to be explored for therapeutic use in clinical settings. As the debate continues, and it's a very similar one, we've had it with cannabis, the story captures a moment in time where law, policy, community values, and changing norms around psychedelics are colliding, sometimes with more questions than clear answers. And Al, I don't know about you, but I'm getting deja vu from very early cannabis days.
Oh yes, for sure. This is, at one time we were hearing about it all the time about these stores. Then it went a little quiet, and now it's coming up again. More and more of these stores are being raided, and I look at it as these stores are functioning. They're, obviously making money. People are purchasing the products because they work for them. People are voting with their money.
Yep.
Maybe the government should look into this as far as along the cannabis end of things, right? And the thing behind it is that you don't have that fear of smoke, because smoking was always a big concern about the cannabis.
Exactly. We don't have to worry about the scent or anything or offending people with that. I mean, if I laugh too loud, maybe, but
exactly. Yeah. So hopefully, at some point, the government will move on that. I'm not hearing anything.
There are a couple of things going on in the courts right now that if the people decide to take it further, with their complaints or with their cases. I mean, Alison Mearden comes to mind. This can go all the way to the Supreme Court of Canada, just like cannabis did, and laws can change. And I'm excited to watch the story unfold.
Yeah, it takes someone to fight back all the way through the system, for sure. All right, time for us to move on to our last story of this first half.
Al got a little ahead of himself for a second.
That's right. All right, here we go. This one is coming to us from Marijuana Moment. And as you can see, the headline there says, Justice Department should take about 20 years to reschedule cannabis, GOP congressman says. 20 years? The Justice Department should take about 20 years to finish the cannabis rescheduling process. A GOP congressman who staunchly opposes cannabis reform tells Marijuana Moment. With the proposal to move marijuana from Schedule 1 to Schedule 3 of the Controlled Substances Act is still pending. It hasn't been done, folks. It's still pending. Rep. Andy Harris is in no rush to have the DOJ see the process through, despite the president's executive order in December directing the Attorney General to quickly finalize the rule. Well, it's been 2 months now. That's not too quick in my mind. Now, lastly, I looked, it hasn't been rescheduled, he says. The president said to look into it. Harris said this in an interview on Thursday, adding that he hasn't directly communicated with the Justice Department about the issue, but that everybody understands what I want it to look like. Not at all, I would believe. Now, the Justice Department should take about 20 years, as I said, and I see I've duplicated some information here. Now, the prohibitionist congressman has said he isn't sure if the internal disagreements with the DOJ are to blame for the delayed rescheduling action, but the wheels grinding at a little slowly around here sometimes, he says. Now, on this one, it should take, as I mentioned, 20 years to the grind, he says. Now, in December, Harris separately said Trump doesn't have the authority to unilaterally reschedule cannabis via an executive order. But while lawmakers could overrule any administrative move to enact the reform, it would be a heavy lift in the Republican-controlled Congress, he has acknowledged. Well, Cindy, I don't know about you, but this is just getting old. And now 20 years. This guy wants 20 years. Does he sound like somebody who's going to be in the good end of all this? No.
I'm not sure. I've got something going on over here. The cats are into something, and I just hear some banging. 20 years.
20 years.
Even just seeing the headline just made me.
Yeah, exactly.
What do you say to that? 20 years. Like you guys will be out of government for 17.
Yeah, who knows? And the executive order signed in December. Now we're at the end of February, almost. So yeah, it's been 2 months. Nothing's been done. All we're hearing feedback is that
on the negative end when it's coming to a lot of the Republicans. I was talking to a couple of friends of mine in the U.S. and they've put their hands in the air. They don't know what's going on.
Nobody does.
Nobody does. I know. So,
but maybe that's the plan of the government. Keep everybody
maybe.
confused.
Could be. Who knows? But we'll keep an eye on it. And we hear anything good, we hear anything bad, whatever it is, we'll make sure that we bring it to our viewers and our listeners so they are well aware of what's going on. But other than that, Cindy, it is time for us to take a break. Time for here to us to let everybody know who makes our voices louder. You're watching Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News here at paceradio.net and 420pace.ca.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor. If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Re-rolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way. I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. Hey, we're back. We're live. We're Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News. And I see, Cindy, we've got a message over break. This comes to us from Catherine. She says, thanks, guys. Have a good day.
Have a good day yourself.
You have a good day yourself as well. I see you've got the cat on the lap again.
The cat is back. Yes.
Yeah.
Either that or he's going to keep hitting me, right?
Exactly. All righty. We got 4 more stories to cover, including those 2 reefer madness stories that we got coming up.
Those should be fun.
Yeah, it should be. Okay.
Next up is coming to us from Educational News Center. The University of Ottawa launches the French language psychedelic and consciousness degree. This is really exciting. It's exciting that it was out there in English, but now being out there in both of our national languages is just super exciting. In a first for Canadian higher education, the University of Ottawa has launched a French language degree program dedicated to the study of psychedelics and consciousness, and it's already drawing attention to its breadth and ambition. According to Education News Canada, the program is designed to explore the science, history, culture, philosophy, and ethics of psychedelic substances, from psilocybin and LSD to ayahuasca and beyond. The curriculum includes courses of neurobiology, clinical research methods, Indigenous knowledge systems, and social policy, a mix that reflects how multifaceted this field has become. The university's announcement states that students will examine how altered states of consciousness have shaped cultures, belief systems, and scientific inquiry throughout history. Program leaders emphasize that it's not a fringe study or trippy experience, but a serious academic pursuit. One faculty member is quoted saying, "We are training the next generation of researchers, clinicians, and policymakers to understand these substances in their cultural and scientific context, not just as headlines." The article also highlights that the degree is part of a response of growing interest in psychedelic research worldwide, especially in areas like mental health, trauma therapy, and neurological conditions. Offering the program in French fills a gap in the francophone academic world and signals Canada's growing role in global psychedelic scholarship. I agree. Students and faculty alike describe the program as forward-looking and necessary, pointing out that traditional academic disciplines have historically siloed the study of consciousness, religion, neuroscience, and pharmacology, while psychedelics sit in the intersection of all of them. It's a bold experiment in higher education. I love that pun. One that reflects shifting cultural landscapes around psychedelics and willingness to treat their study with intellectual rigor. I don't know about you, Al, but I'm excited.
Oh yeah, this is great news. You know, anytime
Yeah.
you can get a degree on the end of psychedelics, you know, we're still trying to get degrees and stuff on the cannabis end of things, as far as, you know, universities and stuff, and getting it in psychedelics, and now it's being done in French as well.
Yeah. It sounds like it's an incredible program that's been offered in English for a bit, and it's exciting to see it offered in both of our national languages. And it's just like it says, it's not just affecting people like therapists or doctors or people like myself, facilitators. It's affecting policymakers and educating our future policymakers, and I think that's super important.
Exactly, because they'll be educated. They'll, you know, more on this information and knowledge to come out, and that can change the laws for sure, as we mentioned. You know, maybe some mushroom laws. So. All right, good news from there. All right, from that, we're going to move on to a story that is coming to us from the Green State. Headline there says, cannabis legalization in teen use. What 30 years of data shows. Now, a common argument from anti-cannabis advocates is that legalization could lead to more minors using the plant. While news reports about the youth becoming sick after consuming THC-infused gummies continue to circulate, cases are still relatively rare. Data shows that teen cannabis use continues to decline, even as more states legalize, and a new study adds to the evidence. The findings, published in the journal Addictive Behaviors, shows cannabis use among adolescents has steadily declined since peaking in 1999. Researchers analyzed data from the 1991 to 2023 Youth Risk Behavior Study, a biannual school-based survey that relies on self-reported responses and roughly 254,000 high school students. In 1999, 47% of respondents said that they had tried cannabis at least once. By 2023, that number had dropped to about 30%. Recent use has also declined. In 1999, about 27 respondents reported using cannabis within the past 30 days. By 2023, that figure had dropped to just under 18%. The number of people who started using cannabis at an early age also decreased significantly, falling from roughly 12% in 1999 to about 6.5% in 2023. That's half. Now, the findings align with the other studies that have found no increase, and in some cases, a decrease in teen cannabis use following legalization. A 2024 government analysis showed cannabis use among adolescents fell by roughly 20% since 2014. Now, a 2017 study showed teen cannabis consumption decreasing in states with legal cannabis. Supporters of legalization argue that regulation promotes safer access for adults and reduces the likelihood that cannabis ends up in the hands of minors. Now, recent research from Canada which has legalized cannabis, nationwide since 2018, found that more use reported it was more difficult to obtain cannabis if they wanted to, supporting that theory. Here you go, Cindy. Teens are now reporting it's harder for them to get cannabis than it was when we were younger.
You know what? I get that straight up. And you want to know why I get that? Because even the, quote unquote, illegal shops, which we know are like the indigenous or the legacy or the gray area markets, those are that's where yesterday's dealers have, opened up shop, to compete with the legal shops that have these beautiful storefronts and all of this stuff. Dispensaries have opened up, and it's taken dealers off the street. And it's also made people more conscious about, asking for age, because we all realize, like as much as, we've been trying to educate others, we've also had to educate ourselves. Yeah. And I say that because, I was one of those people that sold cannabis like a long time ago as weed, as a hiding in the back alley. I was one of those people, and I eventually graduated to working in a dispensary.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right. So I get that. And the dispensaries, they have their doors closed. They check for IDs even harder than the legal stores.
Yeah. And being that the money isn't as much in the cannabis on the illicit end of things, prices have all dropped down. At one time it was $250 for an ounce. Right. You can get it for a lot less than that these days. And the money's not there. So, less people are selling it.
Yeah, because I sold it obviously to make money, to have my own. It was when I was in heavy addiction, and so it was just to pay for my own, and things. It just you can't do that anymore. The amount that somebody would have to sell on the street to pay for their own cannabis is stupid.
Yeah.
And you can't compete with the prices of the big guys. It's like, that's why when Walmart walked in, like a lot of small businesses shut down. It's the same idea, just on a different level.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, thanks for the thumbs up there, Pickled Chicken. I believe that's who gave it to us. Yeah. Pickled Chicken is what it says.
Love it.
All righty. On to the next story we go.
On to the next. Oh, this is me. Yeah. Yes, on to the next story we go. We're heading into the reefer madness moment. Look, I was already in the madness moment. Woo! On to the next story, coming to us from cannabis.net. The Fox News reefer madness moment when a combat veteran schooled the hypocrites. Yes. Again, it was just, I saw the headline and it hit my heart. Then I read it and I loved the article. Last night, or the other night, a moment of national media pushback went viral, and it came from an unexpected source. Cannabis.net reports on a televised confrontation in which a combat veteran confronted commentators on a major cable news network about the network's portrayal of cannabis policy. The segment began with a predictable reefer madness style warning about cannabis legalization, fears of chaos on the streets, impaired driving, social collapse. But when the veteran who had served multiple tours overseas was invited to respond, the narrative took an abrupt turn. He was quoted saying, "I saw fear in the face of my platoon more times than I have ever felt from cannabis." This line shut down the panel and quickly spread online. The veteran went on to challenge the network's fear-based framing, pointing out the contradictions in how other substances like opioids and or alcohol are discussed in the same breathless tone. What's dangerous, he argued, is not a plant. It's a policy that leaves people behind with no safe option and no support. The article frames his response as both heartfelt and strategic, a powerful example of how the lived experience can cut through the rhetoric. Commenters on social media praised his calm logic and his rhetorical posture, calling it a much needed reality check. Heck to the yeah on that. Whether you agree or disagree with his position, the veteran's intervention sparked a broader conversation about how cannabis is framed in mainstream media, and whether some outlets will still rely on outdated topics and madness rather than evidence-based reporting. What do you think, Al?
Yeah, reefer madness. It sucks. Like, scroll the headline up because we can't see the headline, and look at the picture. Look at the picture. Look at the guys. Wow.
Yeah. And if you go and read the whole article, the quotes that are coming from the veteran are very colorful and very heartfelt. I highly recommend going to read it. Beautifully written, and this veteran has my heart, as well as any cannabis activist or advocate's heart. He really stood up on Fox and gave a what for, and it was pretty incredible.
Yeah, that's right. Exactly. It's good for him to speak up. Need more of that. That's for sure. So, and there's lots of groups doing that, speaking up. Veteran groups. There's one that airs here every Sunday night at 8:00. Back. Veterans Action Council Roundtable. Catch it then. All right. On to our next story, which is yet again another reefer madness headline going on here. When I saw it, Cindy, I thought, what? Come on. So here we go. It's coming to us from Marijuana Moment. And the headline, as you see, says, Arizona senators take up bills to criminalize excessive marijuana smoke even on private property. Arizona lawmakers are considering a pair of measures that would make the act of creating excessive amounts of cannabis smoke a nuance crime. Punishment by jail time. Correct. Jail time. Even if the person is using cannabis in compliance with the state law in their homes. They want to charge you. You want to put you in jail for making big clouds in your jail. Now, Senator J.D. Mesnard is sponsoring the two proposals, one that would amend state statute legislatively that would put the issue before voters at the ballot. Members of the Senate Judiciary and Elections Committee are set to consider the proposals this week. Now, the lawmaker said he decided to push the issue due to the smell of cannabis in his own neighborhood. Both versions of Mesnard's legislation stipulate that it is presumed that a person who creates excessive cannabis smoke and odor causes a condition that endangers the safety and health of others. The reason behind having both a proposed law and a resolution is related to the potential legal challenges of lawmakers changing the voter-approved cannabis legalization law. The legislation would establish a presumption that the creation of excessive cannabis smoke and odor is injurious and health, indecent, offensive to the senses, and an obstruction to the free use of property that interferes with the comfortable enjoyment of life or property. Correct. That's what it says, people. A summary of the proposal says, if enacted, the loosely defined offense of creating excessive cannabis smoke under the bill and resolution would be considered a Class 3 misdemeanor, punishable by up to 30 days in jail, a maximum of $500 fine, and up to 1 year in prohibition. I'm hearing from some people that, depending on their neighborhood, their situation, they may not be able to have their kids go outside because of the cannabis smoke, they say. But experiencing now what's happened, even my own neighborhood, it is a pretty frustrating situation, he told the Arizona Daily Star. Goes on to say, you should be responsible neighbors if you're going to smoke pot. It can be a real issue for families, especially with kids. Asked about seeing seemingly double standards, given that no such nuanced offenses exist for smoking cigarettes or cigars on a private property, the senator says. He says, I'll concede. I hadn't thought about that. I'm pretty sure that cannabis smoke has a different impact than, say, other smoke that might make you cough, he says. He goes on to finish off with, I don't want my kids to get high. If someone wants to get high on their own, let them get high on their own. Here you go, Cindy.
I'm sitting here just hooting and laughing at it. That's great. Oh my God. Oh, that is so fucking sorry. That is so freaking hilarious. No, don't want that terrible cannabis smoke that has nothing left in it by the time it gets to your kids. You'd rather have them inhale that toxic cigarette smoke.
Yeah.
It's just gonna make you cough while it gives you cancer.
Yeah, that secondhand cigarette smoke, which is proven to cause cancer. We don't make that against the law, but for, the makers of Shatterizer, clowns, it's all in their saying.
We've got a comment here. I have to share this because I live this. I was in the Netherlands. I was in Amsterdam not long ago. In Holland, in the Netherlands, it's everywhere in the air, and that's true.
But yeah, there you go. It's just, and this is the party that's going to legalize cannabis. You can't even have a big toe without risking going to jail. Like, come on.
Yeah.
All right. Just so everybody wants to read that, you can catch it on our Facebook page, Psychedelics Cannabis Education News. It's there, or look it up at Marijuana Moment. All right, that's our stories for today. I think, Cindy, you've got something you want to mention?
Yeah. The Nova Scotia Psychedelic Society is putting on their next social. It will be on February 27th, so a week from tomorrow, from 7 to 9 p.m. We meet at the Halifax Shambhala Center, which is located at 1084 Tower Road in Halifax, Nova Scotia. So if you are in Halifax or in the area, I invite you to come on down. We offer, we ask everybody to bring a small snack to share or a donation, whatever you can. We set up a table and kind of have a potluck thing going on. It's usually a really amazing variety of food, and it's really yummy. And we're gonna, have an open discussion about psychedelics. Topics are you interested? Come on. It's really about being interested in building a community, coming down, being curious about psychedelics. And we're just going to open an open forum next Friday to chat about your stories and your curiosities and anything you might want to share. And I'd really love to see you there. I will be there with a couple other of my board members to host the event. And I'm really excited for this to happen. Yeah, so if you are in Halifax or in the area, come on down. 1084 Tower Road, the Shambhala Center in Halifax.
And the date again?
February 27th.
All right. Good stuff. Another week.
Another week.
Good stuff. And maybe if because you're going away this weekend, if you're back on Monday.
Yeah, well, I leave tomorrow and I'm back on Wednesday. So yeah, I'll be back for the social.
Yeah, exactly. All right. Anything else?
I don't think so. I won't be here on Monday. Again, I am traveling out to Ontario. I was going to bring my computer and do the show from there, but then I decided to hop on a bus and take a day trip to Niagara.
All right. Sounds good. Okay. So I'll be doing it alone on Monday, but we'll still be bringing you cannabis news. It's all psychedelic stuff. All right. That's a report for today. Thanks to our buds at Camel for Lifestyle Shop at ease.ca and Limestone City Hydroponics. In closing, I'd like to say thanks for tuning in. Thanks for watching. You throw some comments at us. We'll let you know. And we appreciate the interaction. Other than that, as I always say, don't forget to educate, medicate, and do not incarcerate. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net. Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
Sun up slow, coffee in my chipped-o cup, little jar tucked by the window, waiting for the day to wake up. Grinding like I'm saying grace, twisted with a quiet smile. Step out where the porch boards creak, sit and watch the world a while. Cannabis in the morning, calming my chest, soft in my head. Let the worry drift like smoke, up with the crows over the shed. Cannabis in the evening, red sky fading, barefoot yard. Life gets heavy, this heart gives light. One little plant in my backyard. Neighbor waves, says he's feeling worn and thin. I just pat the old banister, tell him, man, come on in. Kettle on, old records home. We talk about the days gone far. Pass around a little rolled up prayer, laugh beneath the first bright star. Cannabis in the morning, calm in my chest, soft in my. Let the worry drift like smoke, up with the crows over the shed. I don't need a crowded bar, just this chair and this guitar. Family calling down the hall, kids all grown and I've seen it all. But I'm still here, still breathing slow, still watching that green leaf grow.
Probably 5 minutes.
You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after this toke.
So what are you doing? Nothing. Why not? Trying to get on this Lifestyle Radio website. Sounds like a cool website. Yeah, it's alright. Oh, I might have it. You might have it.
You're listening to Lifestyle Radio.
The opinions expressed during this show are those of the individual participants and do not necessarily reflect the opinions of their associated organizations or Lifestyle Radio.
You like music, you like weed, well, we gonna be good friends indeed. This is how much I like more than smoking trees. They'll make you dance the do-si-do and teach you how the chiva grows. Smoke a bowl on the 420 radio show. On Lifestyle Radio.
Good day. I'm going to put a big black square on Mary Jane's face when she's not on the show.
Oh, that would work.
Nice.
I was going to start something, but then I decided, nah, I'll be nice for a change.
You need to be.
When she said she wasn't going to make it, I was going to say that I won the poll this week.
She's busy. She's got a lot
We're
of
gonna
stuff on.
we're gonna have a poll every week. We're gonna say which guests or which ones aren't going to be here and why. And then we'll do
So
prizes.
I got something I want to bring up here. Not bring up, just something. Oh, just give me. I'm just pausing it. Hold on. Something interesting that I found that I enjoy watching this kind of stuff. And it is a top 10 list. And it's about 10 weird facts about the cast you never knew of Strange Brew.
Yeah, I got an interesting tidbit about Strange Brew right now.
I do as well. So let's watch that. I just pulling it up and I'm a little slow here. Slowness. Let's watch that and then it gives us something to talk about.
Maybe we already had something to talk about.
We have lots to talk about, but I found this interesting.
Oh, what if we don't? Then we can talk about something else.
If it's Strange Brew, I'm into it.
Bob and Doug
Yeah, me too.
is a parody of Canadian cereal. So popular, they landed their own movie. 9. Max von Sydow, Brewmeister Smith, took the villain role because his kids were fans of the Mackenzie brothers. 8. Rick Moranis co-directed the film with Dave Thomas, even though neither had directed a feature before. 7. Paul Dooley, Claude Elsinore, improvised much of his dialogue to add a satirical corporate edge. 6. Lynn Griffin, Pam Elsinore, was cast partly because she could handle the comedy while still playing the straight role. 5. Dave Thomas admitted many of the Mackenzies' lines were made up on the spot, including their hoser catchphrases. 4. Rick Moranis was also working on Ghostbusters pre-production at the time and almost dropped out of Strange Brew. 3. Max von Sydow enjoyed making fun of himself and overplayed his villainous role on purpose. 2. The cast drank real beer in some scenes, which made the bloopers real unusually chaotic. 1. Rick Moranis and Dave Thomas were pressured by the studio to make the film more like Hamlet, which explains its odd Shakespearean structure. Bonus, the movie's credits include a hidden scene of Bob and Doug talking directly to the audience, which was unscripted.
Now, my tidbit about Strange Brew is I was on the crew that cleaned out the old Lakeshore Hospital for that movie, as well as, do you remember the show Night Heat?
Yep.
It was one of the first cop shows, kind of around.
Was that a Canadian show?
It was a Canadian show shot at the Lakeshore Mental Hospital.
I remember it.
And the only reason I know so much about it is because my buddy was an extra in a lot of movies and TV shows back then, and I used to go and hang out. So I cleaned out all of the basement part that they used for the castle or the brewery, and ran into Rick Moranis and Dave Thomas and their crew countless number of times when I was there. Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
Well, my story's not that cool, but I literally bought the record album, The Great White North, at a used record shop Saturday.
Oh, did you?
Yeah. Just the coincidence that you brought up Strange Brew.
Well, it's,
I was like, what are the odds?
Yeah, I just heard that song, and every time I hear that song, I watch clips of the movie, and we talked about I Like Me, which is John Candy's another Canadian documentary the other day, Al and I, and
how was it?
I haven't watched it, but we watched the trailer, and the trailer. Yeah, the trailer is just like, wow, that's going to be a tearjerker. But my John Candy show story is when I came out just a little guy with a puppy from the Harvard. Remember when the Humane Society used to be on Harvard, Marcel?
Nope.
Okay, well, they used to be on Harvard,
wow.
And as I came out with my new puppy, John Candy and SCTV was filming the sex shop where he's got Snake painted on his face.
Yeah.
Do you remember that one? Mm-hmm. I think his character was Snake or something like that. So yeah. Second City was all over the city back then. They filmed everywhere in Toronto.
I like Second City.
We used to go to the Second City Fire Hall every year for my birthday. My mom would say, "Where do you want to go?" I was Second City because the food was awesome, and then you get to sit there and listen to people like Colin Mockery and Ryan Stiles and Ron James was there back then. The guy, he's done a lot of commercials, been in a lot of TV shows, has a crater face. I can't remember his name.
I know
sorry.
I know who you mean though.
Yeah. There were and guest features.
You talking about Eugene Levy?
No.
Oh,
He's on a ride. He's on a fucking huge ride right now, Eugene Levy.
Oh yeah.
Everybody and their uncle wants him.
But and it's kind of weird like that, because that's happened before with other actors that you don't hear anything about them, and then all of a sudden, poof, they're in big demand again for some reason.
Well, look what's going on with Charlie Sheen now. I mean, he's released his documentary. A lot of people have a lot of hate on for the guy.
I was watching that before I joined here, actually.
Is it any good?
The one with Joe Rogan?
No, like the actual AKA Charlie Sheen.
There's a documentary and it's on Netflix.
Fuck,
is it not?
Sorry, Pedro Martinez is throwing out the first fucking pitch. Sorry, I got to take a moment here.
That's okay. That's why we brought Lenny on in the first place, was for sports.
Aside for Nolan Ryan, the greatest fucking pitcher of all time, Pedro Martinez.
Hey, buddy. Hey, everybody. Sorry, Dale. I had a brain fart.
All right. I'm okay again. I just love that man.
All right. You had a moment. So, anyways, yeah, I'm looking forward to that. Was it? You still have to watch more of it, obviously.
Oh no, he just threw out the first pitch of the game. Just there.
No,
Oh my god!
no,
it was a
no.
documentary. Yeah, I'm watching the game.
No, he's asking you about the documentary.
Oh,
if you
AK.
finished it.
Oh yeah. So it is. It's like his life history, and he's sitting in a diner, and they're interviewing him, and it's really cool. Like, I am a Charlie Sheen movie fan. I always have been. It was
I'm the same.
right from.
You know what? He's done a
good
lot
actor.
of good movies and a handful of really good TV shows, and but the drugs and alcohol and his
Oh no,
brain
he's a train wreck. He's a train wreck, like socially,
but he also admits it. He
Yeah.
knows he's a train wreck. He knows that whole Tiger Blood fucking shit was just him going
He
fucking.
was on so much everything.
Yeah, he
But it's
admits
cool.
that he fucked up, but
Yeah,
he's not hiding.
Yeah,
No,
but it's
that's
cool.
why I like Charlie Sheen, because he's.
But
out
I didn't
there.
realize Nicolas Cage and him were so hooked up back. Like it's almost insinuating the bad boy really started with Nicolas Cage.
I have a Charlie Sheen story. Jeffrey Peterson, the 420 comic, his brother Dan has a dog walking company and they've known Charlie Sheen and all of those
I'm sure they
younger
did.
celebrities. They grew up down there, right?
Yeah.
And they used to walk Charlie's dog. Dan's company used to walk Charlie's dog for him. And when that whole Tiger Blood thing was going on, I invited him on the show and he accepted and then got really weird and it never happened. So, yeah.
Yeah, no, I was always a fan, like iconic, and they go through it, like the big scene with Ferris Bueller, right? That was my first intro, then Platoon, and again, I'm a sports guy and I'm watching baseball.
Yeah, his
fucking
baseball.
wild thing, man. He's fucking
Wild
Ricky
Thing,
Vaughn.
And
Number
they did
99.
3 of those, didn't they?
I only acknowledged the first one.
I enjoyed. I like the parody movies that he's done too.
Oh
Right.
fuck! Like
They're hilarious.
I loved Hot Shots. I
Work.
really enjoyed it. Men at Work's a great movie. There's a movie that he doesn't get a lot of attention. The Chase. He did a movie called Terminal Velocity. That I really enjoyed.
I like
back
Terminal
in the day.
Velocity.
Yeah. The Scary Movie stuff he did was funny. Like I think it was 3.
No, when I come in, Kirsty was watching Charlie Sheen and his Joe Rogan here from the
Rogan
other day.
interview. Yeah.
Yeah, that was last couple of days ago.
Yeah, it was just a couple.
The night that
it was during the event. Yeah.
Yes,
they were on the air.
Yes.
Yeah.
They found out when it happened.
Yeah.
Anyways,
so welcome to the 420 radio show, and now let's get back to weed.
And as you can see, only one of us has a picture that's prepared for Canada. So,
well, because Darcy said he was going to turn his camera on, but he hasn't.
Well, Darcy lies.
I've got that. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm in a bit of a sober September, healthy September mode. So,
You're not smoking?
although I'm not doing anything right now.
Oh, you're fasting, are you?
I'm like eating like keto, everything.
I have a question for you.
Yeah.
If you are a cannabis user,
yeah.
How long would you suggest waiting before you have to go get a blood test for work?
Did you say chronic? You say chronic? Did you say like a daily chronic user?
Yeah. No, not a chronic user, but a daily user. Yeah.
They say it can show up for 6 weeks.
You know, I'll tell you, I took them.
But I'd also tell that person that has to do the blood work, go fucking get another job.
I took them for a blood test 2 years ago, and he hadn't had anything in at least 6 weeks.
Yeah.
And the lady there said, "You must have used today because your levels are really high." And he hadn't done anything in 6 weeks yet, but he had been around people,
Yeah.
including
Okay,
myself.
wait now. What job requires you to have a blood test?
Or urine.
CP.
Are you talking about blood or European
CP.
or urine?
Both, because it's for CP rail, right? You can't operate heavy vehicles and use cannabis at all, right? Just like construction company.
Yeah, that's a stupid rule.
It is a stupid rule. Yes, you should be able to, like police officers. Police officers can consume cannabis as long as they have a 24-hour space between when they consume and when they go back on shift.
How long is it for CP rail, Darcy?
A long time. 30 days.
30 days.
Really?
You got to go for 30 days before you can go back to work.
Have a close friend
Did you
that
work
works
for CP? Darcy, did you work for CP?
No, I have a close friend that works there now.
Okay, yeah. And construction companies are the same way, because if you're operating or near any heavy machinery, you have to remain alert. I'm sorry, but I would be
I'm
more
telling you
alert
right
without.
now, folks. If
I
you
would be
see
more
me operating
I would be more
heavy
alert.
machinery,
I would be more unable to work in that scenario without.
right? If you see me operating heavy machinery, you know for a fact I'm high.
Yeah, exactly.
Because I'm not going to do it straight.
This
Well,
is the issue.
I can't. It hurts.
That's just exactly. It's just too much fucking pain to do it straight. All that joint.
This is the
jerking around
issue
and
I'm
shit.
having with. This is the issue I'm having with Canada Pension. I have to be heavily medicated to be numb of pain, but then when I'm heavily medicated, most 99% of the jobs out there will not allow you at work.
But if you don't, you can't collect CPP unless you worked for X amount of years, which I found out I didn't qualify for because I had not worked.
I qualify for, so there's three things you got to qualify for. I qualify for 2 of them. I don't qualify for the last one because apparently I'm not disabled.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yep.
I got my letter and apparently I'm not, I obviously.
So you need to get a hold of one of them disabled lawyers that go in when you're denied.
That's what I said.
No, the ironic thing of the whole situation is my old CEO is now chief of staff for our MP who is in Ottawa. So I've contacted him and trying to go in through that route if I can, because obviously he knows me. He knows that obviously you're in a chair, you are disabled. So I'll try that route.
Yeah, but how you know what? I know a lot of people in chairs who don't consider themselves disabled.
I mean, I never thought of myself like that, but you got to sit down and realize you are in a chair and you ain't gonna walk again. So if that's not disabled, I don't know what is.
Yeah,
Well,
define disabled.
That sucks. That's bad for CPP. I'm not looking forward to turning 65. In fact, I might wait until I'm 70 to even look at that. Maybe I won't be here. I won't have to worry about that fucking retirement bullshit.
But with Darcy in a chair, it's not that he can't work, but he has to work with a job that suits his skill set. And
in a proper environment, yeah.
Yeah, and if said job does not exist, like that's not fair to him. Like you have to, like he's looked, and if he can't find one that works for both him and the employer,
then they should accommodate him with a job.
Exact, or either they could accommodate, but if there's no job that he can do, and he's looked for jobs, he should qualify for the pension or disability.
Yeah, well, they should create a job for him.
I tried to apply, and I'm on disability, and I tried to apply for this new Ontario disability credit, and I was denied. And what they said was I have to apply for the Ontario or for the tax credit first. And then you can apply, then I can apply again to this disability fund. Sounds like a big roll around the fucking carpet to me.
Well, that's the Canadian government anyway.
It
really is.
I went and signed up for the new dental plan that you can apply for when you're low income or disabled, and I got my Sun Life package last week, which covers pretty much everything except for major surgeries and implants. So with that, as well as what ODSP allows for dental, I can now get my teeth all fixed up. And so I would recommend, if you are on low income and you live in Canada, it's the dental thing is Canadian, is it not?
Yes.
Yeah. I would apply. It's real easy to do. Go and fill out the form. If you qualify, you'll get it, and if you don't, you don't.
I applied for family pharmacare here in Nova Scotia for low income, and I got approved. But then come to find out that they don't cover my catheters, which was the whole reason why I wanted family pharmacare. So now I got to go through and play the, well, will they cover it under special circumstances? And then if so, my doctor, I already ran into him. He said, I can write you a letter, but I've never done like anything like that before. So then that tells me maybe they don't, then that tells me they likely will not cover it under
Let him write the letter, Darcy.
What's that?
Let him write the letter.
Oh, he's going to write me a letter, but
and then he can submit your records as well, and then they'll make them, you know.
Oh yes, definitely. But where my train of thought was, well, fuck, if he's never done one before, and he's a urologist, and he's seen a lot of people, and he deals with a lot of people with catheters, so maybe they don't do that.
But you know what? Urologists wouldn't generally be involved in that kind of stuff. I wouldn't think. I would think your main practitioner would be handling that kind of stuff on information that the urologist has given them.
Yeah, not my family doctor mostly just deals. Well, he was just dealing with my Canada pension stuff, but furthermore than that, he pretty much passed me off to my specialist in Halifax because there was nothing he could do to help me, and then passed me off to my urologist on that end, and then I got passed from one urologist to another because my original urologist went off, was sick, and then he came back.
Get a lawyer, Darcy. Just get a fucking lawyer, man. Jesus, that's what I would do. Just like enough fucking around. Get a lawyer. You're entitled to what you're entitled to. These benefits are there for those situations.
Yeah,
and then they're telling you you're not allowed to access them.
Yeah, it's shit because they make you jump through hoops, man.
Yeah. Yep.
Makes you discouraged. It makes you discouraged some days, but I use cannabis, so I stay pretty positive for the most part.
Well, Darcy.
Yeah, but when you can't afford,
if you weren't running and jumping through hoops, then they wouldn't think you weren't fucking disabled.
No, true enough.
Right? Yeah, no more volleyball for you.
Yeah, no more tennis.
You were playing
tennis.
Yeah, volleyball. No more tennis. Don't play. They're going to tell you no. You can play tennis. You can go out and get a job.
Yeah, as a professional tennis player. There you go.
You could even go back to them now and say that you're really disabled now because you only have one arm because your friend's an asshole.
Yeah, because he let the fucking Yakuza cut it off last night.
He what?
Poor Lenny.
Darcy had a dream that the Yakuza cut off his arm because I wouldn't give them my gummy recipe.
Is that because he had a strong gummy?
Marcel had the gummy recipe and everybody wanted it and he wouldn't give it to anybody. And then Marcel tells me, well, I don't got it anyway. So they're going to cut both your arms off. I was yelling and screaming at him, telling him, just give him the fucking recipe, Marcel.
No. I'd be there. I'd be there. You haven't got the guts to cut his arm off.
I can see that.
Yeah.
I can see Marcel. Give me the saw. I'll do it for you.
Yeah.
You're gonna cut off an arm like that? What the fuck are you doing, you amateur? Here, let me show you how.
Yeah. So no. Fucking Marcel, what a guy.
Hey, speaking of cool butchering, I pulled a fucking neat stunt this week that I was rather proud of myself. I went to Costco, and while I was at Costco, I saw a whole ribeye. Like
a whole what?
Ribeye.
Like the full ribeye.
Oh, a ribeye.
The whole ribeye, which works
How
out
much?
to, in the grocery store, you'd pay $29 a pound, $29.99 a pound for it right now for a boneless ribeye. At Costco, it was almost $300.
Yeah.
And it was right around 13 pounds. Said, no, I'm not paying. That's like $25 a fucking pound. I'm not paying that much. I can get it cheaper. So I left Costco and I went right across town to another little store, and I went in and I went over, and they had one left for $127, and it was pretty much the same size. So I brought it home. So it worked out to $9.99 a pound, and I brought it home, and I now have 20 boneless ribeye steaks.
Wow.
Off of one.
I ordered a brisket, and she said that it in the package it was 140 and change, but she could cut it down for me. So I ordered a brisket for my birthday for the end of the month, so I can have a brisket for my birthday.
When are you getting another brisket, Lenny?
I'm not sure when the right time to do it is.
Is that about what you pay, Len?
About 120.
Yeah, so it's about the same price, a little bit more expensive.
About 15. I think mine's usually around 15 pounds.
Okay, I want everybody to. Len,
meat tends to get cheaper in the fall.
Can you make a fish face, please, Len?
Here, Al.
Okay, come on, Durst. There you go.
Yeah. The irony after my brisket, after I spend like fucking almost like a day cooking it, I like one bite of it, I don't want it anymore.
You didn't like it?
No, I love it. It tastes so good, but it's such a rich meat.
Yeah, it is. I love it.
Same thing happens to me with when I make pulled pork. I'll spend like fucking 8 hours making pulled pork.
Yeah,
and then I'll get one bite. I've had enough.
But and same with turkey. I have my fill. I go for turkey dinner, and I have my fill. I come back. I don't want fucking three
turkey.
Turkey's different. I can eat turkey like 10 times in a row.
I can do turkey.
One turkey sandwich after the day after, and a nice hefty turkey meal is all I want, because I get.
I think it's the heavy spice too, right?
It might be. Yeah,
briskets.
I love brisket. No, I can eat brisket. I would camp out in front of fucking Panzer's Delicatessen if I could.
You cook yours in tomato?
I don't like tomato. No.
So what do you cook yours in?
I don't know. I've never made a brisket. I'm going to find a recipe. Hi, Carla. And see what happens.
Use tomato, Al, or Lenny?
I can't use
tomato.
No,
I do a smoked brisket.
Yeah,
no tomatoes. So mine, I can't even remember my recipe. I just know I start around 7 at night. It's usually ready at like 6 the next day.
Well, I think I'm gonna slow cook it on. I'm gonna wrap it in onions and stuff, and
be good.
Some bacon in there. And I don't know. I'll find a recipe that I think I'll like, and then I'll slow cook it in the barbecue for a little while, or in the oven for a little while, and then I'll.
As long as it's slow cooked, you just gotta.
I want it slow cooked. I want a delicatessen roast beef or brisket sandwich. That's what I really want, with all the fat and everything.
Apple juice.
Apple juice, yeah.
Apple juice.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is that what
Apple
they
juice.
do in the delis? Do you think they use apple juice?
Yeah, they'll use apple juice. They'll use a lot of different things. It just depends on how long they're going to cook it. Like some will do a brine first with fish sauce and apple cider vinegar and shit like
I
that.
suspect that this is packaged in a brine because it's a packaged one. It's not a fresh.
No, it's never brined. That's called corned beef.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But
Right?
it's in a
When you-
package, so they'll have seasoning in it already, wouldn't they?
No, it's vacuum sealed. All it is just a piece of meat that's vacuum sealed. The same way I brought my ribeye the other day.
I've never bought one that's packaged. I've always gone down to St. Lawrence Market with my mom and got them down there fresh.
Okay, so if you went to
That's
St.
right off
Lawrence
the
Market and said, "Hey, can you put that in a plastic and vacuum seal it for me?" and they did it, that would be the same thing.
Okay. Okay.
That's all it is. It's just vacuum sealed for freshness, to keep it fresh.
Well, we'll see what happens. I might not even have to cook it.
Got him.
Right.
Fucking right.
I'm pretty sure you're going to have to cook it, Al.
No, I mean myself.
Who are you going to get to cook for you?
Dean makes a good roast beef, so I might ask him to make it.
Yeah. I mean, if you cook it low temperature for a long period of time.
I've heard 3 hours for up to 12 hours in the barbecue would do it.
For what? Brisket?
A brisket.
At what temperature?
Minimum 12, but I usually do mine about.
Because that's as high as my barbecue will go right now.
No, the thing is for slow cooking, you don't want high temperature. You want a lower temperature and a longer period of time.
So I do mine at 225. And I probably goes. I'm trying to remember. I probably did it 14 hours. I may turn it up. So what I'm trying to remember what I actually do. I think I tried to get it to 170, 175.
This is what happens when Len doesn't use cannabis.
Yeah. I'll tell you where to look. Look up Meat Church and Matt Pittman. That's where I steal my shit from. But then I usually wrap it at 170, 175 and get it to 202. And then
I used to make.
But the other trick is you got to let it really sit for 3 or 4 hours after it's done.
I used to make them 2 days before we needed them at the restaurant. But when I didn't really make them, I just put the seasoning on and wrapped them in foil and gave them to the cook, right? But so I mean, I have made a brisket before. I made one in the slow cooker that came out really nice, but it was too dry for me.
That's why you need the juice.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh,
so no, like the apple juice. That's why I said about tomato when I asked it, because
I put water in. That's what I've always done when I made a roast. I would put water in. Right?
So I do brisket the same way I do
Welcome
my ribs.
to pothead cooking.
Or very similar to the way I do my ribs, but my ribs never fail.
I don't do ribs. I don't like ribs.
Well, yeah, but my rib process is the same thing that I would do for brisket. Right?
It's the same kind of meat, isn't it? Isn't it around the same area, but it's just got ribs in it as opposed to, although
the thing with ribs, Al, is you gotta remove the thing with ribs, you gotta remove that silver skin. Marcel taught me very well.
The membrane. The membrane.
Yeah, the membrane on the inside of the ribs, you remove that with a piece of paper towel. It's pretty fucking easy once you grab a hold of it.
That's what I do too.
Pull that off, coat the whole thing in mustard.
Yeah.
And then coat it in my spice rub. Then it goes on my barbecue.
And then when you cut it up and put it on a sandwich, put more mustard on it.
No. It goes on the barbecue on high heat just to char the spices in the mustard. Once that's all charred on either side, it goes onto tin foil. In the tin foil, gets more seasoning if it's needed, plus either apple juice, orange juice, or even apple cider vinegar.
I've heard of orange juice. I've heard of apple cider vinegar, but I've heard of apple juice as well.
It's the acid that helps break down the meat proteins.
Yes, I've seen what's his name, the BAM guy.
I've never done it that way.
Legacy.
Yeah, that gets wrapped up into tin foil, so it's sealed up tight, and then put in the oven, usually at about 275 for 2.5 to 3 hours. When it comes out,
hungry.
The bones fall out, but I'll take the whole thing and put it back into the barbecue and throw the barbecue sauce on it. And heat it up with the barbecue sauce, bring it up to temperature. It's already cooked meat.
Do you use the bones for anything after, like for the marrow or anything?
Nope. Not off a rib bone.
No.
And I'm not a big marrow fan.
Neither am I. No, I love beef.
If I
but
take
no.
beef marrow out of a bone, I feed it to the dog. She loves it. My dog eats pretty fucking good.
Rosa gets scraps, but for the most part she eats kibble, and yeah.
No, my dog is a
But
very
she gets
fussy
rice
eater.
that I don't eat and things like that.
Right. So she'll get leftovers, but
Yeah.
I'll even go so far as to cook extra for her.
Kelly cooks for her Shih Tzu fresh chicken and rice, and I understand Al does the same thing for Tessa as well for his dog.
Oh yeah. I make a rice dish with either ground chicken or ground turkey, rice, canned vegetables like peas, carrots, shit like that.
Yep. That's what I
Rosemary.
make for myself, so she gets some.
Mix it all up into a paste, pretty much as a paste.
As a
And-
paste? Why a paste?
Well, it's almost as a paste. Well, 'cause once the olive water evaporates and everything, it gets pretty gluey with all that rice,
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah.
right? So then she can get that into her food. But if I'm cooking a steak, chances are she's eating steak that night. Well, we go to Costco and buy rotisserie chicken, and the first thing I do as soon as we get the rotisserie chicken is I remove all the skin and all the gristle. That goes into one dish. That's for her for later. And I can throw that into her kibble, and she'll eat every
Yeah,
bit of her
Rose gets any fat. She's my little vacuum cleaner.
Mm-hmm. But it's not just that. Your dog is loving it because he's getting a lot of fat and protein.
Oh, she loves
that
it, but
doesn't normally get.
too much human food. Too much human food can kind of, yeah, not good.
Too much human food's not good for humans.
Yeah, you're right there,
Fair
Lenny.
enough.
So, you guys ever smoke THC with some CBG infused shit like that?
No.
I got a product
Only in a wrap doobie, like you get.
Yeah, well, anyway, it's sold out pretty quick, and a few people. Nick smoked his today, Darcy.
What do you think? I gotta ask him what he thinks of that.
It was a hash infused joint,
Yeah.
but wrapped in CBG keef.
Oh.
Anyway, I got one for tomorrow night.
Shatterizer has one of those.
Yeah, but anyway, they say it's like a real interesting high but you kind of stay a little really. I guess you'd call it a sativa like effect, like kind of focused and alert. And anyway,
And no, they sound.
Hi, Tim.
I've had some CBG like gummies and capsules, and I didn't find nothing CBG alone, which I didn't expect. But anyway, it was just kind of interesting when they kind of topped it up into that infused hash joint. Just he really liked it, and so did Darcy would know Evan. Evan liked it too.
Yeah.
So anyway, just interesting feedback. So I'm kind of excited to try it.
That's funny you say that. He owns a legal shop.
Did Grippy's come back in again yet?
Did you see what Tim said?
Yeah, Tim. Sorry, disagree.
There you go. Anyways, I like trying new stuff.
Anyway, no,
Shadow
I was convinced to get it in.
They have something like that that has it's not hash though, it's shatter that they've infused into it.
Yeah, no, and just something the company, whatever, they kind of convinced me to bring it in, and so I decided.
Did you try it?
No, I'll try it tomorrow night.
Oh, after your fast. Yes, that's correct.
Well, I'm kind of cheating my fast a little bit.
You go to the game last night, Lenny?
Yep.
Did they win?
Nope.
Goddamn.
Thought they would. They looked like it was going to be a blowout the first 10 minutes, and then kind of game crept back on them, and they lost.
Yeah. That's how it's been when I've been watching the Blue Jay games lately. I've been turning them on halfway through the game, and it's like they're losing, and then I turn it over, and then I turn it back for the last 2 innings, and they're already fucking winning the game.
Yeah, I'm just trying to I'm just hoping Red Sox get there, but get there healthy. You just like, Jesus, you're down the last fucking 2 weeks of the season, if that, 12 days or something like that. Don't get hurt.
Our man,
they already lost one guy.
Yeah, the Jays' magic number for them to make it is 10. They said the magic number was 10. So whatever.
Yeah, I really don't care about. I just get into the show.
Get into the show. Yeah.
I don't care about first place and pennants. It's who's standing at the end of the fucking season.
That's just it, Letty. You can have the last place team come into the playoffs and win the whole thing.
Exactly.
They have the momentum. They have the pitching. Do what baseball is. You got to have the hitting and the pitching. Right, and you need that pitching. You need that pitching when you need it the most. And I've been noticing it's like after like the 6th inning, that original guy comes in. If he doesn't do very well,
to all you Toronto Canadian fans, I don't think they're going to win it anyway.
Oh no, it's Toronto. They're going to flop.
No, I don't. My theory is that the way baseball is played today, you got to be able to steal bases. Yes. Toronto, and I think that's going to be highlighted even more in the playoffs.
Yeah.
I don't know if Toronto's got the legs.
Okay. Yes.
That's just my theory. The way I watch the ball games just now, and I think both Red Sox and Yankees can run.
Yeah, they can. That is true.
So that's my theory.
Yeah.
Not hating on the Jays. I just don't think they got the speed.
I'd like to bring back the Expos, but that never happened. Well, Lily or Lenny.
Well, never. I was an Expos fan before. Like once the Expos left is when I committed to the Red Sox.
See, I wanted the Expos and Toronto to play against each other for the World Series, and that would put an end to baseball. Because nobody would watch it from the States, so they wouldn't have any money. They would just dissolve baseball.
Listen, I find as soon as fucking if it ain't the Phillies, Yankees, or Red Sox in the playoffs going into the World Series, nobody seems to watch it anyway.
Yeah, that's true.
Like that's your big East Coast market. So LA's LA.
Yeah.
But really, out of the other American teams, I find most of even Canadians, it's like usually it's Yankees or Red Sox, but there's I guess Cubs too, but Cubs don't get there too fucking often.
It's in progress, Dale. Hey guys, I've got a submission the other day from a band named what?
I'm just saying for you, I'm glad it was from a band, not from like somebody's OnlyFans or something.
No, the band's called Jet Black Roses, and they sent me Barefoot Gypsy Mama, and they're really good. I've been listening to them this week and enjoying it. So we're gonna take a break and listen to some songage, and we'll be right back.
Good. I got
a joint break for Darcy.
Reload Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
The South Georgia Freeway, looking for a sign. Gonna see an old friend of mine. I'm holding steady. She's always ready. Good loving every single time. Barefoot Jackson Mama, sweet as peaches on the vine. She goes down like fine moonshine. Barefoot Jackson Mama, looking good in a Sunday dress. Got the sins I must confess. Barefoot Gypsy Mama, smoke in the headlights, the curve of the lights, as sweet as a muscadine. Yeah. I can taste her on my tongue. Technicolor high, my Lucy in the sky. Barefoot Jackson Mama, sweet as peaches on the vine. She goes down like fine moonshine. Barefoot Jackson Mama, looking good in a Sunday dress. Got the sins I love to confess. Barefoot Gypsy Jackson Mama, sweet as peaches on the vine. She goes down like fine moonshine. Jackson Mama, looking good in the Sunday dress. Got the sins I must confess.
Was that it?
That was it.
Oh, what a weird ending.
I know it just kind of stopped, eh?
Yeah, just cut
Yeah,
off.
it just like we're done.
Hey, Darcy.
Not a
You
bad
like
song.
that?
Darcy's having a smoke.
Yeah.
Now, I you know what? They've got a few songs that are different genres, but fit together. It's like I said, it's Jet Black Roses. And here I'm gonna.
Where are they from?
You know, don't ask me questions like that. I don't.
Well,
I'm working on getting them on the show. To be honest with you, so.
Oh no, it was an interesting song, good voices. Kind of curious.
Give me a second, and
I assume I can Google them.
Yes, Jet Black Rose. What I'm trying to do is load their. I have a playlist on my YouTube here, and I'm trying to load that, and then I'll put the URL in here, and people can check them out. Jet Black
Roses.
There they are, right there. And into the chat we go.
Nope.
Hi, D. There you go. You should be able to find them there on the YouTube. Yeah. I it's nice when I find a band that's new, independent, and I like it. So check them out. You guys are looking at music, aren't you? Do you want to hear another one? Here's another one.
No, I'm looking at their About page to see where they're actually from.
Oh, okay. You can find information. This is another one here.
I know this little voodoo lady. She hails from home, Louisiana.
Let's play the video.
She knows just how to drive me crazy. I go to see her anytime I can. I want that voodoo that you do. Just give me all your juju, baby. She said, psycho boogie, hoochie coo. That's what you do. I'm telling you, baby. Psycho boogie, hoochie coo. I wanna do it with you. Yes, I do. Got a freaky dick.
Yeah. Yeah.
Another one that just ends.
Would you find out, Marcel?
East Coast U.S.
No, I stopped it.
Oh, okay.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
You know what? I believe they're real, buddy. I've watched a few videos of them playing. They sound pretty good live.
They actually have a producer and a publicist, so not
Yes,
too many AI have those.
Samantha is the gal that I've been talking to at whoever the distribution people are.
I think Samantha's out of New Jersey, and
I
the other
was
one's
joking with her in
Tennessee.
my email. I said I told him I was gonna play a couple songs, and that I was hoping that we weren't going to get flagged. So if the show disappears later, that's why.
They don't make the whole show disappear, though, do they?
No, they will.
They just mute that song.
Yeah, they mute. Well, actually, they used to just mute it, and then you'd have to sit there and watch the video with nothing, however long that's playing. But now they just remove it.
Oh,
I believe. I don't know. I've never watched a video that's been censored. I guess I have. I don't know what I'm fucking talking about. I can hear my dog because it's 7:55, 53, and she's looking for dinner.
I fed my dog before I come in. Whether or not she eats it until I get out there, I don't know.
I usually do, but somebody was talking to me.
Who?
Yeah, I don't know, Marcel.
Well, me, I'm just sitting there fucking trimming, bud.
You're trimming. What are you trimming? What brand are you trimming?
I don't know.
You know what?
I think it's some passion fruit hash plant cross that I got, and I'm hoping
I
Darcy
have
remembers the name of it.
I have three that I clipped to give to somebody else, and I forgot to label them. Well, I didn't forget to label them. The labeler forgot to label them, so I have no idea what they are. So they got, whatever it is.
My picture is what I'm trimming. If that gives you any indication.
Is it? Well, I saw the biggies that you were trimming the other day in your table and all that.
Those were the I'm gonna get
Nice.
this name. No, I'm gonna get this name right. Five Island Sunset, because I don't want them getting mad at me.
Because of the weather here, I'm about a month and a half, maybe even 2 months behind you guys. So mine are about 3 feet now and coming along really good. They're all budding. And
Well,
I've had to put a heater in the greenhouse because it's so fucking cold at night here.
Well, I've got one plant that's just starting to flower now.
Yeah, mine are just starting.
Yeah, well, it might be a winter plant that stays there all fucking winter, because I'm not putting up that shit. Because that won't be ready until like November, and I don't want to wait that long. Last one I'm waiting for is the Durban poison. So if it's not right before the Durban poison, then it's left to the elements.
You know, I'm a little not upset, but I'm a little perplexed that I really shouldn't have trimmed. Like I shouldn't have topped these.
Why?
Because it didn't really do anything, and they're all short now, and they would have been up 5 feet, 6 feet tall by now.
No, they would have had one tall, long branch.
Yeah, I know. I realize why I did it. I'm just
now you have more branches.
It doesn't. So now they're all about 3 feet now, and they're still going. So, you know, we'll see what happens. I ain't wasting no fucking money this year.
Well, I grew my plants differently because I'm so used to having to go out and get my plants during the middle of a fucking hurricane that I grew my plants purposely short and thick. And then we didn't get a fucking hurricane.
Yeah. So now you've got tall, thick plants.
No, they're still short and thick.
Okay.
Well, actually, a large majority of them have been harvested already.
Yes, I saw
or at least the first cutting's been done. So all my top
I'm not looking forward to that. I hate trimming.
Well, this is the only one I'm doing by hand, so. And it's only because it was only one plant.
Where did Darcy go? He was going to do this big production of.
Ta-da!
Darcy, did you look at that message I sent you?
This is how I grow the weed.
From the fish tank, here's Darcy.
From the fish. Yeah, no. Yeah, so Al asked me a question earlier. What was that again, Al? I told you I ate a gummy and an ice cream and just smoked a joint.
I don't remember, buddy.
Okay,
so what the question
CO2.
was, what?
CO2.
That was part of it, but that wasn't part of that wasn't all
that was part of it.
No, what I said was I'm going to go to the once I start working inside, I'm going to get a rock for my tank, for my water tank, right?
Why don't you have a rock in there now?
That's just going to generate oxygen in there.
Is that a good thing?
Yeah.
Well,
so
yeah,
more oxygen in water means more oxygen at the root zone, right?
And it circulates nutrients if you're using it for nutrients as well.
Yes, there's nutrient, and it'll stop any mold growth or anything, correct?
There shouldn't be any mold growth anyways.
Yeah, no, there shouldn't be.
Fair enough.
But you should have that in your tank outside already.
I don't, because I have I have one power cord to go out there for two things. So right now, don't have one.
Right now, don't have one.
But I'll get one. There's a pet store here in town. I can go get one.
But far as CO2 goes, when it comes to CO2 in any room, whether it's in a grow tent or commercial style grow room, pumping CO2 in is great. But if you're venting that room out, you're just wasting CO2. You're just burning it for nothing, right?
So it's better to have a rock or something like that in your water tank, right?
No,
It is, yes.
rock does nothing for CO2.
No.
The rock is only for oxygen.
Oh, okay.
So
CO2.
plants convert CO2 into energy and oxygen. Right?
CO2 is in grow rooms. CO2 is mostly used in the flower stage, Al.
Oh, okay. But you don't have to use it though, do you?
No,
Does it
you don't.
really help or no?
Well, yeah, it does help because that's what plants live off of is CO2. Right? But you don't have to go out and buy a CO2 generator or CO2 burner. You just make your own.
Yeah, you can. Ooh. You can make your own, but you can make your own with just yeast, like
and beans.
you generate beer.
Eat a bunch of beans.
Yeah, or you can buy CO2 bags.
Yeah, I prefer the make your own method with yeast and sugar.
Yes, but I like them fungus bags, the mycelium bags.
They're all right, but it's a thing of yeast is what, $4 for a jar of yeast, I think, or $5 now.
Yeah, one of the bags is like $35.
Yeah, a bag of sugar is what, $3.
Yeah,
and you now have enough generative material for an entire grow for CO2.
that you do. Yeah.
2-liter pop bottle, throw in some yeast, throw in some sugar, stir it around, and put it in your tent.
How is your fish experiment coming?
My fish experiment is awesome. They're out there growing like a bastard.
Awesome.
Aren't they gone yet?
Not yet.
When
I haven't got out to see him.
Oh.
When are you eating them?
No, I'm taking my friend's got a pond that's, I think he said it's 16 feet deep on one side or 20 feet.
Oh, so it's winterized.
Oh yeah. He keeps
he's got some pretty expensive koi in there.
Now, will you go back and get them next year?
Nope. They're his fish.
Oh, okay.
I can go to the pet store next spring and for $4 I can buy like 15 of them.
And you'll do it again.
And I can do it again. Or I can take
now, a few months ago we showed a thing where you take fish and you put them into a tub and you collect the poop but you're just using a bucket and then filtering it out, right?
Yes.
What?
No, I'm using a 45-gallon drum now.
Well, that's what I mean, a bucket. Like you've got them in a drum in a big swimming place.
Yes, and then what I do is I clean them out usually once every 2 weeks, and I take that water and I drain
You're
it out.
using the water and whatever's in it.
Yeah, I take the water and drain it out into a 107-liter tote, and then I scoop it out there and feed it to the plants.
And is that all you're using?
No, I'm using Floormax.
You're using the Floormax stuff too.
Oh, I've proven it. I had 2 people here tonight that stopped by. I'll remain anonymous, but they seen my plants and they seen the Floormax and how well it works. And I told them, I said, "See, I've been telling you for years that it works. Proof's in the pudding, my friend."
Well, even though I had not a lot of yield last year, the buds were huge. So and I was using it. So we'll find out this year how good it is because I'm about to start feeding them bud stuff.
Yeah, well, I got colas out there right now. Now, Al, we measured them tonight. They're like fucking 8 inches round.
Nice.
Because I got to measure that. I got to measure. You got a measuring tape? I said, I do, yes.
I use my penis to measure my buds.
But he goes,
buds,
but he goes, Floormax.
How do you know there, buddy?
Because I've seen the pictures of the buds.
Actually, no. Last year the buds were really nice. I was actually surprised how
Somebody
well
else's penis?
I used somebody else's penis last year. Yes.
Somebody else's penis.
Oh my God, this strain is just fucking eye-watering, man.
Purple satellite.
What strain is
No,
it?
it's not the purple satellite.
Which one is it?
Passion fruit hash plant cross or
No,
whatever.
no. I know what that is. That's Frostmaster.
That's the name
Can
they're
I make
giving
a
it?
suggestion,
Yes.
guys?
Yes, I know exactly which one you're trimming up, Marcel.
Yeah, it's breathtaking.
I know. Mary Jane just messaged me. She likes the look on my face. The angle, because my camera's down so low, when I put my head back, it looks like I'm sleeping. I said
Wait,
that to
aren't
Al
you?
the other day. I'm not sleeping, though. I'm very awake.
Okay.
And if people are wondering what my hat all says, it does say stoned, but it says stone, not stupid.
So why my question to Mary Jane is, because obviously she's listening, you're able to text us that you're listening, watching, but you're not here.
She said she's got no voice. Her
That's
kid
no-
got her sick.
She hardly says anything anyways.
Well, that's true too. But
She can just sit there. She can just sit there and look pretty.
Yes,
Well, don't
we can show her.
don't let her know that I won the poll this week.
That's your job. Bruce.
You just did.
Sit there and look
shit.
pretty. Jesus fuck, man! You must not gonna get no viewers.
Why?
Because if I'm sitting here looking pretty,
Well, that's why I don't turn the camera on. I don't want to distract from you guys. You're
Yeah.
welcome.
In other words, he's starting to have a receding hairline, and he doesn't want anybody to see it. Wear a hat like the rest of us, buddy.
You can see mine.
Lenny, you can see mine. Yeah, mine too, Lenny.
No,
listen, I was just trying to make it to 40 with hair, so I'm all good.
Dude,
Yeah.
I didn't get past 30, unfortunately.
I'm doing better than most people in my family, I guess. I still got teeth in my head.
I had rocker hair back in the day.
Texas Ranger?
Curly. Mullet. No, more of an afro. More like give me a minute. A Weird Al Yankovic kind of hair.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I'd have beat you up.
You would have had, would you?
Back in the day, I had a military haircut, and I looked like a cop, and I was an asshole, and I still have a military haircut. Look like a cop.
Still an asshole.
I had an afro in the 70s, and that grew out to the rocker hair. And then it started falling out, unfortunately.
Not me. I had
now I call it a Jufro. Where is it?
I came into junior high right as grunge was coming in, so I had grunge hair.
Yeah.
You had a mullet, in other words.
No, it's kind of Cobain. It's long, but not
exactly. Lenny knows exactly what I'm talking about.
I had that hair.
Yep. And I wore my grandfather's jacket because that was kind of the cool thing. And
I miss the Jufro.
my fucking Airwalks. That's when Airwalks were expensive as fuck. Now I can go to fucking Walmart and buy a pair for $20. Yeah, remember that? Lenny? Remember when they were big for sneakers, Airwalks?
Oh yeah, no, yeah, I remember having a.
And then that like
definitely original pair
came out after that, right? The pump
What's
ones.
that?
The pump ones came out after that.
Was there Airwalk pump?
No. I mean, in general, they had the pump ones as well, right?
Nike pumps.
Yeah,
or the Reebok pumps. Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't know
Reebok,
what brand it was, but I know that they had them.
Yeah,
Reebok. Yeah, I forgot. I used to love my Airwalks. I had a really nice fucking black.
I've never been big on.
I had a black pair, Lenny.
I miss my combat boots.
Yeah.
Because that's what I wore.
And Doc Martens.
Yeah,
I grew up. We wore grebs, lumberjackets, cowboy hats with roach clips all over them. That was our thing back then.
Cowboy
Yeah, my last pair of Doc Martens got ruined at Woodstock '94.
I had a camera that got ruined.
I couldn't salvage them. They were just fucking wrecked.
I ruined a camera there.
There was a shit ton of mud there, wasn't there, Lenny?
There was. It rained. It rained the whole Monday, basically.
Was it on a Monday?
I think it was the Monday. No,
I can't even remember. I can't even remember a day of the week, to be honest.
They were
like
they had a slide that people were just going crazy on a hill that they made.
Yeah, I saw that. I was there.
Yeah, it was crazy. I walked that whole park during that storm.
Well, it took
and
like a
that's
fucking
where
hour.
I fell into a whole big pile of mud, and of course, no more camera after that. Broke the lens right off the fucking camera body.
No, I was you're just muddy. Like it was like basically 6 inches of mud all weekend.
Oh yeah. It was fucking awesome.
Yeah, I didn't mudslide. I was like,
weird
fuck
idea
that.
what
I didn't either, but I got thrown into the mud. I mean, I fell into
Well,
the mud.
you get covered in it anyway. But
I managed to go through the whole area a few times without falling, and then it just took that one time.
Yeah, the like to go between stages. I remember the crowd was like it was almost like an hour. Like just going between the two stages, like fuck, it was like there were so many people. Or at least it felt like an hour.
When we got there, there was hardly anybody there, but Van Morrison was playing, and we took a bus from the parking lot into the media area, which was backstage behind stage 2. Yeah. And we parked ourselves and set up on a hill. So we didn't, although there was running under us, we didn't get drowned out. There was rain. Okay.
Yeah. So the first night we kind of slept out in the field. We didn't have we had to go sneak our tent in because they wouldn't let steel pole tents in.
But by the second day, by that morning, I guess it would have been the Saturday morning, they had already broken down the fences and people were just coming in, and it was a free.
Yeah, they're bringing 2 floors of beer and all that.
Yeah, they broke down the fence. Some kids broke down one of the parts of the fences, and people found out. Security couldn't control it, so they just threw their hands up in the air and let people go and do what they want. But I tell you, Woodstock '94 was so much more peaceful than '99 was, because '99 was basically a fucking riot.
Basically, yeah.
You know, I didn't, and I'm glad I didn't go. I stood on the platform for wheelchair people to come in, and watched the whole mudslinging event there with Green Day. That was fucking awesome.
No, I was in that. I was pretty close to that one. I got mud slung.
Fleas running around naked, just covered in mud.
Well, it's funny. I actually bought. I still have it. The Dookie CD. I actually bought it at Woodstock.
Have you watched the video? The video that they did, like the show,
like of '94. Oh,
yeah,
for the '99
one. It's on YouTube.
Yeah, like back then, obviously it was on pay-per-view, and one of my friends' brother actually
recorded. I recorded all that. Yeah,
I still have the VHS tapes of that. Anyway, I know it's on YouTube, but I do have it.
I have a bootleg on a small recording of the whole Peter Gabriel concert, just on a little 30-minute cassette thingy.
Yeah, the only thing I did show is I brought it up.
Nice stars.
Brought it up the Cypress Hill at that show.
Yeah,
show kids, because this is a true story. It was in between sets, and somehow me and my friend were on the right side of the stage. I was there with 4 guys, or 3, I guess 4 of us, pardon me. And we were trying to get back. We knew our other friend was going to be on the left side of the stage for some reason, which we spent most of the concert there. I don't even know how we got over there. And they were like, fuck, it's so far to walk around the thing. So I was like, do we walk through the pit? And like, I was like, oh, if we do it really quick, we'll get on there. Because we knew Cypress Hill was coming on. And the pit was kind of crazy.
That was the first time I saw them.
No, me too. And I wasn't really like Insane in the Membrane was on. Like I knew the song.
They were different then. They were different then.
Yeah, I was not a rap guy anyway, but obviously that song was cool. Everyone knew it, and we were there really for like 9 Inch Nails and Metallica and Green Day and shit like that. Rollins Band.
Yep, I saw.
But the point of the story was we were walking through, like the very first step into the pit, you dropped a foot.
Yeah.
As the people jumping in the soft ground, like you literally dropped like out of the in existence. It was like, oh.
Did you see it when everything was done?
Halfway through the fuck. No, I didn't. Halfway through, the fuckers came on. We're in the middle of pit. We just got fucking hammered. It was like,
I was sitting in the bleachers. We got a good seat up in the bleachers there for most of the concerts. But I spent most of my time during the day at stage 2, Rita Marley and a whole bunch of people. And then they had a remember the big dance party at night they had?
Yeah. It was annoying. I was trying to sleep.
I know,
The interesting thing that we found there, we couldn't get weed.
I don't remember. I did peyote.
Well, we couldn't find weed. Obviously, there's acid, which I was like, no.
Yeah, no thanks.
Yeah, that's how I found out that the ground hadn't really dropped. It was the acid that he dropped that made him feel like that.
I got weed. I had.
Well, but the funny thing was, one of my friends was a little bit crazy. Still a friend of mine to this day. He came back. He's like, I got opium. We're like, what? Opium. So we ended up smoking opium all weekend, and it was quite pleasant.
I
really enjoyed it. It was very pleasant.
I tried that. It was the first time I tried it. Yep.
And
hey, Lenny, I'll admit it. Yes, it was fun.
What was
positive side?
What was one of the positive things of taking that opium that night?
I didn't shit for 3 days.
I've
told Darcy this story before, obviously.
Yeah.
Pretty sure I destroyed a Dairy Queen toilet like the day, after the day on the way back.
Oh, you know what really pissed me off, Len? You know, we're partying all fucking hard there, and hardly any food backstage for anybody, and then a lot of the vendors just ran out of food real quickly.
There was a food issue and water issue.
We decided to walk out to the road, and there's a fucking McDonald's right there. Had no idea.
I heard that.
I was so pissed off because we were fucking starving.
Yeah, so I ended up kind of surviving off all I really focused on drinking was
French fries.
Well, that
hours.
too, I guess.
Yeah,
that probably helped the appetite too. I didn't realize.
Yeah,
because in the end, I didn't get pizza. I ended up getting these.
There was plenty of food there, but the lines
were horrible.
So long that people were passing out, and it was raining, and then they ran out of food very quickly.
They did. I managed to get a big burger every day, and I think that was.
And then, people started going out to the road. That's how we found out McDonald's was there. People were starting to go out to the road to explore to see what kind of food was out there. Now, when we went down to 94, we went to Bethel first, to the original site, and there was a whole bunch of stuff going on there, even though the concert itself was canceled there. So we had already booked going to 94. So we went there, but I would have rather have stayed in Bethel, to be honest with you.
Well, technically that summer, the plan for us four, we were actually going to go to Toronto Lollapalooza, where Nirvana was headliner.
Was that the same weekend?
No, Kurt Cobain killed himself in April.
Yeah, that didn't happen.
So, but that was the plan.
We drove down from Toronto, me and my sister and one of our reporters, and we camped out basically the whole weekend there on the hill. Oh, it was horrible.
Yeah. But no, it was. But yeah, that was the weirdest thing. We couldn't find actually weed.
Well, like I said, we had some weed. Don't know where it came from, and some of it had opium in it. And I think there was some peyote along the way. But I don't remember. I remember meeting Annie Leibovitz, which was a real thrill. She's a famous photographer. She used to shoot for Rolling Stone magazine, I believe, and all the others, I'm sure.
But I still attribute that concert to this day is why I don't think I really do well in crowds.
But you know what? That was, even my sister will say the same thing. She still has her shirt. That was by far, I've been to a lot of concerts in my lifetime. That was by far the best concert weekend that I've been to. Although another roadside attraction at Cayuga Speedway will come in second. Oh, bear bang. Did you hear that? There's a bear around.
Is that to kill it or scare it?
Scare it.
Was that yours?
No.
Or neighbors?
Neighbor. Yeah.
Well, hey, that lets you know that he's close, though, Al.
Oh, they're always close. They're right behind me all the time. They walk right through our Darcy.
You guys should come up there because I wonder if you guys are allowed to shoot 2 black bears like we are down here.
Not in town, but yes.
So yeah, come up there and shoot them for you, Al. Eat the bastard.
We can shoot black bears?
There's not in town, no. There have one was going into, I just told this story to Al the other day. One just a few houses up the road, one broke in through the screen door of a house and scared the shit out of a lady, and then came back. So the police had to dispatch it, as they called it. But there have been a lot of rehoming. They put cages out and catch them.
Take them 40 miles, 50 miles away, and then get.
I'm told it's 100 to 120 kilometers away, Darcy. So, but we have one very large bear in town here that we've called Tony two tags because he's got a tag in each ear, and people have been trying to get a clear shot of it to find out the tag number, and they just got one the other day. But this guy walked through my yard. I posted the video the other day, and he was fucking huge. And then I saw one this afternoon, just kind of cutting through the yards here across the street. But
you got a bear problem, and I got a deer problem.
Well, you know what? It's not a problem. What the problem is that we had, because of the weather up here being so off, we didn't have any berries. And there's been no berries at all this year. So they're looking for food. They're hungry.
They're coming to your house.
They're every day. But I had to go out, as I was telling Marcel earlier, I had to go out this morning to turn the heater on in the greenhouse. And it was very foggy. It looked like, looking out through the trees, it looked like a scene from The Exorcist. And I got bears in my backyard. I was like in and out of it. I just went in, turned on the heater and left, went back into the house real quick. I don't usually go out before daytime, but I've been sitting out front at night watching the wildlife walk around until I hear in the middle of the night, because that would be a skunk.
What?
We got skunks, and we've got they make that squeaking.
That's a squirrel.
Okay, whatever. But you know,
Okay,
they
okay,
squeak.
big difference.
They skunks sound very similar to possums.
Skunks you very rarely ever hear.
We see them under my
You'll
desk.
smell them before you hear them.
Yeah, I know, but I've actually been standing in the greenhouse and had one walk through my backyard, and it's not usually at night. It's usually during the day.
Is Pepe Le Pew still a thing, or has he been banned too?
Oh, he's
No, I
canceled.
don't think we're
He's
allowed to talk
canceled.
about him. Come on.
I'm just asking. I haven't seen him in a long time.
You
No,
know,
they
the
canceled him.
woke retards canceled
Why? Why? Because he was a stalker.
him. Yeah, well, kind of like they canceled "Baby It's Cold Outside."
Well, I'm trying to think. Like, Speedy Gonzalez is gone.
Hey, no, he's not. He's right here.
Was Slowpoke a stoner?
Andale.
Was Slowpoke stoned?
Fuck yeah.
Was he?
Andale.
We're confirming that though. He was really stoned.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. He had red eyes, didn't he? Like little red
Oh,
eyes.
he was baked.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's actually kind of funny they got away with that. Actually.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yosemite Sam's gone.
Shaggy, but Shaggy and
yeah.
Scooby Doo are still around, and like they're the ultimate stoners.
You know who I miss? Goober and the Ghost Chasers, which was a Scooby Doo ripoff. I know, but you know.
Yeah.
I don't know if I really know them that well. I remember the name.
Goober and the Ghost Chasers.
But Scooby and Shaggy, I mean, like even
I can still
Scooby
watch
Snacks.
Scooby Doo show.
Yeah. Oh yeah. There's definitely
they're baked.
Yeah.
They always had the munchies.
I
always
can sit there and watch Scooby Doo still, and SpongeBob, and of course Bugs Bunny is my favorite.
I can't watch SpongeBob.
I didn't ever get into him.
Me
I started watching SpongeBob with the kid right in the morning, so I kind of got.
I like
into
South Park.
No,
I like Simpsons. I like Family Guy.
No,
I like Bickleberry. That was really good. But
so I have a question for you, Marcel.
Uh-oh.
Can I say something first?
No.
I'm gonna take off now. I just got a text that my uncle just died.
Oh no, buddy.
Sorry to hear.
Which one?
My uncle Johnny.
Oh.
He was married to my Aunt Juanita.
Oh.
All right, buddy, you go.
My mom's sister.
And we'll talk to you next week.
Yeah.
May I ask, was he ill or is this sudden?
No, actually, he was doing really well. He was in here 3 weeks ago, 4 weeks. Actually, Marcel, he's the one that bought me that bag of stuff.
Yeah.
I poured in my driveway. Yeah. I had a hole in my driveway. God love his fuck. God bless his heart. I had a hole in my driveway, and I tried to get them to fix it, and they were going to fix it, but they just never got around to doing it. My uncle was here one day, and he seen the hole there, and said, "I'll see you later, Darce. It's not a problem." And he took off, and 10 minutes later, he came back. He said, "Here, poured it in the hole." I said, "Can I ask you how much you paid for it?" He said, "You can, but you'd be just wasting your breath." So, yeah, God love his heart, but yeah, I just got the phone call he died, so I'm trying to find out.
I'm sorry to hear that, Darcy. Now
I know why.
Yeah, see you later,
I will. I'm sure
care.
you'll find out, Marcel.
Yeah, give me a call in the morning.
Oh, guys.
Take care.
Right. You do, guys.
Wow.
Dun, dun, dun.
That just kind of killed the buzz.
Yeah,
Well,
go to fucking ruin the evening.
As a probably should, I guess, but yeah, it's hard.
Yeah.
I'm crying here because the Yankees are beating the Red Sox, and like Darcy's getting family members dying, so puts things in perspective.
Oh, Jesus, you people! Oh
no, actually, there's something I don't know. Obviously, my right eye's been like just randomly waters the last several weeks, and like my wife's like, "Why are you crying?" It's like I don't know.
You know what?
I've had that.
Probably
there is something. Yeah, there is watery eye, but just it's my right eye only. and
Mine's my left eye. Mine will be both eyes, but it's majority my left eye. But mine will do it even with a slight breeze. If the wind hits my eyeball just the right time, it's just like I'm crying.
I actually have a theory why I do it. I do use some cannabis topicals, and I'm assuming when I get a little left in my hand sometimes, and you rub your eye, and I'm assuming that's what I'm doing.
Oh, so yours hurt?
No, it's just water.
Water.
No, it doesn't hurt. It's just watering. Like I'm rubbing my
Well,
eyes and just.
if there was cannabis in it, it hurt.
Menopause.
Well, you would think,
That's
yeah.
it.
Oh, listen, if the Red Sox do lose, I probably will fucking cry. But
menopause.
So.
So Al is trying to figure out how to smoke a joint.
Holy fuck! Why don't you play one of your videos, Marcel?
Because I can't touch anything.
Why?
Why not?
Because look at my picture.
Oh, you're trimming.
And imagine what my fingers look like.
For everybody in the world who's trimming, don't touch your eyes.
Oh, fuck no.
Don't touch your eyes.
Why did any reason why you lost power there last weekend, Marcel?
Yeah, Marcel, thanks for fucking up the show last week.
It wasn't just us, man. It was a whole big swath.
Yeah, no. I heard others, but any reason why? Any explanation?
All they said is a transmission line failure.
Okay.
But it took out power from here down to Parsbro, down to Five Islands. And people fucking across the street had power.
Oh, don't you hate that?
Oh, I hate that like you wouldn't believe. But at the same time, it's happened that they've lost power and we've had power. So
I don't know if it was Fiona or one of the other ones, but I remember, just seeing your neighbors with the lights on and shit. It's like, fuck you.
Yeah. Well, with us, if like as soon as the power went off, I go online and check and usually report it. Because most people, actually, what I saw was most people go on Facebook to ask if anybody's power went out. Instead of going in to report that there's a power outage, they would just rather go ask somebody else, did your power go out?
A lot of people, I kind of get cracked up, but it's like, hey, does anyone know a good travel agent? Anyone know a good plumber? I just kind of crack up when people post that stuff.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna make.
I got another song lined up, guys. Do you hear me?
I actually made a post like that on one of those, and I asked if anybody had a projection I could borrow, like a projector.
A projector.
Yeah. And
let's listen to another song, man.
Do you need a good projector?
No, I just wanted to borrow a projector that I could put an image up against the wall.
I have a shitty one.
Well, no, but I put the post out, and within minutes, I had all kinds of people saying, "Oh, I've got one you can have, and you can borrow and things like that."
So, you're one of those guys.
Yeah, no, and then one of my buddies posts, he says, we've got one. He said, I'll drop it off on my way to work. Right? So when I got home, it was already here. Bonus. No, I used it to paint the picture on the baby's wall.
Ah, yeah. Actually, mine would have sufficed.
Baby came home today.
Oh.
Yeah,
with you guys?
finally.
They're living with you guys, or they have at their own place?
Oh, they got their own fucking house.
Oh, okay.
Well, apartment.
I know. You just got rid of them. You don't want them back. I know.
Yeah, no, they finally got their discharge from NICU today.
Oh, good.
And so they're home, and it's funny because we were laughing about the baby because when she came in, her eyes were closed the entire time. They stopped at Darcy's on the way home, and that baby never opened her eyes at all the entire time she was at Darcy's. She got here, she had her eyes closed until she heard my voice.
Didn't we already have this conversation?
Yeah, it was before the show.
Oh, okay.
But every time I spoke, then her eyes would pop open. So they were making me like be quiet for a minute, and her eyes would go right back closed. I'd say something, her eyes would open right up again. I said, "Okay, I know who's going to be the boss in this one."
You're going to be the babysitter.
That baby gonna love me.
All right, so I get a video pulled up. Let's watch another video. Listen to a song by Jet Black.
Those same guys again?
Yep.
Okay.
Okie dokie.
Yeah, our whole show is going to be banned.
They're independent, so I don't think so.
Oh.
And they were submitted. Oh,
but are they?
Sorry.
But are they on YouTube?
No, I'm Brother Jeff. Nice to meet you.
They are on YouTube, and they are on several platforms.
Yeah, it's all there. It's all there.
I could
It's all
see
there. It's all
YouTube
there. Yep.
kicking us off because they have rights to it.
Thank you, brother. Thank you very kindly, man. Thank you. Thank you, brother. Thank you. Thank you. Y'all come on in.
Yeah, I don't know myself. That's just an experiment, right?
Yeah.
The only time I ever feel the light is in a barroom on a stage on a Friday night. The only time the Lord moves in me when I got a good woman in my arms and a sweet melody makes me wanna testify. Barroom believers, saints and sinners, holding communion under neon lights. Sweet benediction, a new religion. Can I get an amen? Amen. From a barroom believer. Angel came down to a bar, a little fire. She had pretty little ring and a cross by her side. She said, Jesus loves you broken. He turned water into wine. So let's all fill up my cup and give our thanks to the good times. Makes me wanna testify. Barroom believers, saints and sinners, holding communion under neon light. Sweet benediction, a new religion. Can I get an amen? Amen. From a barroom believer, yeah. Barroom believers, saints and sinners, holding communion under neon lights. Sweet benediction, a new religion. Can I get an amen? Amen, amen, amen. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Barroom believers, saints and sinners, holding communion under neon lights. Sweet benediction, a new religion. Can I get an amen? Amen, amen. Can I get an amen? You know it makes me wanna
Tune in Fridays at 7 p.m. Eastern Time on 420radio.ca.
Ta-da!
Ta-da!
You know what? Actually, I like
What?
that song. That was a good song.
Hey, there you go. This is exactly what I'm saying. So, thank you for saying that, Marcel.
Oh,
If
fuck.
you've
Did I
got a
just do that?
band, if you've got something you want to say, let us know. Okay.
Danny didn't think it was a good song?
No, I thought it was a good song. I'm just Red Sox just stole second and third.
Oh, the bastards.
No, it's good. It's good. It's good.
Oh, well, stealing
just
is
like-
never good, okay?
Don't you fucking strike out. Jesus.
Stealing
Hey,
is
there's
bad.
3 of us. We fit in the. Let's put Marcel in the center.
This is huge.
Yeah.
There. Now we're all looking at the right place.
Swimming with the fishes.
Swimming with the fishes.
No, I'm looking at my tray in that picture of my tray now, and it looks completely different. I'll take another picture here in a minute.
Fuck's sakes.
Something happened. Something happened. Come on, give us.
Struck him out.
You're on stage, buddy. Give us a little recap here.
He got struck out.
Rafaela struck out with 1 out, and man in second there. All you had to do is fucking touch the ball.
You're not allowed to swear on the air, sir.
Pretty sure I do.
What? Swear in the air?
Yeah. I don't know if I can go like 30 words though to swear coming out.
I know I can't.
I can't believe that. Oh, that hurt.
Oh well.
It's the
So we're getting close to winter.
Yes, we are. It was cold. It was like 14 today in Nova Scotia. It was like a little chilly.
14 where?
Like Toronto today. Like it was not warm.
Oh, really? It was 18 or 19 here. It was
Yeah,
kind of warm when I was in the garden.
that was probably maybe 11:30 noon, so maybe it got a little warmer, but like it wasn't.
It's only 11 right now. 12 in the greenhouse. I'm gonna have to go crank the fucking heat up tonight. I had it up to 20, and then during the day it was going up to like 35, and I was like, "Whoa!" Now paying for fucking shit I don't need to have.
Oh, he hit it right at him.
Hit it.
No, he ripped it. It was a good swing. Anyway, it just didn't work out. But that strikeout sucked balls.
Do you got anything else you want to share, Marcel?
Share some of this trimming if you want.
No, I think we're going to wrap it up then.
I have some hash hole. I have some hash holes coming in.
No,
Some
not
hash
yet.
holes?
Yeah.
What's a hash hole?
Like a hash core rolled joint, like flour. They're called hash holes.
Oh,
Hash
it's kind of cool.
So it's an infused joint with hash in it.
Yeah, basically, but they kind of do it nice. They make a little line of hash like a snake and wrap it up, done by hand. It's a novelty thing, but it's kind of cool.
So basically, it's what I do at home.
Basically,
yeah.
But
a 30% surcharge.
they pretty it up.
I don't buy those foo-foo joints, and like Marcel,
it's
if I want
it's a
to roll
novelty
something
thing.
like that, I'll do it myself, right down to the keef, whatever you want to fucking call it.
Oh yeah, no, do
Motto.
it yourself is always cheaper, better, and blah blah blah. But
Well, you get to pick what strains you're using too.
yeah, now again, this is my same argument many years ago. Like, how many people roll their own tobacco nowadays? And not how many. I said, but how many? What percent?
I don't know. Let's check.
Yeah,
Google
but just same as as I say, minority people don't use DVDs.
I wonder if census
minority
would know
don't
that
use
information.
humans like convenience and easy. Like, how many people go into the Tim Hortons to pick up their coffee now? They drive.
That just tells me the majority have gotten so apathetic and lazy.
Yes, that's human nature.
It's not.
Yes, it
I'm
is.
not apathetic or lazy.
I'm just saying, general society is that way. I include myself in that, by the way.
Oh, I mean, if you want, I mean,
no, but you can look along at Tim Hortons drive-through line.
Right, here we go.
I look at it as the downfall of mankind was information technology. And
Relatively few smokers in the U.S. Only 6.7% actually roll their own cigarettes. In contrast, this rate was 17.1% in Canada, 24.2% in Australia, and 28.4% in the UK. Thank you, Google.
So it's just that some countries know how to roll.
Well, it's like,
it's a matter of convenience.
You ask somebody down in the States if they like poppers, they're not going to know what you're fucking talking about. Poppers is a Northern Ontario thing, a Northern Canada thing. Oh, yeah, it was invented up here, right?
What are you talking about?
And but a popper is a bed of tobacco with some hash or weed on it. Usually,
it's the only way my kid smokes pot and has since day one. She loves
it. But that's when it's the Canadian thing, is what I'm getting at.
Yeah.
Right? If you ask somebody if they do poppers from the States, they're not going to know what the fuck you're talking about. Probably.
Yeah.
Is what I'm getting.
Yeah. Right? I don't like them. But
I used to when I was a tobacco smoker. But you're doing the same thing in the joint with, you're putting tobacco in a joint. It's basically the same thing as a popper. But now, hold on. What I do know, the reason poppers work so well is because tobacco opens up your bronchial tubes to allow the cannabis to get in deeper into your lungs.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I've learned some things. But when I was smoking cigarettes, I was smoking doobies and cigarettes, but I started toking my cigarettes, and I was blanking out because of probably an allergic reaction as well as asphyxiation. So I quit smoking. I couldn't breathe anymore. I have not touched tobacco other than give me one of those and try it, and I'm like, yeah, right. Done that a few times. Right. But I miss smoking. I am a smoker. I mean, I still smoke joints, but
I've mixed tobacco with weed on occasion. If you get weed that's not really dry enough to burn,
yeah,
tobacco is a great way to at least let you have a joint. But yes, tobacco also does open up the airways.
Most hash smokers use tobacco.
Yes,
I would think.
Yes,
I wonder.
For one, it doesn't take away a lot of the taste from the hash.
No, but it opens up the reason is because it opens up your bronchial tubes, right?
Yeah.
Like it really opens. If you want to get baked, roll some tobacco in a hash joint.
That's how I always roll my hash joints.
I think most people.
But I'm not baked.
But you could be.
Not in this, yeah, man. I'll tell you, for me to get baked, it takes some fucking pile.
So the other day I took some of my mixture, which is olive oil and full extract cannabis oil.
Yep.
And I'm going to do it after the show because I'd be asleep by now. I just took it. And then on the top of it. Oh, it was so good. I'm one of those people. Marcel doesn't like the taste of weed. I love the taste of weed.
I hate it.
I love it. It's one of my favorite. Now, my mom.
I hate the taste of chlorophyll.
My mom. Yeah, but this is oil. So
Oh, I don't mind oil, but if you use oil properly, you shouldn't taste it anyways. If you can taste it, you've used way more than you need
Yeah,
to.
I used to joke around that if your poop smells like weed, your tank is full.
Yeah.
I've actually, but
never had that
that's
happen.
I've had it. I've had it happen many times. But I have not used butter made from weed in a while. I've been using oil, and there is a difference, right? Like I've used half of that mixture up, Marcel.
Yeah.
And it's been two months.
Yeah.
And
how much you make? A pound of butter?
I
Or
still
no,
have,
you made olive oil.
I have 3/4 of a pound still in the fridge. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I made, so what I did was I warmed up some olive oil, and then I put a gram of FICO, or you can call it Rick Simpson oil if you like, into it, and mixed it all together. And then I put it into a pill bottle that seals, and put it in the fridge so it's congealed. And I just take a little, put it in my tea in the morning. And I want to tell you the effects I'm getting, Marcel. Okay. I am alert. I'm alert.
Yeah.
I'm not nodding off in the middle of the fucking afternoon because I'm not taking a big glob of fucking oil. Right. And I'm able to walk a little bit better than I was. And so I'm doing that 3, maybe 4 times a day, a little more if I put it on something, right?
Mm-hmm.
So thank you for
You're welcome
for that.
Like I say, once you realize how this medicine works, you can have yourself an ultimate medicine and an ultimate time with it.
Well, I can take this.
I got a jet. My battery is about to die.
All right, buddy. You have a good week.
Hey guys. Yeah. Bye.
Or weekend, whatever day it is coming up.
Yeah, it's Friday.
No such thing.
Yeah.
See ya. Bye.
I'm enjoying, and I don't like my picture that big. No, I don't need to look at myself that badly. Thank you. There. but the the other thing that's happening, Marcel, is I'm not waking up groggy.
Yep.
And that's the
one.
one.
You're taking a small amount before you go to bed too.
Yeah, 3-4 times a day. So I'll have in my last tea, I'll have some, and then I'll have some in the morning, and then for lunch, and then recreationally, if I need something, I'll have some of that. And it's cutting back on my my weed intake.
You smoke. Yeah. And see, even back when we were doing the clinical trials, that was the one thing that we found was the low doses were saving people a shit ton of money because they weren't smoking near as much.
Well, that the only reason I brought it up is because I'm a smoker, and I need that during the day, and it's either doobies or cigarettes, right?
Yeah.
And I won't touch cigarettes anymore, so I'm smoking way more than I should be. I know, but I'm a smoker.
You know what I do is I take that same oil and I put it on a paper, and then I put a little tobacco, and then.
Well, I do that at night. Because
but you do it with weed
during the day. Yeah, with my weed.
Yeah, see, I don't do it with weed. I do it with tobacco.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, and that's when I was smoking, my favorite things was wrap a cigarette in oil, and I still do it with doobies as well.
Yeah, see, I know how to roll a joint, so I just roll joints.
I roll a joint and then I wrap it with another paper in oil, or sometimes I'll just put some oil on the doobie. Depends on my mood, how creative I am.
Yeah.
Thanks, Dee. So should we say goodbye?
Yeah, just hang on. Yeah, say goodbye.
Okay.
I can't move.
We will see you next week. Thanks for watching.
And it's perfect timing because I'm finished trimming. Now I got to go and throw this all in the drying racks.
Awesome. We will see you next week.
Talk to you.
Tune in Fridays at 7 p.m. Eastern Time on 420radio.ca. Tune in Fridays at 7 p.m. Eastern Time on 420radio.ca.
You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. You've been watching Rerolled Saturdays. Thank you to our guests, our hosts, and our viewers. Up next, Rerolled Saturday Nighttime Edition. It gets started at 4 p.m. See you then.